It is testing. Good morning, buenos dias, aloha. I'm Mike Latronic, and we're at the Claro ISA 50th anniversary celebration of the World Surfing Games. Welcome to the webcast and welcome to Punta Rocas, Peru. We've had some incredible action here. Day 1 and 2 is filled with exciting 9-point rides. Combined heat score yesterday, biggest score was held by Michael February out of South Africa. The boy ripped it up, lit it up, and great performances by Team Peru. All kinds of action here on the point, and it's just getting better. Today we're joined with a special guest. We have Mohamed Rama, and he is from the United Arab Emirates, one of the newest member team nations here at the ISA. Welcome to the show, and welcome to Peru. How's Peru treating you so far?
Well, Peru's been great so far. I've been getting really warm welcome from the Peruvian and plus all the nations here, even though I'm a one-man person. But you know what? All the nations here have been really great for me, and they've been my second team. I got the Australian team yesterday, taking me all the way to the beach, and when I paddled out as well, they got me all the way back to here as well. So I'm really stoked to be here. I'm happy. The waves are great, and it's a beautiful morning. Good morning, Mike.
Well, Mohamed's got a very interesting story to tell, and we're going to hear a little bit more about that. And by the way, he's better known as Mo. His friends call him Mo. And you know, in Hawaii we have a saying, "Brah, small better." So we're going to have a chat with Mohamed when right after we check out these highlights. Brace yourself. The action was hot yesterday. Here we go for day 2 highlights. Just in case. All right, we may be having a little temporary delay with the
Today is the first day of the rest of my life. Well, not really. But last night we have the AGM, the BGMs. So we elected 2 new vice presidents. Barbara Kendall from New Zealand, Olympic gold medalist, member of the International Olympic Committee, and Casper Steinfath, current ISA SUP World Racing Champion. So great team. So I get to work another 4 years. I love this. This is really what is in my heart, what is in my mind, is to promote the sport, and I think the sport of surfing is a force of good, so it's very easy, something that I enjoy. Today is sunny, wow, and the waves are great, a little bit smaller than yesterday, but yesterday were huge, so I think a lot of the surfers were happier that today is a little bit smaller. Very good competition, so today we run the second half of the guys' main event, and tomorrow we're going with the ladies, early in the morning. 8 in the morning, we're starting with the ladies. It's gonna be amazing. Stay with us.
This is my first contest in the ocean ever, so I'm really stoked to be out there. It was really big, it was a bit tough conditions. It's the biggest wave I've ever done in my life so far, so I'm really stoked. And you know what? The first wave, the first heat got out of the way, so I'm more confident now. I'm ready for the ripper charge.
The conditions were really nice. The wave was really glassy and but a little bit fat. Thank you for the support of all the Swiss guys. I was proud to surf for them. I still have a chance. For sure we are going to surf better. So yeah, hope Schweiz!
we've been training the last 2 months here in Punta Rocas with the whole Peruvian team and sinking our roots here and to put the happiness every day stronger. The Peruvian team is very united and we respect each other, and I think that's the key for be together. The pressure is part of it. It's there all the time, but the crowd, the Peruvian people is supporting us, and we love them to come and watch us surfing in our waves and appreciate our nicest beaches we have.
Well, as promised, some great action from yesterday. And you know what? It's only gonna get better. We are whittling down the pack here. We're gonna be in round 3 today, and we're gonna see some women surfing, and the waves just keep pouring here on Punta Rocas. And so let's get talking to Mo here. Mo is a very special surfer. He learned to surf in a wave pool in Dubai. And up until about 2 months ago, he had never set his feet in the ocean. And now he's here surfing with the world's best surfers. How must it feel to be part of this event and in the Pacific Ocean?
Well, I would say I'm really stoked to be out here. Like, it is phenomenal. This is like the best playground I've ever seen in my life. It's been just like really great wave the whole time. I arrived here a little bit earlier than other teams just for me to practice and get my feet on the board. I'm always used to like small boards. It's my first time ever riding a 6'4", so it's not only history for the making for the country, for the UAE and the Middle East to be the first surfer competing in the ISA, but it's a history for me, and this is gonna be in my memory forever. For me, the first time to ride a 6'4" foot wave, and the biggest wave I rode yesterday in my heat. So I'm pretty stoked.
Okay. I don't want to assume anything, so I'm just going to ask you, what are the differences between surfing in a wave pool and surfing in Mother's Ocean here?
Well, let's start from the basics of surfing. Paddling out, it was a nightmare yesterday. I got stuck in 3 sets in my head. It did not feel good, I tell you that. I don't have that in a wave pool. And then when I paddled outside of the water, it's really hard to read the ocean. I've been working with one of the best surf coaches I've ever had. His name is like Sean Madison, and he's been helping me a lot in reading the ocean and where to sit and how to catch the waves. Before that, when I sit in the ocean, I sit for 3 hours and only catch 2 waves because it looks like the waves never come to me. It always goes to the other surfers, but never to me. Until I met Sean Madison, and he taught me how to read the ocean, what to do, and how to be like a prowler and like go and actually catch waves. And I've been catching a lot of waves, so this is the biggest challenge for me, is how to read the ocean. In the wave pool, I have perfect wave. I know where to sit. I know what the wave is going to do. All I have to do is paddle and catch it.
So Sean Madison's turning you into a wave hog.
He is. That's absolutely what he's trying to do. That's true, and it's working. I've been definitely improving my wave counts, and I've definitely have improved my surfing as well. So I give him big credit and like hats off to him.
Well, you must be excited because here at the ISA, you're only going to be surfing with 4 people out in the water. What's your strategy? What are you looking forward to in your next heat?
Well, in my next heat, like I learned a lot from the other heat. So what I'm gonna do is like I'm just gonna catch as many waves as I can, and I'm gonna sit on the peak. I know where the peak now is, so I'm gonna catch as many waves as I can, and I'm just gonna go for whatever it is.
All right, let's talk about Dubai. Can you see yourself rounding up about 5 or 6 more friends and actually coming here with a full team next year from the United Arab Emirates?
Well, I'll tell you something funny. You know what? Like I went on my heat yesterday, and you know what? I got back after my heat. I was like, I felt so down of what happened because I'm a competitive Mike. You know, like I've been competing all my life, so of course it's gonna put me down, let lose my heat. But then I went back and I checked my Facebook. That's what we do now, you know. On the new age, like all we do is first thing check Facebook, and I got shocked in how many people just wrote me down there saying like, oh, we saw your heat, oh, it was great, don't worry about it, you're gonna get them a report charge. And people I never thought they actually gonna watch it. So I definitely have made a big fuss in the UAE. So I would like to give a big thanks to the surfers in the UAE, to the surf community in the UAE. You know what, my parents have never knew what surfing was. They never saw surfing until I actually competed here. So I have definitely started that fuss, and I allowed a lot of people in the UAE to start watching, so young Emiratis and like new people that never knew what surfing was, and they actually now watch the surf podcast live. So I was so stoked, and that's what makes me lift my spirit, and I'm ready for my next heat.
You know, you said something earlier about being very competitive. Something we might point out is you've been very involved in rugby.
Correct.
Tell me about that.
So I used to play soccer when I was a kid, and I played for the national team. And then I had to quit because I had to go to university. I thought like studying is better than a sport. It's a bad idea. And then
Study with sport.
that's correct, and that's what I'm doing now. So I went to university, I studied, and then I actually played rugby. I played in the Rugby World Cup, and then I actually got injured, and then I moved to surfing. It was the best decision in my life.
So where do you see yourself, and where do you see surfing as a place in the United Arab Emirates?
Well, I think I set the ground now by competing here and like spreading the Aloha spirit so far. What I'm gonna do is like once I'm finished here, I'm done from here. Personally, what I'm gonna do is I'm definitely gonna compete again because this gave me so much exposure. This actually helped me a lot in my surfing and gave me that motivation to surf even more. So I'm definitely gonna go. I'm definitely gonna do QS next year a few ones just for the experience out of it. And then I'm definitely gonna go back to Dubai, show the documentary we're doing, spread the Aloha spread. You know, when I started surfing, I got introduced to one of my best friends, and I consider him now as a family. His name is Carl De Villiers. He owns a surf shop in Dubai. It's called Surf Shop Arabia, and he's been supporting me all my life. And he is the one behind me coming here. And then I also got Body Glove Middle East supporting me to come here as well, and they've been my first international sponsor. So I'm stoked. You know what? If we have that drive back home, I am sure it's gonna drive a lot of UAE nationals to come here. Once they hear my story, how many people are sponsoring me, how many people are supporting me, and what I've done, I am sure next year I'm gonna come with a bigger team. All I want to do is spread the Aloha spirit in the UAE and the Middle East.
Okay, so in different parts of the world, we have different sayings for aloha. You know, in Costa Rica, it might be pura vida. And anyway, in your own native tongue, why don't you spread some aloha?
Well, that's gonna be a tough one because we don't have that. So what I'm gonna do is I think I'm gonna come with a new name. So I'm gonna claim that. But I'm thinking about that.
Okay. Well, do you want to say anything to your folks back home in your native tongue?
Yes, I will. أنا طبعا أحب أشكر جميع اللي ساعدوني، وحاب أشكر جميع الرياضيين في الإمارات اللي شافوا البطولة، وأنا مشارك في هالبطولة إني أشارك وإني طبعا أشجع الرياضيين الإماراتيين الجداد، وإن السنة الجاية إن شاء الله يكون عندنا فريق إماراتي أكبر. وأنا حاب أشكر السفارة الإماراتية في واشنطن، وخاصة حاب أشكر السفير وحاب اشكر السفير العتيبه انه ساعدني ويابني هنا. وحاب اشكر طبعا عبد الله السبوسي من القنصليه الاماراتيه في لوس انجلوس، انه هو اللي شافني وهو اللي كلم السفاره وهو اللي خلاني اجي هنا. طبعا بدونكم انا ما اقدر اسوي شيء، وانا ان شاء الله راح راجع الامارات وانشر الرياضه، وان شاء الله السنه الجايه يكون عندنا منتخب قوي واكبر ان شاء الله في السنه الجايه.
I agree completely. So, you know, this is a very special moment for me because back in the day when I was younger, I was a stunt double in a movie called North Shore. It was all about a kid who learned to surf in a wave pool and then came to Hawaii and surfed in the Pacific Ocean. And, dude, you are the real Rick Kane. Let me shake your hand.
Pleasure to meet you, Mike.
How was your stunt double? What color jersey you got? All right, well, hey, thanks for being on the show. Good luck in your heat today. We got a little more information for you guys. The Surf Report, of course, Surfline is our official forecaster here at the ISA, and things are looking pretty good. We started off with that big, solid southwest swell, but it's supposed to continue a little smaller today. It's going to continue leveling off before fading on the 28th and 29th. But another fun-sized swell is on track for the 29th, 30th, and then there's potential for a much better south-southwest swell on the final last day or last 2 days of the event. So definitely worth staying tuned. The action's going to be great. The surfing just keeps getting better. And today's schedule, we've got the women's. We're going to get to see the ladies rip it up here on the point, lefts and rights. And then we're going to continue round 3, so that action's going to be insane. And then we go into about 6 heats of repecharge where we get to see Rick Kane do his thing. Mo Betta. All right, guys, off to the surf contest. Okay, I did have the mic on, thank God.
50 years ago in 1964, the first World Surfing Championship was held at Manly Beach, Australia, and the International Surfing Association was born. Today, after a half a century of successes around the world, the ISA has swelled to 89 members and will grow to over 100 during 2015. From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate its golden year with the ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games at Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration. The ISA is always surfing with you.
Test, test, test.
Hey, good morning and welcome to the February Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games here in Punta Rocas in Peru. Good morning, boys and girls online. This is day 3, and we have pumping waves once again in Punta Rocas. Fantastic wave, grey weather. We had some sunny weather yesterday, and as it's still early in the morning here, local time is 8 sharp. Well, almost sharp. It's 8:04 in this beautiful beach south of Lima, Peru. We are starting the day with the first round. As you can see, that's Irina from Team Russia getting ready for her hit number 2, and we're just trying to fix a few things. No stress, just a morning. We have an action-packed day here in Punta Rocas with 8 heats of the main round. For the women, we're gonna stick to a 25 format. 6 heats of the main event, round 3 for the men, and we will start this do-or-die situation today, because we're going to start losing little soldiers today, as the last round of the day will be the 6 hits of repechage round 1. So starting from today, every single surfer from the repo, 3rd or 4th in his hit of repechage, will be losing and eventually bringing the minimum points for his team. Right now that's Team Russia making her way down, as we had tried to see if my good friend Philippe's microphone is working. My name is Julien Vico-Hamel. I'm from France. Sorry for my horrendous accent. And Philippe is next to me from Belgium, but living in Chile. So quite used to this grey, gloomy weather in the morning with really good waves. Philippe, how are you?
Fine, thank you. Vico. So it's going to be an interesting third day of competition here. Very back. It's been 2 action-packed days of competition with the men's round, and now we're seeing the first appearance from the girls. So we're going to have, as Vico said, these 8 heats of the main event, round 1 for the women, and we're going to have an action-packed heat. All the heats are stacked, 4 girls in every heat. The water now is already underway. We've got 4 girls in Jessica Grimwood, Australia, in white, Lorena from Chile, yellow, grey bears from New Zealand, and in black we've got Margarita Conde from Colombia. So 4 girls in the water, 5 minutes format for the main event, 20 minutes for the repechage rounds, and there we can see red starting strong. That's Jessica Good on that first wave, making one nice turn. Lots of speed, and behind you can see that is Grace Spears, Zealand. Follow Jessica right in that middle section. You can see it's a bit grayer today. Finally kicks out. We've got a bit of light. Begin the nothing important, but Grace Spears from Zealand. Hello, so opening the first of day at the Clay Safe anniversary 114. Rocas, welcome who's in first day, third day of competition. We want to thank our sponsors who made the event possible, the event Peruvian Institute Board, IPD, also the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO and Herbalife. We are supported by MAPFRE and Repsol, and also we want to thank our media partners, Surf Forecaster, Surfos, the leading surf publication in Latin America, and Pasión Extrema on Fox Sports. So there you can see the wave, still pumping waves, a little smaller than the 2 previous days, as was forecasted by Kevin Wallace from Surfline, but still offering some good faces. And we've got the names of the competitors, we've got the scores. We're waiting for those 2 first waves from Jessica Grimwood in red from Australia and Grace Pearce from New Zealand. So we're still waiting for the first waves. From Latin America, that would be Chile. She's in white, and there she seems to be paddling in that next wave. Finally goes by, and Margarita Conde, she's also up there at the top of the lineup in black for Colombia.
Yes, so just a slow start of the heat today, round 1. The ladies finally making their way into the contest, and white having a look, not going black just behind, is up and riding. That's Margarita Conde from Colombia on the backhand. Nice little snap off the top there. and trying to now make the best of this little mid to inside section of the bottom. To a good crack of the top, sadly falls down on this last turn. Still, nice way to start the heat with for Team Colombia. We have once again in that heat from Australia, Jessica Grimrud, and two ladies from South America and two ladies from what we call the Australasia region. Jessica in red and Grace in yellow from New Zealand, Lorena from Chile, and Margarita from Colombia in the white and black jersey. We have 8 heats to run for this first round. As the boys, the girls are surfing the same format of double elimination. So if they lose, let's surf in white. Lorena Fica from Chile with a nice wraparound cutback on this first section. Kind of a fat section right now. The tide is still punching up. So we have we're going to have some evolving condition during the day. What we do know, as you were saying, Philippe, that the swell is slack for the next few days before going back on thick. What we don't know yet is how this point will be behaving with this swell easing up, getting slightly smaller. We're going to have more lulls, that for sure. We've seen a lot of left-handers surfed yesterday with high scores, 6 and 7. So we may have some interesting options as well on the left-hand side of this wave in Punta Rocas. We are just 46 km down south of the Peruvian capital of Lima. Still busy at the weekend. Yesterday was Sunday afternoon. We had a lot of person on the beach and sunny weather. This morning is just this typical classical of surfing in Peru. Morning, gloomy morning, overcast weather and grey waves, but still good quality. No wind at all. It's glassy as yellow. Grace Spire from New Zealand is up and riding on this wave, long off the bottom to a good carving off the top there, trying to connect. As right now she's entering this mid-section. Floater re-entry. Oh, that's a good complete wave for Miss Grace Spires, as the last section is incoherent, but red is just entering right now. Jessica Grimrud from Australia, with a combo of top turn there, off the bottom to nice carve off the top. And once again, it's going to be interesting to see how the judges evaluate this first exchange of waves. A nice front side of the Pro sadly comes undone. So we're going to see exactly what's going on with the judges right now. Philippe, we have some good waves, and right now our ladies are paddling back out. Smaller surf, less water moving, easier way to paddle out.
Exactly, and as you can see there on the wider shots, the conditions are still quite difficult to find your position in the lineup. Waves are breaking a little bit more outside on the bigger sets, sometimes a little bit more open also, and we saw yesterday several waves go unridden while the riders couldn't find the exact point. And today is a bit more of the same, but a little bit smaller for the start of the women. We're waiting on the scores. We're also going to give you the names of who will be in series number 2. We will have in red Melanie Inta from Peru, in white Josefina Ane Argentina, in yellow Inako Kurokawa from Japan, and in black Irina Kosobukina from Russia. So I just simply putting it and going down. So also we want to remind you that we got the website of the event, launching this webcast with your partners that is also contributing the live transmission. You can find us at www.isawg. That is the official website event. We've already got the highlights from 1 and 2. We've also got the photo galleries. We've got teams. If you want to see who is representing your country, you can go over there, click on the Teams tab, and you can find the information about every team member. And we're still compiling the information. On the official site from ISA, isasurf.org, you can more information about the International Surfing Association and the mission programs it is doing for surfing around the world. Yesterday we had a very interesting interview with President Ferguere. He was rated for the time consecutively as president of the station, and also Barbara Kendall. She's the newly appointed president of the ISA alongside Casper Stay. So we had Bob Fernando talk about ISA, where we world. And today we'll be having more interviews. We are sure official program, and our time we'll be having guests as yesterday. The booth will be communicating the official information. Also, for those connected very early, you could see the morning show that was with Latronic, our co-host here on English Web, and he was interviewing Mohamed Rama. He was meeting yesterday, and Mohamed Rama learned to that's Wadi Adventure Park, and probably the future of surfing we want to get in. And so this is the first time was in the ocean. The rugby being played against such conditions, and he was here surfing Punta Rocas.
And we have some action now in the surfer in white. Nice wrap around back for us in white. Lorena Fique now trying to connect on tension. Is being patient, and that may off another little upturn there. Score is on our computer. Why? Because there's been a flood of action over the last few days. We a lot of big waves. Eventually, one surfer would take a wave and up to 7 to go back to the lineup. Right now, it's smaller. There's more coming, smaller waves. So the girls like getting wave after wave after wave. One showing that's on the judge of the contest. All the judges are then have time once the head, because of the day, the first time you have is on this being scored. Once everything is analyzed, then the judges will change the numbers and we will have a situation. So pretty much like old school thing when it's a contest right now. The girls just surfing what they can find. From there, the beach dancer Kevin Moore or Mono will out the situation. So far, no scores our computer. We know that we've had some good wave from red, yellow, and white. Black has had a good wave well, so we're gonna see now plenty of time. We are still in a 25-minute format, so no stress. We have waves. We have a time right now finishing to in. And we have maybe on this one. Sadly, so again, this is the Claro Ice 50th anniversary World Surfing Games here on the World Cup point break of Punta Rocas. I've left to right, and the surfer that wave, that surfer in yellow and gray spikes from New Zealand. His first tire of the bottom, long curly. Nice snap at top. A lot of variety for Grace, and I think the judge will like it. That was a set wave, and she's trying to make the best she can to eventually connect all the dots till the inside. Sadly, comes unstuck on the last front side re-entry. Still, we have a few scores. Everything has been punched in but the last few right. So let's go by colors. First of red, a 3.67 and a 6.93 as a second wave for Jessica Grimrud. In white for Lorena Fique from Chile, a 5.17 and a 2-point as a backup. Waiting for last of year to be scored because she's already on a 4.1 and a 7.67 Grace. Her last may be a good backup as well. Black, one wave, 2.5. That's also from Australia, Jessica Greenwood. She's seeing something better than a 3.67 prior to last of yellow. She was already chasing a 4.8, maybe more like a 6.5 now. Nice combo of Covington on this wave. And connecting all the way to the inside. Maybe she's going to have this last little foam bounce to get something really better, but no, as you can see, the tide is not good enough yet to eventually connect all the way to the shore. So still a few good turns. What we've seen so far since the beginning of the event, judges do like the girls and the boys coming in the first section. Already two really good range scores, 6.9, 7. We're waiting for the last wave of yellow and last wave of red, but we've seen some strong and serious being taken by our team from Australasia between New Zealand and Australia.
5:45 seconds left in the first series of the day. We'll have 8 series of a women's round. This is series number 1, and so that was the breakdown of the score. We want to also that we have got social media. You can go to facebook.com/International Surfing Association. If you still haven't done it, put I like and follow us there on Facebook. You can follow us also on Instagram and Twitter with exclusive material. Our username is ISA Surfing, so please do not forget the official hashtag of the event. You can see it there in the lower right corner of your screen. It's ISA 50WSG. So as World Surfing Games, if you use this hashtag, we can easily find everything you post about this great event. This is the 50th anniversary of the ISA. It was formed in 1964 during first world event won by Farrelly, and the following year it came at this exact same spot, Punta Roca, and Peruvian won the world tour, and that was really a bit mad. We'll be giving you more facts also about this important event, the 50th anniversary. While we can see the horizon is coming in. Yesterday we saw quite a lot of also being by to show variety repertoire, and so change right, and we saw really good ridden on left. Also highest wave of the event by Peruvian Sebastián Alarcón. He got 0.63, that was yesterday. So my query in surfing African 9.13 wave of the day. That was great action. Round 2 closed yesterday of competition at the Claro IA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games.
Yes, Philippe, as judges are punching in the numbers, and right now last exchange was important for our first and second surfers. 5.64 of Grace Spires with combo, really nice carving of the tops, and 5.03 for Jessica. So these two waves enter the two best wave, and so far we have a strong Australasia. First place yellow from Team New Zealand, Grace Spires, sitting on a 7.67 and a 5.6. So straight off the bat, judges really trying to focus on the quality of surfing. And second place for Jessica Grimwood from Australia on the 6.93 and a 5.03 as a backup. So strong right now position for these two girls. Just behind, Lorena Fica is chasing a 8.04. That's a big score, but she is able to make it right now. She is sitting on a 5.17 and a 2.8 as a backup. Now time enemy as we are down to less than 3 minutes. And from Team Colombia having a shocker 2.5, and that's all. She is right now sitting on one single score. She's chasing 9.47 to go up to second, and a combo of 13.28 if she wants to move up to first. So not that much time, and right now Jessica and Grace second and first place. Next hit we're gonna have Team Peru, Melanie Junta, Josefina Ane, that was, I think she was our flag bearer or send power for Team Argentina. Inako Kurokawa from Japan, and Kozobukina from Team Russia. Surfer in white, Lorena, big score, but that's a nice wraparound curly there. Sadly, no face to hit the leap. Still, nice little. She was trying to better 2.87, possibly getting a 8.11. 11 is so far a score nobody gets the score of the hit so far is 6.7, but good message from the judges right now, Philippe. Early in the morning and already some good wave, and judges do not hesitate to put some higher scores, going all the way up to almost the excellent range of 7.67 for Grace Spires for Jessica. So plenty of space on scale as our hit leaders. A Grace Spires, nice full roundhouse come back off the bottom to snap, carving off the top. Oh, hello, quality of swing. Nice curly to connect. Time is ticking away. 1 minute and 15 seconds. It will be her last wave. She was trying to 5 points. She already first. Now I think all she will do is putting her mark, saying, okay, I'm here. The second wave, 5.6, almost no throwaways in that hit for Grace. 55 seconds to go, Philippe.
So this is the last minute of this first series of the day. It seems as Grace Spires has taken control of this series from the beginning after that opening wave from Jessica Grimwood from Australia. 35 seconds left, so we will be seeing in the following heat Melanie Junta from Peru, Josefina Ane from Argentina, Inako Kurakawa from Japan, and Irina Kozobukina from Russia. And there we can see a girl going through the white section there, very milky, waiting for that wave to form. That's Jessica Grimwood from Australia. As you can see, it's a lot grayer today. Beautiful photos we've got from yesterday. Also, you can try to watch the highlights, and there goes the buzzer. indicating the end first series. So we have a water start when there's only 5 minutes left. Heat. The next series can enter the water. That's why you see two light colors, two yellows at the certain heats. And so the girls are going to unofficials. First position for Grace Byers from New Zealand. Second position Jessica Grimwood from Australia. Third Lorena Fica from Chile, and fourth position for Margarita Conde from Colombia. So we're resetting the clock, 25 minutes for this next series. 10 waves maximum allowed. We will take into account the two best scores of each competitor to define the positions. Welcome to Peru for the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We are at World Class Point Break of Punta, and I'm joined by none other than Mike Latronic. Mr. Vico is taking his break, and welcome. We saw you down the morning show with Mohamed Khama with a very interesting conversation. We already had him yesterday during the interview.
Yeah, the real Rick Kane lives. Gotta love it, man. Great story. Really inspiring to see a surfer from the United Arab Emirates. It's just a really telling. You know, the ISA is gathered a new nation. It's a landlocked nation, but he's in a wave pool. So, yeah, if you caught the mo, that was a real pleasure for me to sit into that, man. We're going to be seeing him come up in a later heat today, later in the repertoire, but right now it's all about the ladies. It's all about this surfer in white. This is Josefina Ane from Argentina. Sorry, that's yellow. That is Hinako Kurokawa from Japan. Long section there. On beautiful waves this morning. The girls are really getting a great opportunity here to showcase their stuff. So does a couple of there on the ins, but it's always nice to get a wave right off the right. I mean, establishing rhythm.
Exactly, and with less than a minute. First series, Hinako Kurokawa opening the scoreboard and follows her right behind Josefina Ane from Argentina going on that section, but the wave closes out on her and she cannot advance that huge section. Follow Melanie Junta from Peru. We've seen really a strong surfing from the guys from the Peruvian Armada, and here goes Melanie Junta. That wave sort of riding it out and kicking off and just opening the scores, taking it easy, got lots of time, so it's still 20 minutes left in this second series of the day, and we'll be having more of these incredible stories that the ISA has tons of along the years and so many events. For oops, and Wipeout.
Yeah, that was Irina Kosu Bukina. So another very unique and new country to the ISA, but there we see our little rest area, little rest and relaxation from the Claro competitors area. Look at these beautiful waves, beautiful peaks right and left. The right's definitely light. Got plenty of swell on tap. It's supposed to level off a little more today and then possibly bump up tomorrow. Another attempt, I think that was our surfer in black again, trying to get her first score. So we have some scores coming in earlier rides. A little low scoring affair. Melanie Gunta started off. She got that 1.0 for her effort. Josefina Ane from Argentina got a 2.5. And Hinako Kurokawa with the best wave score of the heat thus far with a 3.0. She rode that wave a long way, opting to stay a little safe. So therein lies the 3.0. Well,
21 minutes and 30 seconds left. We've already got the first. So Hinako Kurokawa, her first wave was a 3-point ride. She leads the heat until now. Josefina Ane from Argentina takes second position with a 2.5 for her first wave. Melanie Junta follows third. She gets 1 point for her first ride. She just rided it out, and that wipeout from Irina from Russia 0.43. And like you said, very interesting situation for Russia. Last year in Panama and Santa Catalina, that was the first participation of Russia with only one surfer. That was Sergei Rashivayev. He came and represented Russia, and this year they've come back with a complete team, 4 guys and 2 girls representing the Federation of Russia. While we see there Melanie Junta, 1 point on the first wave. This is going to top better, a nice opening turn, lots of control. They're connecting with the white water, hitting the top of the wave, connecting back on that cutback, finally coming out. But that will be a lot better score without than 1 point to get things started when there's 20 minutes left. And so last year also it was the first participation of Turkey that came into the ISA family, and they had 2 surfers, and they've come back this year. And this year we've got 2 countries that are starting officially their campaigns, and that is Dubai with Mohammed that you interviewed in the morning, and also another very interesting team, Scotland.
Yeah, it just keeps getting more and more colorful here. The United Arab Emirates representative this year, and I keep saying this, but I got to see a video of Scotland the other day, and I was very. They have amazing surf, or at least the waves I saw. It looked like a cold water version of Nias. These guys were just getting shacked on this beautiful right-hander. So there's waves all over the world, and that's one of the things the ISA is great in doing. It's a reflection that surfing is shared throughout the planet, and it's a common denominator. So if you're a surf adventurer and you're watching this event and you see all these different countries, you know that, well, actually 1 or 2 of them are landlocked, but there's just waves all over the planet, and it's great to share the surfing lifestyle here with the world.
Just about that, adding to the fact that obviously surf and the ocean, that long relationship, but this might be about to change with, as you said, in the example of Mohammed and Dubai with the wave pool. But yesterday, Fernando, during the interview, when we had it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, confirmed that an ISA event will be held at a wave pool somewhere in the world very soon. So that's a very important bit of news, and that will be an interesting event without a doubt.
Yeah, and I read up a little story about Fernando's perspective on the wave. Some naturalists may, boo-hoo that kind of thing. Oh, surfing shouldn't belong in a wave pool and this and that. Really, for the cause of the Olympics, where they need to have timed events and strategically placed days, in the ocean you can't really depend on Mother Nature sometimes. You have storms and hurricanes and stuff like that. So for the purpose of getting the Olympics, getting surfing into the Olympics, the wave pool is the right choice. And Fernando drew a great parallel. There's millions and millions and millions of people who love to jog. They love to run. And sometimes they run on dirt trails or mountain trails or through a forest or, even in their own parks. But, there's trees and grass and things to look at and da-da-da-da-da. Well, in the Olympics, they're running on a track. It's a man, and, the people who love running love to watch, see who's going to win in the Olympics. Same with surfing. While surfing, in nature may be a completely different experience, in order to get the spectating, you have it in a wave pool, and the spectators will still love to see the best surfer in the world perform. And these are getting better and better, much closer to the real thing.
So we're going to have some very interesting future events with the advent of these wave pools around the world. The second score from Peruvian, she is in red, Melanie Junta, the highest wave of the series so far, so a 4.17. She gets a total of 5.17, takes first position, leaving Inako Kurokawa from Japan in yellow in second position. Other wave is a 3 points, still waiting. Second score is a set coming behind. Will one of the girls be able to catch one of these waves? There's 16 minutes and 30 seconds left, and there goes red, from what it seems, having some difficulty getting out. That was black, Irina Kosobukina. for a maiden participation in an ISA world-class event here in Punta Rocas, and once again Peru doesn't under-deliver. We've got waves all over the place, very constant. This is why this is the last point when we see Japanese Iko Kurokawa falling on that section of the wave.
Well, I gotta say, I'm a little jealous of these ladies this morning. The waves are so glassy and nice, and you see all these beautiful little peaks coming in. So kudos to the ladies getting to surf such fun little waves this morning. It's perfect. Looks like we might have a paddler here, and that last score coming in for Hinako Kurokawa at 1.77. So not going to be one of the waves she wants to keep. So here's a nice little wave off the inside. We're going to zoom in a little closer and see what color we got. I believe that was red. So that was Melanie Gunta from Peru trying to up her ante and throw away that 1.0. A little better than that, but not by much. So with about 15 minutes left, there's plenty of time for these ladies to pack their score line with something.
Excellent waves on offer here. As you can see, nice peeling walls. Mainly we have seen very few lefts. I wonder if the girls are going to try to go for one left during their heats to mix a little. Here comes another nice bowl there, a little bit further down the reef, and it's white Josefina Ane from Argentina there taking a nice wave, nice. Keeps on going, and we can hear Argentinian crew cheering on every turn that Josefina is doing. Take her to first position for Josefina Ane. She's going to fit that first slot of the series with Melanie Junta from Peru. 40 minutes left. We've got the names of the following competitors. They will be in heat number 3. We're going to see Samantha Alonso from Panama, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, the very young Pura Vida. There she's only 14 years old, and now Omura from Japan and Celia Barbosa from Uruguay. All girls with experience in ISA World events. So it's going to be very interesting, and for now we're going to wait for the latest score. Just missing 2 judges for Fina Ane from Argentina, and see if last wave was enough to take her directly to first position.
Well, the scores are dropping, and they're looking pretty good for Josephine Ane. She only needed a small score, and she's got it. She's got a 4.03 that puts her into first position thus far, with Melanie Gunta in second. Hinako Kurokawa currently in third place. She only needs 3.54 to move into first position, just a 2.75 to move into second. So similarly, Irina Kusobukina from Russia only needs a 5.32 second position. So things still pretty close. No one's really taken a giant lead here. And with all these really nice waves coming in, pretty much anything can change. So if you're just tuning in, this is the Caro ISA 50th anniversary celebration of the World Surfing Games. Golden anniversary time. That's a long time to be celebrating, and we're stoked to be here.
50 years of surfing with the ISA since 1964. Things have changed dramatically since then. It was only 5 countries in 1964 that signed the initial charter that founded the organization when it was still called the ISA. And since then, ISA this year is closing the country 90. That's 90. Going on a wave there, a nice making the bottom, going along the section. Here she is doing that top carving turn, connecting with the white. Nope, I'm finally kicking out, and she's only got her own 4.3 on her first wave. We're still waiting on a second score, and so we're going to see if that will be enough to take her to third or second position. We've already hit the half time of the heat, so only 11 minutes and 15 seconds left.
Well, that was a beautiful little wave she picked. Very clean face. She wasn't doing much to get vertical or anything, but she did a nice little carve off the top. It should come in between 2 and 4 points, but not likely enough to get her into second position yet. But certainly she needs to start building her campaign, and that was a much needed first decent ride for her. So just about 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. You can see some bumps coming in. Surfers on the outside are paddling. We'll see what happens here. You're about to say something?
Yes, we're being handed the first official results from heat number 1. That was Grace Spires taking the lead for New Zealand, first position with 13.5 total. Second position for red, that was Jessica Grimwood from Australia with a total score of 11.96. Third position white, Lorena Fica from Chile with 9.8, and fourth, that was black, Margarita Conde from Colombia with 2.5. On the wave, up and riding is Josefina Ane from Argentina, actual leader from this series. If you want to see any official results, if you want to see previous heats, the results of the men yesterday, you can head to the official event website, isawsg.com, where you can see all the teams also. And if you click the tab results, you can check every results heat by heat and just analyze them. If you want to see how did your fellow countrymen do, you can check it all there at the official website. And do not forget the official website, ISA, if you want to know more about the organization, isasurf.org.
Well, you can see on your screen the girls just got completely washed in. There's red. Melanie Gunta is finally making her way to the shoulder, but Hinako Kurakawa from Japan is just buried in whitewash there. She's got pushed halfway in, and this might really work to the advantage of the Russian surfer who finished her wave in the channel and has a clear shot to paddle back out. So in the meantime, Melanie Gunta got a small score of 1.57, nothing much to speak of, and Hinako Kurakawa got a 0.60, so that won't be affecting her score line. Interesting to develop later on. I'm surprised, the first few waves of the sets that you could see the left-hander was also plenty of opportunity for scoring potential. They were there in position left, but they chose to try to paddle out and over that wave and try to get the sets. Of course, that didn't work too well for them. Be interesting to see later if they start spinning around and just going left. But look at this. More lines approaching, Philip.
Nice set wave coming down the Rocas, and we can hear from the booth all the people on the cliff whistling to give a bit of warning to the 4 girls in the water. Josefina Ane finally takes that first of the set. You can see paddling Melanie Junta. Josefina Ane standing on that wave finally decides that it's not worth taking it and having to paddle so much back out. So sometimes that's an intelligent choice. He's actually leading the heat, and there's only 7 minutes and 40 seconds. You have to take that paddle back that you're going to run right now and make sure that you can make it back out in time and maybe catch another one in any case. So we're getting a few scores. That latest wave, the second wave from Irina Kosobukina from Russia, was 2.4, so she gets that together with a 0.43. That still leaves her in 4th position. She only needs a 2.38, now 6.8 to go to 3rd, and 3.35 to go to 2nd. That latest wave from Japanese Inako in yellow gets 2.07, so she replaces a 1.77 with that latest wave. She gets a total of 5.07, still in 3rd position. So Latin America taking control of this number 3. Josefina Ane first, Melanie Junta from Peru 2nd position, 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Also, we are going to start the beach interviews. That's going to be interesting, having this input from the surfers directly after the heat, as everybody who's been following webcasts from the ISA events knows, and see the stoke on the face of the winners.
Yeah, it's also good to get the insights, see what they're thinking, see how they're feeling. It really helps us find what's going on in the water. We're out here, we're looking at it on a screen, you're looking at it on a screen, but nothing like getting that 3D the athlete that's just gotten out of the water. So look forward to that happening and coming into play here on the webcast soon. In the meantime, we still watching these beautiful waves at Punta Rocas, and I'll say something about the scoring. Usually, to describe these waves, it gets a little more difficult when you're dealing with, some of these short, low-scoring rides. For the judging, it must be very hard to pick apart the differences in, these little scores. It is really nice to see if some of these athletes can separate themselves from the pack and really lay down some turns, lay down some longer rides, like that one 4.17 of Melanie Gunta. I think that was the best ride of the heat so far. So she's looking to back that up, although she is sitting in second place. It's always nice to see a little separation in the scores.
So this is the double elimination format from the ISA. In the main event, which we are now with the girls, this is the first round. Anybody who finishes third or fourth doesn't get eliminated from the event. You get a second chance on the repechage round, which is like a parallel round that keeps getting losers from the main event as the main event progresses. And so obviously it becomes more and more difficult as you advance, and that's why on this round there's a little bit less pressure on being third or fourth, as that means that you only slip down to the repechage round. Obviously, the aim of the competitors, of the surfers, is to stay as long as possible on the main event, try not to fall down to that repechage round, and keep that sort of mistake card in your pocket as late as possible, as we see Hinako Kurokawa a nice off the top, trying quite a lot of water. Nice maneuver there with another cutback connecting with the white water, and as you can see, the wave is a little, and it doesn't exactly connect as the two previous days with the men on the weekend, where you could try to pump and bob down until you arrived at the middle section, and some even managed to arrive at the last section, finishing the last maneuver on the beach break.
Well, that was a smaller wave by Hinako Kurokawa, but you notice she racked that first section. She did a nice off the lip. The judges are definitely going to reward her for the good maneuver. She gets a 4.03, and that jettisons into first place. So judges obviously make a statement that maneuvers, quality, are going to yield the greatest points. So a little bit of a lull in the action. You see the ladies out there waiting. There's about 3 minutes left, so ample time for a few more waves to come rolling in. You can see a little peak forming up there on the south, and three surfers sort of jostling around to get in position for this. But it's a shifty little lineup out there. I mean, you have some waves that they bump up out of the south and they double up, and then sometimes they shift right back over. So it's going to be a little strategy at play as to where and when to take on these waves. And then you've got the depth perception, because when the difference between the 3-foot waves and the 4-foot waves might be 20 to 30 yards out the back. So a little bit of challenge there, a little bit of strategy on placing yourself in the right position lineup. As you see, these ladies played their cards on the inside and paying for it now.
So nice overhead set still coming in. If we had 6 to 8 foot face in the first day of competition, it got a little bit smaller. Yesterday we still saw some 6 to 7 feet faces, and today, as you said, it's a bit smaller, but we still got some nice surf, nice overhead conditions, lots of space to apply maneuvers with nice open faces on this right-hander. And we're in the last minutes of the series with less than 2 minutes to go. 1 minute and 40 seconds. So we have got 8 heats of the main event, round 1 of the woman, until 11:20, 11 more or less. We will be following with the main event, round 3 of the men. That should start around then, 11:30. So it is actually 10 to 9 in Peru, if you want to set your clocks to check in later on the men. And we will be following with the first round of repechage. So we're going to see the first surfers eliminated at the end of the day, the first disappointed, obviously. and so that would be starting around 2 p.m. We're also going to see who we will have to interview. Third and fourth in the main event fall down to the repechage round, but in the repechage round, if you lose, if you fall third or fourth, that's the end of the competition, and you get your points towards the team's standings.
Yeah, well, today is the day when the team actually start to come into play, because right now everyone's still in the competition technically. And here goes white. This is Josephine Ane. She's already in second position. Not sure of the strategy on that. She's running out of time, but she does want to throw away a 2.5. So if she can manage a decent maneuver on this wave, it's quite likely she might throw away that small score and help solidify her own position. But here's the lady sitting in third position who needs a 2.37 before that last ride of Ane. So judges are going to have their work cut out of them, because this is a crucial wave for third place in Surfer. As you can hear the countdown, all in the hands of the judges.
There goes the buzzer indicating the end of series number 3. So we're going to wait for that later score before giving unofficial results. In the water already the 4 competitors from next series, series number 4 from round 1 of the women's division. We want to welcome you to the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We are the world-class point break of Punta Rocas. This event is presented by the Peruvian Institute of Sports, IPD, the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO and Herbalife. We are also supported by the Peruvian National Olympic Committee, Termos, and also FENTA, the Peruvian National Federation of Surf. We want to thank also our media partners, Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero, and also Tablista Magazine, and also all the outlets, media outlets that are hosting our webcast directly on their websites, such as Surfers Village, waves.com.br, Surfers Magazines, and also all the National Federation websites are showing this live webcast during the 8 days of competition. So we are waiting for the following heat to start. They are still defining the judges. As you said, this is a very critical wave and the positions are going to change, and we're waiting to see those results.
Well, we got to see the 2 ladies on their backhand surf the rights, but what we didn't see was yellow. Hinaka Kurokawa from Japan must have gone left or gotten a wave as we were watching one of the other girls, because she got a bomb and she got a 4.67, really solidifying her first place position. All about second and third. Melanie Gunta's scores just about to come in. Josefina Ane landed at 3.27, so she's still in second place until we get the last score. Gunta, who needs a 3.14 to advance, and unfortunately does not get it. She gets a 2.83. So it looks like we have Kurokawa from Japan in first, Ane Argentina second, Gunta from Peru in third, and our lone Russian girl in this heat from Ina Kubunka taking fourth place.
Series number 3. So we're setting up the interviews also on the beach to interview the winners of each series, and there goes the buzzer marking the start of heat number 4. 25 minutes on the clock, a maximum of 10 waves allowed, taking into account the 2 best scores to define positions. So this is only recently starting. We've got 3 Latin girls, with Samantha Alonso from Panama in red, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica in white, and Celia Barbosa from Uruguay against the girls. This is Omura, Japan, and she is in yellow. So we're going to see some nice waves coming in, very calm surf spot. One of the few countries in the world that can boast 300 days of surfing during the year. Opening the series is white. That is young Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica. Nice line, nice top turn there, and the wave really deflates on the last part of the first section, and it's very difficult to find the waves that carry you along until that section. You can apply those turns that were giving you most of the score. There's some nice lines on the horizon.
Yeah, well, you can see the ladies are going to be a little caught inside, but in the meantime, the inside bowl is rallying down. Is a Nao Momura from Japan, unfortunately, she gets caught behind the whitewash, rolling in. Have her work cut out for her getting through all that white water. So we've got a paddler on the shoulder, unable to get to that wave, but lots of ocean moving still, lots of waves coming in. You can see the cliffside here is getting a little busier. And let's see if one of these ladies can get busy on this wave. Oh, not quite. All right, first scores are dropping in for Leilani McGonigal. Not going to be a huge score. As you mentioned, that wave completely deflated right after that first big section, but she did manage one good turn off the outside and a cut back, so it looks like she's going to get a lower to medium score. And now Omura from Japan for that closeout is going to throw away.
So a bit of a slow start on this series compared to the 3 previous ones of the. As you say, it's a bit of luck what you get in your heat with the ocean, and so also the tide is getting lower, so the tide is emptying, and we should see the conditions getting better until that point at the morning, more or less at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. We should see the lowest tide during the day when we see the shift, making the conditions a bit more difficult. We shouldn't be seeing any wind also. That's one of the advantages of being overcast today, is that wind will appear later on. Yesterday, due to the sun coming out, yesterday was a beautiful sunny day in Punta Rocas. And today it's a bit grayer, a bit overcast, and so hopefully the wind doesn't come up as yesterday in the afternoon. Obviously it was affecting a little bit the wave. Here goes Surfer in black, if I'm not wrong, Celia Barbosa. That's red, Samantha Alonso from Panama, taking off on that bigger wave. Nice overhead wave, a bit fat. They're making a nice top turn, cheered by our fellow countrymen, the Panamanians. They're staying right in front of us. There she goes, Samantha kicking out. And great guys, the Panamanians. Last year, really good memories there in Santa Catalina, where Oli Camarena, better known as Juan Carlos Gonzalez, ended up with the silver medal, and he's going for gold. This time he really wants it. And we see him every time in front of the house, and he's a really fun guy to be around.
Yeah, well, fun is the name of the game here, and Leilani McGonigal is just going berserk on this little insider. Did a nice little crack off there on that closeout section, but that wave closes out too. Samantha Alonso from Panama, I believe she's also a low Catalina, so she's no stranger to some good solid long right-handers, and she really looks strong on that last wave. We're waiting for scores to drop, but a nice opening ride for Alonso from Panama. And yeah, the Panamanian team is staying right next door to us, so I did get the chance to actually surf with Ali Kamar last night, and he was blowing up, you know, little airs, little good to see such progressive surfing. We'll see how he does here in the event, but judges looking to reward McGonigal for that big turn here. Scores already preliminarily dropping and looking solid for the young Costa Rican. So she's only 14 years old, and she is almost a veteran, I would say, here at the ISA. I've seen her at these events now for several years. She got a 7.83 cracking that big section. So judges really, really looking at progressive surfing right now.
That latest maneuver from Leilani McGonigal and that huge job really paid off for the Costa Rican. And as you were saying, they are points to commitment. That was a very committed move. They're making the Costa Rican and hitting the lip strong. So 7.83 right behind the Samantha Alonso, 5.10 on her first wave, opening our score. So even if it was a slower start at the series, finally we're seeing better surf during the heat, with higher scores being posted and not as many throwaway scores. So that's going to be interesting. We've now got 19 minutes left in this series number 4. We want to remind you about all our social media. We want to hear you. We want to know what you think about the event. And so You can head towards our Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association, and make posts. We will be trying to read those during the day. Our Twitter and Instagram also. So our usernames are ISA Surfing, and please do not forget the official hashtag of the event, ISA50WSG. So that's the official hashtag. If you post properly all the social media that you will be communicating during the event, we can compile that on our official website, which is www.isawsg.com, with all the best material during the event, photos and pictures, incredible media is being produced, obviously, with the amount of talent of the surfing world here present and congregated in Punta Rocas. Really an incredible wave, incredible setting, this natural stadium of surfing.
Yeah, and actually carved out some sort of Colosseum-esque staging right here on the cliffside, so you can actually sit down and it's almost like bleachers for the ocean. So, right, we've got an attempt here. Got a rider in black. This is Celia Barbosa from Uruguay. Unfortunately, she loses that wave. All that work to get into that. She wasn't able to stay with it. You can see the wave completely backed off. She would have had to cut back pretty far to stay with the energy of that wave. A little more sparse now. You know, the ladies are really having to select the position in the lineup, where to be and when to be there, because sometimes there's some really good double ups, but they're right before a set. So you have to kind of take a risk to be on that long double up section on the outside, because you could turn around after you miss it, and 30 yards out, you'll be facing a stack of whitewash.
Exactly. 16 minutes and 40 seconds, and we're being handed the official results sheet from two. So very quickly, first position was for Japan, Inako Kurokawa in yellow with a total score of 8.7. Second for white, Josefina Ane from Argentina with 7.3. Third position was red, Melanie Junta from, who has a total score of 7 points, and fourth position for black, Irina Kosobukina from Russia gets 2.83. That was the official results for series number 2. If you want to see all the results, you can head also to our website, www.isawsg.com, and there in the tab results you can check every heat from the first round of the main event of the men and women, and all charges round as they're getting populated by all the surfers finishing third and fourth in the main event series. So we're in series number 3 of 8 heats of the first round of the women, making the first appearance here at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games, live from Punta Rocas.
And the ISA has been building champions now for 50 years. Some of those names, some of those great surfers in recent times, names like Gabriel Medina, current ASP World Tour leader, was a participant here and a former champion, junior champion. The women are really interesting story there. Almost every lady that is on the World Tour has been in an ISA event, all of them. So really a sort of a talent surfing machine maker here. The ISA is helping these athletes bridge their way into pro surfing. Gonagle, it's going to be a throwaway. She got up and down, and it was a non-event. Not much action, so we see Team Panama cheering with their flag on the beach. Now where are we?
In beautiful Punta Rocas, really incredible spot. We're lodged 4 kilometers further up north from the event site in Punta Hermosa, and it's really wonderful in the morning and evenings. Also going back to Punta Hermosa, as it's called, where you have 2 world-class waves. So you've got Caballeros, which is the right, and you've got Señoritas, which is the left. Obviously yesterday and Saturday it was very crowded due to it being the weekend, also having the world-class event here. lots of people. Today it's Monday, lots of people back at the office. Big hello to all of you who are following us from work, and very happy to be able to bring you the best surfing in the world directly there during your day. And so it is 9 o'clock local time. If you want to set at 1 p.m. we should be having an interview with, once again, some very interesting guests. We will confirm who it is later during the day. Yesterday we had Fernando Aguirre, the president of the ISA, talking about the organization, alongside the newly appointed vice president, that's Barbara Kendall. She's an Olympic gold medalist from the windsurfing world. She won a gold medal in Barcelona in '96, and so that's a great addition, obviously, to the ISA board and the direction that Fernando wants to give to the ISA of trying to surfing into the Olympic Games. That's his great dream, and he's got a plan that work, and part of the plan is obviously these ISA events, but we've got lots more going on, like the development programs such as the scholarships. We've been giving out $225,000 since 7 years, and this year your national federation can postulate to have these grants of $500 or $1,000. We've got $50,000 for 2014 to give away. So if you need support for your country, young kids under 18 that need financial support to get to events or to study, that's one way of doing it. And Juninho Urcia is one of the fine examples. He's a poor surfer from a little fisherman's village, and he got these scholarships, and he ended up on the Peruvian national team that ended up being the world champion. So scholarships do work. If you want to check more about that program, you can check about it on isasurf.org. Everything there is detailed, and maybe you could submit some application form for one of your local kids.
Yeah, well, the deadline for application is June, so there's plenty of time to research that, get involved, and get active on helping either get yourself or kids you know some support to follow their dreams. And so, yeah, Team Peru is looking really strong this year. We're really lucky to have Peru hosting this event. Peru's just really well known for its consistent surfing, quality waves. We were here in Peru back in 2010 for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and believe it or not, Team Peru won that championships. And one of the surfers surfing today, Cristobal de Cole, was the individual champion in that event. So we're gonna be real stoked to see him coming up later in the round 3 men's division. So a little lull in the action there. That big set caught all the ladies by surprise. Some of them had to paddle around the left side of the peak, and you can see out there's some more lines coming. Those will take about 15 seconds to get in here, and hopefully we'll see some more action real soon.
So there's some waves coming in. You can see also the jet skis. Yesterday we had the Navy from Peru also helping with security in the water. We want to thank also all the local surfers who embraced this event, obviously lending us their spot for a few days, accepting that we're taking all of their waves during 8 days. Obviously there's loads of waves all around the place around there. Contiki, Señoritas, Caballeros. There's waves further down south also where some judges have been surfing, and they say it's totally uncrowded. So there's no shortage of breaks and waves in Peru. If you want to come, this is a perfect surf destination. Excellent food also. We really need to try a ceviche, which is the typical dish from Peru. Also lomo saltado, very nice meat. When we see the Celia Barbosa from Uruguay, she was making the drop. She's one of the 2 surfers that have only got 1 wave until now. There's already been 11 minutes going by in this series, and they've only got 1 wave each. Samantha Alonso's got a nice opening 5.1, but she needs to get that second wave. She's actually sitting in second position. If she wants to get back to Leilani McGonigal, she needs to get at least a 6.91 to go back to first position. where the Costa Rican has got a total of 12, and Celia Barbosa gets her second wave 0.7 alongside her 1.43. That gives her a total of 3.13. That's not enough to go to third position. She needs a 3.41 to do so, with 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this series number 3.
Well, yeah, Samantha Alonso sitting in second place with only one score, and Samantha Alonso in second and Leilani Magano in first have gone kind of quiet in these last 5 or 6 minutes. So, wondering, maybe they're resetting their rhythm or just got too caught inside on those waves. But really hoping to see the back half of this heat continue with some good waves and some good riding, because thus far it's been a pretty low-scoring affair. And let's talk about the new nations in the ISA. ISA is spreading surfing all around the planet. The new moniker for ISA is Always Surfing With You. Well, ISA is Always Surfing With You, and now they are introducing surfing to all these new places. The United Arab Emirates, Russia, Scotland, Turkey, the Maldives. I mean, we know there's great surf all over the planet, but typically you never heard of those countries being involved in surfing. And we also have Nepal, of all places. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, Fernando talked about it yesterday during the interview. Nepal is the country number 90 to join the ISA. Part of the Olympic movement, getting surfing in the Olympic Games, also they say that there's this unspoken number, which is having 100 member federations. So that has been a great work from Fernando to increase the number of federations that are the umbrella of the ISA, representing them towards this Olympic movement. And we are actually at number 90, and Nepal, obviously, as some might not know, is a landlocked country. And so why would they have a surfing federation? Basically, the president of the surfing federation practices stand-up paddle on lakes in Nepal. The ISA association is to stand-up paddle race in Nepal, and so we've got a few landlocked countries. We saw the Switzerland also. That's always very interesting, always a fun team to have around. And obviously Switzerland doesn't have any sea or ocean, but they do surf on the lakes when it's windy enough. But most of the Swiss team live in the south of France, or they live in Spain, or they live in the Canaries, and obviously that's where they get the level. And usually the Swiss are pretty good also when they are playing events.
Yeah, it's real interesting how these landlocked countries, they discover surfing. You know, these individuals discover surfing and they venture out into the world and actually pursue it as a lifestyle. And now, you know, they've taken it back to their home countries, you know, discussed it with the sports organizations there, and actually organized themselves to be part of this international surfing organization. So if you surf, if you're watching this webcast, chances are you surf, then we don't do you or to you how much addicting the sport is. Once you've surfing, ridden your wave, gotten the wind in your hair, surfboard, you know, it is, I can't tell you how times I've done the same 3,000 kayaks, but every day I see waves, I can't just want to do it more and more. So that feeling is spreading all over the world, and that's one of the things that ISA is most proud of, is that, you know, they're really sending surfing to the world. They're really reflecting that energy of Stoke, and well, energy is what we kind of need here in the water right now. With 4 minutes and 20 seconds left, there is Team Australia lined up on the point there. Or no, that's, I'm sorry, Team, what's that flag? Team Colombia. All right, so yeah, we have some colors very similar to the Aussie colors. The green and yellow uniforms had me fooled there. Okay, here's some surf coming into the lineup. You can see all the ladies are out there in position. Someone paddled for that first wave, unable to catch it. This wave's looking like it's backing off a little bit, so let's see if somebody can get into action here. We've got a paddler. This is Black paddling. Black is up and down, unable to negotiate that takeoff there. Beautiful glassy wave spinning there. Too bad. That was a potential heat winner. So unfortunately, no action. Great waves coming here. Punta Roca here is a historical site. 49 years ago, the ISA was here, and Felipe Pomar, a Peruvian surfer, won the world title. So real interesting to note that we are here decades later, and finally we have a rider. This is our rider, current heat leader, Leilani McGonigal, negotiating some whitewash. Real strong surfer. She's got a lot of experience, so she opts to kick out of that wave, thinking maybe it's not going to be better than that 4-point already had. And here's our surfer in yellow, Nao Omura. She needs a 3.34 to move into second position, and winding up on the inside. Nice cut back into the foam section there. Another cut back, so she is racking up some maneuvers. Let's see if she can get some lip on that. She does. She cracks the lip at the end, so this could change things. And Samantha Alonso from Panama still looking to get her second wave on the board. She's currently sitting in second position with a 5.10, so she is going to need to get a second wave because Omura is definitely turned up a notch there on that last ride with some good scores coming in from the judges. So far, a 5, a 5.5, a 6, another 5, and we'll see what the last score comes in at, but this is change things around. She may well even get into first position with the, no, I'm sorry, she's not going to get into first position, but she will definitely move into second position.
So now Omura doing exactly that, 5.5, where we see there below. That is white. Leilani McGonigal riding another wave there, almost arriving at the rock section close to the cliff. So now Omura 5.5, that gives her a total of 7.27, enough to take her from fourth place up until second position, which with 1 minute left on the clock could give her great possibilities of getting towards the second round of the main event of the women and not fall to repechage. So actually third position goes to Samantha Alonso. It's been 24 minutes and she's only got one wave well at the beginning of the series, and that was a 5.10. That was a nice wave, and since then she hasn't found any backup wave to ride on and better that score. Fourth position is for Uruguayan black Celia Barbosa. She's had 3 waves and she's got a low score total of 3.13, 40 seconds left. This is one of the last waves that will be possible when we appear on screen. Hello everyone, thank you for following us. We want to welcome you to the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games. We are Punta Rocas, really an excellent right point break wave. These are the last seconds of series number 3. We are in the main event, round number 1 of the women's division. This is Mike Latronic, better known as Miguel Electronico. I'm Philip Muller, and thank you for following us so early.
Countdown. That's a countdown for us.
That's the countdown then. So end of heat number 3. Those will be the unofficial positions. Leilani McGonigal taking a clear lead of series number 3, first position with 12-point total. Now Omura Japan, third for Samantha Alonso, and fourth Celia Barbosa. Those are our Spanish webcast team. That is Simon Salazar from Colombia on the left, Andres Mascaro on the right from Venezuela, and behind is Nino Mauri from Peru helping them out. So that's the Spanish webcast. If you want to listen to them in Spanish, you can click the Spanish link on the official website. I will be stepping out of the booth for a little while and leave you with Mr. Mike Latronic alongside Mr. Vico.
Yeah, always have a good break there, Philip. So unfortunately for Samantha Alonso, unable to get that last score in the heat, and in fourth position, Cecilia Barbosa, they will be relegated to the repechage. Now Omura pulling off the score she needed there at the end of the heat to get into advancing position, and Leilani McGonigal in first place, definitely showing some strength and good wave knowledge out there in the break. We're looking now at a new heat in red, Faye Zoutmulder. She's from South Africa, and Pamela Verbonen in white from Mexico, Christina Vargas in yellow from Ecuador, and from Colombia, Sofia Lowe in the black jersey. So what's it looking like out there, Vico? How's the world?
The world is great. It's Monday morning. People are not really happy to go back to work. We are, because that's a fantastic job we have right now. It's good waves. Spending a little time upstairs with the judges. They really have the scale spot on today. Just trying to open more, having a chit chat with Thierry. Straight from the first seat, they wanted to really give a chance to the girl to pretty much showcase what they could do on this wave. They've been just like the boys, trying to focus on really technical surfing, commitment onto the first section. We've seen a lot of girls surfing mostly on their backhand, pretty much running away from the section. The few girls willing to really punch the first turn over the first 5 or 6 minutes actually were getting the best scores. So talking about Leilani McGonigal, she got 2 finals in April in the World Juniors. Her big brother, Noemar, is right now in Portugal on the World Juniors, and he went 3-0 with the best hit total of the second round. So the family is going strong today for Costa Rica. And Leilani will try to do at least what she could do in Ecuador, which is the final, and maybe getting the gold medal, who went to Team Hawaii, if I'm not mistaken, in April for the World Juniors Championships. Right now, this is a Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games here in Punta Rocas, with a world-class point break south of Lima in Peru. We're happy to be here, and the contest is made possible by the Peruvian Institute of Sport, the IPD, Association of Olympic Athletes, the ADO, Herbalife, and supported by Mapfre and Repsol. Our media partners are Surfline, the official forecaster. This event will be displayed live on their website on the last 3 days of the waiting period. Surfos, Latin America's Association, and Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America. Early in the heats, 25 minutes hits, and so far not a lot of action. Only one possible throwaway for surfer in black, Sofia Lowe from Colombia. Up and running, that surfer in yellow, Cristina from Team Ecuador. On a proper closeout, the tide is now punching back down. The tide will be low around 1:30 today. Not a big tide, but we've seen a lot of different wave changes as the tide was going down on the last few days. What we do know that the forecast is quite shy over the next few days until Thursday, when a new swell may be punching out some new wave. We've seen some fantastic conditions. Classic Punta Rocas on the first day of this WSG. Right now it's slightly smaller, but still some good sets. And once again, judges really trying to make a proper difference between what is really good to excellent surfing and what is poor surfing. It's the first day we're gonna have people saying bye-bye or adios to the contest, as we are right now the main round of the ladies, then main round number 3 of the boys. But then we're gonna run the first hits of the repechage. What's gonna be happening then?
Well, at the end of the day, we're going to be featuring the repechage round. Losing in the repechage. Technically, the repechage rounds are the only rounds that will really decide when a surfer is out of the competition. So great thing about the ISA, they allow for a non-elimination round, and that's really important to these countries and these athletes that come from halfway around the world. You know, there's so much excitement, so much emphasis. It's just such a shame to have it all be placed on one 20-minute or 25-minute heat. So the ISA is elected to do a non-elimination round to start things off and give these surfers a second shot in the repechage rounds to come through the competition and for their team. And statistically, we've seen more than half of the champions of these events come from the repechage round. So this formula seems to be a winning formula. And let's see if this surfer's got a winning formula. This is red. Faye Zoomulder from South Africa. We've seen some real strong surfing from the South African men's team, and different from the ladies, really throwing up some nice quality maneuvers. Deep bottom turn into a nice wrapping section there. Gets another couple of points here on the inside, doing all those turns. Not a very clean exit, but definitely the best ride of the heat, and one of the better rides we've seen in almost 10 minutes.
Yes, Faye, representing Team South Africa, was in Brazil. Kaufman, our two South African, pretty much flew from Floripa straight to Peru for these ISA World Surfing Games. Well, Faye is part of this new generation, just like Tanika. We're going to be seeing surfing in the last hit number 5. Just like Bianca Buitentar, are the new generation of surfers from South Africa. Most of them being goofy footers, surprisingly enough. Faye is a goofy. Tanika as well, and Bianca. So we have a new blood coming up with 3 really good surfer with a right foot forward. What we do know is that they're surfing mostly right-hand point break there, so it must be something interesting for this surfing on Punta Rocas. Point break. We've seen a few left-handers, but what we have seen so far is 3 good turns from Faye on the opening sections, reaching the really good range, 6.83 for this first wave of Faye Zoomulder, and making a clear difference with the rest of the field, 0.7 first of 1.4 of yellow and 0.5 for the rest of black. She must be feeling good. 17 minutes already sitting on one really good. I think that's the 4th best score of the event so far for the ladies. So strong start for Faye, and yellow is now trying to answer. That's Cristina Vargas from Ecuador.
Beautiful looking wall there, does a long sweeping cutback, doesn't go back into the foam, elects to just continue slicing and dicing here on the green face. Some work done, so she's got the first real good wave under her belt, and she's going to see if it can give her something to manufacture a vertical turn here on the inside. Nope, just another series of cutbacks to continue, but she is gaining valuable points. She's going to definitely replace that 2.0 and establish herself here as one of the top 2 surfers in this heat. And we've already seen about 9 minutes elapsed in this heat, so that score is yet to come in, but probably going to be a mid-range score and something she's going to hold on to here unless she can something with more vertical wall. You know, the wave selection is a huge part of the program when you're trying to develop your bigger scores. I mean, some people play strategy and they just want to get 2 waves under their belt in the first 5 minutes, and they're going to catch pretty much anything in the decent range. Other surfers would elect to really wait it out and just wait, roll the dice, try to be in position, try to be in pole position, you know, because if you can be in position, but then if another surfer's behind you, you can't get it. So a little bit of a riskier strategy, waiting on the very best waves, but that's why some surfers elect to just get anything under their belt at first, so then they have the luxury of being able to sit and wait for those better waves. You know, sometimes one road is better than the other, and that's where rhythm really comes into play, because if you have the right rhythm, almost any formula is going to work for you. So looks like we got some waves coming in, Vico.
Yes, but slightly too deep for these girls. Maybe one spinning around, not going. That's the tricky sets. You think they're going to be smashing your face off, and eventually you just tend to just lift up and never really materialize. So first of the set was not a taker. That's Leilani McGonigal from Team Costa Rica, answering the local TV and ISA TV posted interview. So yes, you, I think, are more, when it comes to contest surfing, of a waiting person, Mike, than just like a wave eater. As you were saying, 2 different strategies, but it's paying off on both ways. Just about some people just need to stay busy to actually feel confident. Jason Andre right now has been surfing more well than anybody else, and it paid off in Brazil. Actually, wave seems to pretty much go his way, so it's as if you were creating your luck.
Well, another consideration here is in a four-man heat, you have to read the waves, you have to read the ocean, but you have to also read your other competitors, because if your other competitors are jockeying around you, then you need to put that into consideration. Am I going to have to jockey to get that very best wave I want? And, maybe I should just start with a medium wave, rip it up. So, yeah, I'm kind of more inclined to wait for a better wave. If some people, even though they're out of the lineup, you to want to paddle on the other side of you to have the right of way to the wave. So you have to kind of read your competitors in a four-man heat as well. But as you can see today, there's a lot of waves being unridden from the far peaks, and getting inside position doesn't look to be a problem at this stage of the event. So if one of these girls adopted the strategy of sitting out the back and waiting for sets, I think they do pretty well with it.
Exactly, and as you were saying, one good wave at the beginning can just like set you in a proper, comfortable place. Check Faye, only one wave, 6-8. Pretty good range. Right now, second is Cristina Vargas, a 4.07, slightly underneath the average mark, but still with a 2 point as a backup. She is now quite comfy being second, having a proper shocker so far, are white and black, having scored something less than a half point. So 12 minutes and 20 seconds. We pushed the hit time to 25 minutes, knowing there will be more lulls, knowing as well that we have a lot of time, as the event is supposed to be finishing on Saturday, so plenty of time. And well, right now, these ladies are seeing some sets, as you were saying, Mike, being unridden. You can really see how the spot is working. Once again, check on the Instagram of the ISA. There's a really cool little drone video of pretty much the spot breakdown, and how, from a vertical point of view, you can really see exactly how the reef is shaped underneath the wave, and how it actually helps the wave lining up all the way to the inside. That's how surfer in red, Faye Zoetmulder.
Well, South African's showing some really good wave knowledge here too, because she elected to turn around on the first wave of the set, and it looks like it's paying off. Beautiful sweep off the top right there, just showing some nice backhand skills. A little bit stalled on that cut back, but nonetheless showing some great form here. She kicks out of that wave. Most of the power of the wave had been elapsed, and she's working on a second really good score here. It's going to firmly put her in first place. Cristina Vargas got a 4.07 on her second wave, so not a bad score. Probably a keeper at this stage of the game, although there should be enough time for these ladies to get quite a few more waves. And here we go. Here's this looks like Pamela Verbonen from Mexico getting her first good ride here. She's got a little inside wall to work with. Let's see what she can do. Little tiny snap off the top, not too much power. You can see when they don't go all the way to the bottom of the wave to do their bottom turn, it results with a more of a mediocre, smaller off the top as well. So getting that power is really dependent on dropping down to the bottom of the wave and doing a strong bottom turn to precede your strong top turn.
And sadly for Pamela, also in white as a goofy footer, she had to be to surfer in red just in front of her on the first wave of the. We have a clear view of what needs to be done and what can't be done anymore. Once again, 0.1 to 2 point is mediocre, 2 to 4 is bad, 4 to 6 is fair to good, 6 to 8 is good to really good, 8 to 10 is excellent to perfect. So far, one surfer being easy on the good to really good range is Faye Zoetmulder with a second wave of 6.17, perfect rhythm, and already on a 13-point combined score. And as to illustrate your sentence, Mike, last of white 2-3-7, a lot of mediocre turns, far away from the critical part of the wave, 2-3-7, not a keeper, hopefully for Pamela, but time is now running away, 9 minutes and 25 seconds. She will need to step up because surfer in yellow is second on a 2 point, yes, but her main score is a 4.07. And black surfer right now is really, really being patient, half a point in 15 minutes. This is our team of Beach Marshall, always throwing some shakas and being smiling. It can be raining, it can be cold, it can be just like in t-shirts, all teeth out, and just sending the good vibes to surfers. It's important as a surfer when you know that pressure is coming, you put your rashi on. That's when you're putting your rashi on that the heat starts. You're being like warming up and getting all your material and everything checked up. But as soon as you are getting this rashi on, game on. And having this last guy just high-fiving and throwing shakas is somehow, I think, putting the pressure off.
Yeah, it's sort of the beginning of the rhythm. The rhythm starts. You're putting on the jersey. This is it. You're putting on the leash. It boils down to when you decide to jump in the water. It's entry point, you know. So rhythm's a huge factor when it comes to surfing and just reading the ocean in general. I'm sure fishermen feel the same way, or kiteboarders or whatnot. So SUP surfers, yes. What is for supper? And ISA has taken a very active role in SUP in the last few years. In fact, one of our new vice presidents is a very champion SUP racer. This is Casper Steinfeth. He's only about 21 years old, and he is a master technical racer and a champion of 2013, 2014, 2012. He's just got allocated after allocated. The man is a avid surfer. He's also a surf champion in his home country, and very welcome to have him here helping the ISA with their efforts. So a couple more waves in the line. A little bit of jockeying going on there, these bumps coming in, and there's only about 7 minutes left now. So beautiful wave peeling off there in the foreground. This wave looks to be forming up here really far back of the peak there. So yeah, I was going to get it. But a nice view of Punta Rocas, such a historical site. This is one of the most consistent waves on this coast. Everywhere else can be 2 to 3. Punta Rocas is still 3 to 5 feet. So they've chose a really good venue for this event, and still some fantastic waves pouring in.
Yes, the girls can count to themselves really happy. That's our Ecuador flag flying off. Why? Because surfer in yellow right now is in second position, so she may be able to qualify through to the next round, as right now we are. With now then 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Quite a dual heat with Faye and Christina in red and yellow having, well, 2 waves only, but 2 good ones, especially for Faye, and slightly behind Pamela and Sophia, not having the best hit so far. Judge with that looked like her head judge 25 years ago. That's a really young Thierry Vidal. It's not Thierry anymore, but it looks like Thierry Vidal, right?
Double. You know, Rick Kane's here too, so you never know what's going to happen here on the ISA events.
So Benjamin Button, a.k.a. Thierry, now giving some last vibe. I think that's Team Switzerland, if I'm not mistaken. She may be surfing next hit. She will be surfing hit number 6. That's Bickel. She will be surfing from this landlocked country, member of the ISA, Sweden. A lot of Great Lakes to train on the stand-up. Not really to surf. I don't think there's any wave on the Lac Léman, but there's plenty of flat water racing pleasure to have, and of course plenty of snowboarding action. Just 3 hours away from a little surfing session in the Mediterranean Sea, so it's still feasible. 5 minutes to go, as Mike will have a little test of his microphone. Mike. Yes.
Working through some internet challenge these last few days, but hopefully you folks out there in TV land or internet land are enjoying the visuals that we are able to provide. So one thing after the next. Hopefully this microphone is working. And Team Sweden again. Switzerland. They didn't bring the cowbells with them this year. I think one year was a pretty classic. Everybody brings their vibe, and they also every team has their unique team cheers. And one year they brought a cowbell. So every time you heard the cowbell, you knew Team Switzerland was nearby.
That's pretty cool. And that's surfing white. I think up and riding Pamela Verbunen from Mexico, Mike.
Well, she's in dire need of just a small score. She only needs a 3.71 to get into second place currently, and this is going to be by far, well, the wave ended early. It's going to be close, but she needs just a 3.71 to move into second place. Meanwhile, Cristina Vargas from Ecuador wants to throw away a 2.0. So with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, there should be plenty of time for these ladies to at least get one more wave. If you're just joining us, this is the Claro World Surfing Games. We are enjoying some beautiful surf action here. Peru, well known to have very consistent, high-quality surf year-round, and we're the benefactors of that.
Anyways, we have, I think, a good week ahead of us. Just Monday morning, and local time is roughly 9:40, so plenty of time. We have 3 different rounds to run. We are right now heat number 4 of this ladies division. First round, so no losers today. And we will go straight into the third round of the main men events. And by the end of the morning, beginning of the afternoon, we will start the first ever repechage. So we will have a do or die situation for some of these surfers. We have only 6 hits out of 12 to run on this first round because of repechage, because many of the first round, main round, were not with 4 but 3 surfers. So some guys actually have the golden ticket without putting one foot in the water with a rashi on today. So we will run only the hits 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12. So all the regular numbers. Odd numbers hits will not be run today when it comes to repo round number so far. All the last wave are throwaways, but last of wide, but still not the score. She's chasing 1.73 for Pamela Verbunen from Team Mexico, still chasing a 3.71 score. She's yet to be able to punch through first round for Pamela, and just not finding the right wave, and maybe surfing a little too safe, a little too far off the wall, not really trying to commit onto the most critical part of the wave. And judges have made a clear difference between what is good surfing and what is not good surfing.
Yeah, and that's good. That you know, the separation between mediocre maneuvers and solid maneuvers is only going to help these ladies realize that, you know, it's going to take digging deep and improving their game in order to reach a higher level of surfing, even just individually for themselves. So judges spot on with those scores, and really Faye Zolmulder from South Africa has run away with the quality surfing in this heat.
And I think that's Otis Carey with this board is multiple time Australian champion on the indigene category. Is this is Faye Zolmulder on this nice carve off the top.
Yeah, beautiful style possessed here by Faye from South Africa. She's really going to have her work cut out for her to get a 6.83, but she's working on it. This is kind of a victory lap here with only about 15 seconds left. We'll see if that's better than her previous 2 waves, but definitely just a little stretch there coming in because she knows she's got this heat wrapped up.
Yellow up in the last few seconds, down to 1 second. Job is done. Yellow maybe to better her 2 point as a backup. That's Cristina Vargas from Team Ecuador.
Yeah, I mean, psychologically, it always is nice, whether you advancing or not, if you have a low score in your line, just to get rid of it and come in knowing that you performed with 2 solid waves, because psychologically, knowing that you're able to get 2 waves is going to help you go, oh, I'm going to go get 2 waves in my next heat.
That's good, and so far, well, good operation for Faye and Cristina. Maybe these 2 ladies maybe the best or second best score of their heats, as Mike Latronic is stepping out of the booth for this next heat, and Philippe is back on. Philippe, welcome back. We are still waiting for a few scores for last of red and last of yellow. Two side affair, white and black, not really having a lot of luck, just surfing not the way the judges want them to surf and not finding a good wave. Only one wave surf into the half pointer. Faye Zoetmulder at least two, almost three waves more than 6.5. So it's going to be interesting to see how Faye and Christina will be able to punch to the next rounds, as Pamela and Sophia are now relegated to the first round of repechage. Last of Faye Zoetmulder, a 6.57. Last of yellow will be a keeper, so strong leaders and second for Faye and Christina. We're gonna move straight into heat number 5 with Tanika Hoffman from the Republic of South Africa, Denise Martinez from Mexico, Dominique Barona from Ecuador, and Karel Pop. Philippe, how was your break?
Very good. I took the time also to watch the surf from outside. It's nice watching it, the full view, and very impressive surf by Faye Zoetmulder from South Africa. They are the defending champions, so they got the gold medal last year at Santa Catalina in Panama. Also adding the fact of the gold medal in the men's division for Sean Joubert, and he isn't there to defend his medal, but we've got Santiago Muniz from Argentina, for example, who's coming to try to reclaim his gold medal from 2010 when he won it for Argentina. We've also got Oli Camarena, Juan Carlos Gonzalez from Panama. He was silver medal last year and he wants to come back and try to go for gold and go. So we've already got this series number 5 on the way, 24 minutes and a half left, and we've got 4 girls in the water, another very strong side. Tanika Hoffman from South Africa will be in red. We've got Denise Martinez from Mexico. She will be in white alongside Dominique Barona, better known as Mimi Barona from Ecuador, in yellow, and Karel Popke from Tahiti. Very strong Tahitian. She was also at the World Kneeboard contest where she got gold medal in the women's divisions and in the junior women's division. So very impressive. And also she was last year at the juniors event.
Yeah, she's been pretty much running all the different divisions. I think just stand-up is missing right now, and volleyball. Karel, she's a part of a really big surfing family there in Tahiti. Denise Martinez from Mexico, I think I saw her on the QS in June, surfing on the WQS back in Los Cabos. Dominique Barona, she's been surfing on a lot of ASP events as well, and she's been in Team Ecuador forever, such a strong surfer. And when it comes to Tanika Hoffman, I was with her last week in Brazil, and she had a 17th place, I think, on the 5-star event. She's just like Faye Zoetmulder on the previous heats, trying to gather momentum, trying to go through the different rounds. They both chose not to go to the 4-star QS right now in Itacaré, north of Brazil, and just like moving out from the QS to try to maintain their world title hope for Team South Africa. So strong commitment for these surfers, choosing not to go on their personal agendas, but trying to, okay, let's do this one off, and we got to just focus on the ISA because we want our country to have not 1, but 2 gold medals on the WSG.
Exactly. So series number 5. 22 minutes and a half, and as you see, the wave is getting a bit slower. They are waiting for the sets. We want to remind you our official website for the event is www.isawsg.com. We've got all the official information. If you want to see who is representing your country, you can go to the Teams tabs. You can see the results of all the previous heats also. We've got 2 first days, the opening ceremony and the free surf. The teams are practicing on the spot of Punta Rocas. You can check also our social media. We've got Facebook at facebook.com/International Surfing Association. We're actually at 63,000 fans. We're trying to get to 100,000 before the end of the year. If you can help us out there and you still haven't done it, go and put I like on the ISA's Facebook. We've also got Twitter and Instagram with the username ISA Surfing. If you want to make your voice heard, you can use the official hashtag of the event, ISA50WSG. If you tag all your posts related to the event, we are compiling them on our official website, so please use it. You can see it there at the bottom right of your screen, and at the top left you can see there's 21 minutes and a half left, and you can see the breakdown of the riders, and there's no waves that have been caught yet, and as you can see there, they are ducking that latest wave. Wide, Denise Martinez from Mexico was maybe going to go, finally decides to back off that wave. difficult conditions. I've just spoken with Eric Kramer, the technical director of the event. He's checking all the technical aspects of the judging upstairs, and he tells me it seems that the wave is even better compared to the 2 first days, according to him. And so we're going to see how that develops throughout the day. Also with the taking out, we should have a low tide around 1 or 2 p.m. It is actually air. 10 minutes.
And as Eric Kramer, that we will have, I think, on in the booth later in the day, is the technical director. So he's just trying to have all the right call, making sure that surfers, ISA, and judges are in the best conditions to do the best job possible. Well, we have smaller wave, but the swell is still 14 to 15 seconds. It's still big south, so we can't really complain. What we do know is that there's slightly more face to the wave, and we've surfing. The thing that right now it's the first round of the ladies, so it's still a mixed bag of really good surfers running the QSs and pretty much new nations coming up. So we have a strong contrast between surfers, and for the judges, there's strong call as well. Okay, we have guys surfing 6s, 7s, and 8s, and ladies just surfing slightly less. Like last hit was like a 0.5 only for Team Colombia. So we have better. That many left surf because the right-hander is delivering enough, I think, but we've seen some really strong surfing as long as the girls want to go off the bottom and use this first section as a proper springboard to the last part of the wave. If they just run down the face to try to get some safe turn off the shoulder, they won't get the scores. We've seen this on the last hit with not more than 4 points for really safe surfing.
So time ticking down still, 19 minutes left and still no waves being caught. A few sets have come true. The girls weren't in position, and maybe on this wave it seems so. They are battling it out. Finally, yellow takes it over. That's Mimi Barona.
This snap under the lip was not the best idea, as there was pretty much no lip. It was just this big cushion of foam. So Mimi Barona scoring the first wave, but hopefully for her it will be a throwaway. 0.93, nothing fantastic. It's an ISA event. We don't have the priority system, so it's more to who's going to be able to paddle and out paddle its opponent than just trying to wait and safely choose the wave. Right now, Surfer in White having a look and not going slightly too outside, and Tanika Hoffman is at the back with Karel Kopke. She's really outside. Find your lineup there. That's Karel Kopke, first off the bottom to top turn. She needs to be patient, grabbing the rail off the bottom. Nice hook off the top. She needs to push hard on the front foot not to lose momentum. Well-built wave and just trying to hit the foam cushion there, but going down. So 2 turns and a half for Karel. That's the best wave we've seen so far, Philippe.
Exactly. It's only the second wave of the series with 18 minutes left to go. And that was Karel Kopke from Tahiti. Great surfer there from the Polynesian nation island there in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And that gives her 3.33 as our opening score. So good opening wave for Karel Kopke. Get that under the belt and now try to go and get that second score out at the back. When we see there on the wave, I believe that is Dominique Barona. She was lower down due to that first wave. And it's white.
It's yellow. That's Dominique Barona with a third turn there. Nice hook off the top, waiting and kicking out. Job was done. 3 turns on the out. I think this will be quite easy for the judges to pinpoint the right thing in that wave and try to make a difference with last of black. 3.33. It's one wave. It's not a good wave. It's still on the poor scale when it comes to judging scale from 0.1 to 10. 4.83, 3 judges dropping a 5, so we are average surfing as Team Ecuador and Team Mexico are flying the flags. Right now, 4.83 and a 0.93. Dominique Barona is in the lead, but a fragile one because she's sitting on a 5.76 combined score. 16 minutes and 35 seconds. Yet to catch a wave. Tanika Hoffman in red from the Republic of South Africa and Denise Martinez from Mexico in white.
So still waiting for that first wave from the South African. We want to see what she's got to show us in this world-class event. So Tanika Hoffman in red being very patient at the top of the lineup, waiting for that perfect wave. She's surely expecting a good wave with good potential to be able to start high score. We'll see if that is possible for her, as we're being handed the official result from heat number 4. That was the previous one. So red from South Africa, that was Faye Zoetmulder, well, got first position with 13.4, well above second. 7.64, that was yellow Cristina Vargas from Ecuador. Third position goes to white from Mexico, Pamela Verbunen, with 4.1, and only one wave for fourth position in black, Sofia Louis from Colombia. So Pamela Verbunen from Mexico and Sofia Louis will be going to the repechage round, while South Africa and Ecuador will be going towards second round of the main event,
which will be served later in the week for both of these rounds for the ladies. As after this round we will focus on the men division. Main round number 3, we're going to have some big action, and first round of the repos, only a few hits to run. That's Tanika Hoffman from South Africa, finally getting her first wave of the bottom. Nice under the leap, recovering, and now trying to connect onto the inside section. Tanika Hoffman of the top. The wave is really fat. She's trying to do her best. Nice commitment nonetheless on the first section. Now trying to put some rail work on the inside. Tanika Hoffman is surfing the best she can this really odd looking wave, and still that's a good starter.
Good wave there for Tanika Hoffman as her opening strike. Only 10 minutes into the heat did she catch her first wave. Now you can see some of the competitors, the girls that have already been in the water or are about to enter at the beach marshal zone, where they get the lycras. They have to put it on and take it off in front of the beach marshal. You cannot take it on or off at the bottom of the cliff, for example, just to make sure that the rider is going in and is equipped before their heat. And so 5 minutes before their heat, they can enter the water and keep clear from the actual heat in the water, and that's how we managed to run so smoothly the event and get so fast between heats. And there is the score for Tanika Hoffman coming in.
Judges opting not to go too far away from the average mark. They've seen some really good surfing on the heat before with slightly bigger waves, so they're expecting too much, quite a pointing. So 4.33 for last of red. Still average to good score for Tanika, so that's a good starter. That you want to build on that and get at least a second to make it in white. Having a look so far, Philippe, 13 minutes and 30 seconds. White yet to catch a wave. We've had the same situation before with Team Colombia, with only one wave taken in 25 minutes, and it was a half a point. Denise Martinez is well, pretty much out of our screen now. She's just on the bottom right hand side nearby the hashtag of the ISA 50WSG, and she's yet to catch a wave. And if a set comes, she should be in third position, so she's not really fighting for pretty much her place, jogging around to get the best wave, as time is now running away from these hits as we are approaching the halftime.
So still waiting on that first wave from Denise Martinez from Mexico. We want to remember also that we've got social media. We want to hear you. We want to know what you think. So you can make your voice heard at our Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. You can post your messages to our wall. We will be reading them throughout the day. We've also got Instagram and Twitter. Our username is ISA Surfing. If you're not following us yet, if you want to get exclusive content different from the official website, which is www.isawsg.com, with all the official information. This is the hub where you can find all of it. As Vigo was saying, we've already passed half-time mark in the series number 5. Dominique Barona, the Ecuadorian, is the only girl with 2 waves under the belt yet. Tanika Hoffman from South Africa just got her first wave, and Karel Popke a bit, and Denise Martinez still waiting on that first wave. Difficult conditions, but still pumping waves, nice open faces. And there goes somebody paddling. It's black, Karel Popke from Tahiti.
Karel Popke on her second wave, trying to battle 3.33 with something better. Nice snap off the top, just behind the leap. That's way more critical, and I think the judge will like it. Cut back to foam bounce off the bottom. She's now taking her time. I think she's understood that the wave needs to be surfed with patience. You don't want to race off, because eventually you're just missing all the sweet spot to be hit. Right now, 3.33 was her first wave. She was just chasing a 2.44 to go up to the first place. So we're gonna see what the judges reckon. But I see a keeper, as once again, log on to the ISA Surfing Instagram page, because this drone shot of Punta Rocas is fantastic. This triangle is just yummy, I can tell you. We have a setup here in Punta Rocas. We have right, we have left. We may see more left as the swell slightly shifts in the south during the next 2 days, but that we have a new swell coming up for the second part of the week. So we may have some cracking condition for this 50th anniversary of the ISA in Peru. And last of black, best score of the heat of 5-2-3. So judges rewarding commitments, still not a lot of difference. 5-2-3 for black, 4-8-3 for second of yellow, 4-3-3 for the first of red. So we are still flirting with the average. Not a lot of commitments done by the ladies, so not a lot of commitments over the average done by the judges.
So there's the breakdown of the scores. Karel Popke managing to get that second wave, and there's only 10 minutes. Time is ticking down in this series, and Denise Martinez needs to find at least that first wave. You do not want to be in the same position as Sofia Louis, that was in the previous heat number 4 from Colombia. She only managed to get one wave and a very low score of 0. So that was not enough. She ended up in 4th position. You need effectively to those waves at the beginning of the heat that can give you the confidence of waiting after to find that good wave, but try to get very quickly 2 scores in your totals count and be able to work on them after that.
And Dominique Barona out paddling Tanika. She was waiting for a long time. Nice first crack off the top, better looking wave off the bottom to snap off the lip. Now waiting for this second section. You can see how fat the wave becomes by the end of the south section. Inside now, cracking up with this off the top and the backside of the lip re-entry. We can hear the Ecuador team just cheering up the beach, and boom, backside of the lip re, long wave, a lot of commitments, hitting all the right section with the right amount of commitment, power, speed, flow and control variety. We may be getting the best score of the heat so far.
The Ecuadorian team cheering on every move and every turn from Mimi Barona, and in front of them there you can see exactly that perfect A-frame that is Punta Rocas, perfect point break right and left. Yesterday we saw lots of left. We're going to see how does the wave change with the shifting tide later during the day. It's still grinding down slowly, but still, as you can see, there's always waves in Peru, and as Mike was saying earlier on, is always at least 2 or 3 feet of wave that allows you to go and get a surf if you really want to. So we won't be having any lay days because it may go flat, and we've got that second swell coming during the later part of the week, and so it's going to be very interesting for the rest when we see Denise Martinez catching our first wave on the lower part of Punta Rocas' right, catching it pretty low, a smaller wave, and just riding it out, not applying any maneuvers. So that's going to be a low score, and straight away the judges give the result 0.87 for the opening score of Denise Martinez, and now she's only got 7 minutes and a half to try to get a better score and get a second wave in a wave total.
And the red is up as Dominique Barona has 8-3, so Tanika will have to work for a really big score, a 9-3-4. She wants to go first, but only a 4-2-4. That's a good combo of maneuvers for Tanika, as she's now trying to access to the inside section. Not a lot of vertical section. Compare the quality of the wave itself without a surfer on. Dominique Barona's wave was slightly cornering. There was a little angle to it, so it was offering more wall, more critical section to hit. Tanika's was really a fat wave, so she did her best. Up and riding, our surfer from Tahiti, Karel Popke, kicking out. Once again, quite dicey condition. We have good waves, Philippe, but on one set you can set up on the same wave, so it's really hard, and sometimes you need to be picky, but not too much. We've seen surfer in white, 0.87, and right now that's all she wrote.
So that 8.83 for Dominique Barona, the best score of the woman so far, without a doubt. We've still had a 9.63 yesterday in the men's division, but Ecuador taking the best score for the women up until now. We're already in series number 5. There will be 8 series in this round 1 of the main division of the ladies. Making the first appearance today, 6 minutes left. And so for everybody just joining in, we want to welcome you to this ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games in Punta Rocas. Perfect point break. Thank you all for following this webcast. We're going to have lots of action. This is only the third days of surfing we're going to have. We're going to be here until Saturday, where we will be crowning 2 new ISA World Champions by the end of the week.
Yes, exactly. And the really most coveted world champion by team, as right now Team South Africa is the holder of the gold medal from last year's, and they want to do good, but we've seen some really strong hits from Team Peru. Don't forget, South Africa already lost 2 of their men division in the repos. They will be surfing today, quite possibly. Right now it's the first round of the ladies, so there's no losers today, but today by the end of the afternoon, by 3:50 in the afternoon, we will have local time the first repo round, repechage round. So we will start losing surfers. If you lose on this first round of the repechage, you're bringing the minimum point you can, knowing that because we had quite a few hits with only 3 surfers in the water on the main round, first round was with a few surfers missing, so we're gonna only run hits 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12 of this first round of repos, and that's our surfer in black having a look, not going. Yellow on the inside in Get Happened, that's Dominique Barona.
There goes the Ecuadorian making the drop. Nice first turn there, connecting back to the white water. She seems to be connecting that second section well off the top, control on that second maneuver. So now she's trying to pump her way through. That's the second time she manages to pass from one section to another. We've seen very little girls managing to do that, and there she goes and applies that third maneuver in the end section. This will probably be a good score for her, and she's going to replace with this latest wave of 4.83 and better her total that actually is standing at 13.
Yeah, this was a solid combo of turn, I can tell you. Really strong surfing, and what is hard to do on Dominique's wave, that was just an inside wave. She just spun around and got this wave. The good thing that she's putting the exact amount of pressure at the right tempo. So she's just hooking off the top and then forcing on the way down. So she's already getting speed on the way down and reading the spray. That's when the judge is like, whoa, that was powerful. She's a smart surfer. She's been running QSs for a long, long time. And Dominique will be having not only the first, but the second best wave of the heat so far, and quite possibly the best scoring heat of the whole ladies division event so far, because that was perfect surfing on a small wave.
Depending on her score, she might even get the highest total score of the whole event, depending on the judge's decision. As we see there, Denise Martinez catching her second wave. You just saw her falling off her board there at the bottom of your screen. At that second wave, that won't be enough to move forward to third position there. Tanika Hoffman from South Africa also falling down to the repechage round. She's actually third, and there she goes on the wave behind on backhand surfing, and she falls in the face of the wave there on that turn. She seems to lose control, and so Tanika Hoffman needs a 4.24 if she wants to go back to second position and maintain herself in the main event without going straight away to repechage. And we're waiting still on that score from Dominique Barona. Incredible wave, and how she saw it, how she rode, and as you said, finding high score on one of those smaller, lower waves at the bottom of the lineup.
Once again, not really any kind of maneuvers. That's not a smart move from Karel. She is second. There's 2 minutes on the clock. She knows there's a strong and long paddle out. She knows she's second for sure, but she's not second by a lot. She's on an 8.56 combo, Tanika on an 8.4 combo. Not a lot of difference. She chooses to go on this wave, knowing that first place is not something she can make, because right now we may have the best scoring wave of far. So we had techniques for Karel to just go on this one, which has no potential. Tanika is chasing a 4.24.
So we're still waiting on that latest score. We're seeing some pretty high scores being posted by the judges, still waiting on a few before giving the official result, as time is ticking down. Only way she doesn't manage to get in it. She was last year in Panama and for last year's edition of the ISA World Surfing Games, and she ended up in position number 11, so not bad. She was part of that effort for Team South Africa to get the gold medal in the team standings in 2013. Less than a minute, we still wait for Montañita, Ecuador. And I think it's very important to note that I think Ecuador is the team that with most time before the event. I think they're there since the 7th of October, and I think it reflects very well on the surf of Dominique Barona, the way that she may find these waves that other surfers are not seeing in the lineup.
And even more, it's not about the waves. She was surfing on a bad-looking wave, but she just destroyed it. This will be by far the best score we've seen so far, and actually a better score than this previous wave, but she actually had a proper set wave and surfed this wave really well. So, as we were saying, knowing exactly where the waves are going to be breaking, we offer you more comfort. 9.4 for last wave of yellow. She's sitting on 18.23. Hola, ¿qué tal, Ecuador? Mimi Barona is just destroying everything. 3 seconds to go, and we are with now the best hit total of the event, men and women combined.
Exactly, so Mimi Barona from Ecuador, congratulations. Highest score of the event so far, 18.23 total score at the final of this heat number 5. So on top of Michael February's total score of 16.14, that was yesterday for the South African, and just now, so Ecuador taking back that record from them. And so we'll see how long it will hold throughout the event. And we've already started the following heat. That's heat number 6 in the main round 1 of the women's division. In the water, 4 competitors, 3 Latin girls and 1 Swiss. So we've got in red Sonia Pucha Garcia from Panama, in white Liz from Costa Rica, in yellow Renate Bickel from Switzerland, and Fina Morosini from Uruguay. So the 3 Latin girls are all girls with enough experience in Latin American contests and also in ISA World events. So this is going to be a very interesting heat, and already 24 minutes left.
Exactly, and just reflecting on Dominique Barona's heat, she finished with 18.23, second place, 8.56. She's 9.7 above the second. That's just ridiculous. And we're talking about combined score, not single waves. So, well, strong showing, and that's the 3rd surfer going down to repos for Team South Africa. So that's a shocker. Faye eventually won her heat number 4, so she through to next round. But we have down to 3 surfers, former gold medalists, right now in the repos. They're going to have a stronger, harder path to reach the final. Nothing's done, as we were saying before, and we will keep on saying this. ISA events are on a different format that you guys may be used to. We have the rapid chat, which means that if you do go down on the first or on the second, anywhere on the main round, you can still have a second chance. You just don't want to go second or third on the wraparound. So Tanika and Denise will join the rest of second and third for this first round of the ladies to go to the rapid chat, which will be run slightly later during the week. Good job for Dominique and Karel Popke, and Tahiti, I think, placing their maybe first surfer in the main round since the beginning. This Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Game. Right now, no actions. And Philippe, we have a lot of sponsors to say thank you to for this beautiful event here in Punta Rocas.
Be possible without all of them to run this Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games that is presented by the Peruvian Institute of Sports, the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO, and Herbalife. Also, we want to thank the tremendous support by MAPFRE and Repsol, and also our media partners. Surfline, the official forecaster, feeding us through Kevin Wallace these very precise forecasts during the whole week. Surfers, Latin America's leading surf publication, and Pasión Extrema on Fox Sports Latina America, helping with the of this event, also with the photos, highlights. We've got all of that on the official event website, www.isawsg.com, and here we can hear the shouting and cheering on from Ecuador team, greeting Mimi Barona as she's probably just arrived at the top of the cliff, and celebrating obviously the latest results. So highest wave for the woman there for Dominique Barona, and also the highest total score. So very impressive surfing from Dominique Barona on those 2 latest waves. And on the wave we have got black, that's Delfina Morosini from Uruguay.
Yeah, nice drive on this first turn. Now trying to, she may be going a little too far on the shoulder. She wants to wait more. She wants to connect on the inside, so she needs to stick to this power source. Kicks out still. Wave for Delfina Morosini. First wave Renate Bickel from Team Switzerland 0.2, and that's a cool name, Renate Bickel. We have on the ISP the tour manager called Renato Ikel. It's almost the same name, but Renate is from Sweden, Renato is from Brazil, so not the same person at all. And so far, 21 minutes, yellow having a look, not going. As you can see, this big white diagonal line is pretty much respecting perfectly the bottom of the ocean's topography. We have a perfect angle here, left and right. This well is more designed for right-handers, and it's a slightly shorter paddle out compared to the last few days, so the girls can take more waves than on the first day. It was like properly 8 to 10 foot faces. It was quite awesome, but at the same time quite challenging. Right now you can have a perfect little session here in Punta Rocas. Once again, we are 46 k's down south of the Peruvian capital of Lima, as we're getting fed with little snacks. Mustache gracias, that's pretty cool. We have some local specialties. These are yogurt flavors biscuits. I didn't know these ones.
20 minutes left. Series number 6. After this one, we still have 2 more heats of the women's division. The ladies making their first appearance at ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games from Punta Rocas. We will have in the so some very important local. That's Annalie Gomez from Peru, very strong surfer, Latin American champion. She will be in red against Lucia Cosoleto, other experienced Argentinian surfer with ISA World Events. They will be joined by Bernice Cardona from Puerto Rico and Jennifer Wood from Scotland. Scotland is making their maiden appearance at an ISA World Surfing Games or any ISA event. And so this is the first participation alongside Dubai. We've had Mohamed Rama in the booth interview. So welcome to those 2 nations on their first participation in one of these great events.
Exactly, and we've seen as well Team Russia going strong this year with a full team, and Irina sadly going on this first heat of the day. As you were saying, we're gonna have still 2 heats to go, and Ali Gomez, who is one of the big star of surfing in Peru, famous surfer after Sofia Milanovic when it comes to ladies surfing. And the heat after, we have Philippa Anderson, that you may know from first her amazing skills on the surfboard, but maybe people don't know that she is the little sister of Craig Anderson, the surfer that is known for his fantastic style and techniques. Goofy from South Africa, but living in Australia for quite a long time. So they are representing both Team Australia, and we will have Jessica Anderson, Kelly Laide Roca, and Phoebe Strachan from Scotland. So our both Scottish surfer on the second half of the draw. That's interesting as well to know how the draw will be designed for the next few heats and rounds. 18 minutes, and so far, Philippe, not a lot of action. 3 throwaways, hopefully for these girls, and maybe a start for surfer in yellow, Team Switzerland.
Renate Bickel on the wave there, making the drop. A little turn there right below the lip. Applying a second one, going for the cutback and connect down that last section, finally deciding to punch through the face of the wave. So that will be without a doubt better than our first wave. She only got a 0.2, that's the lowest wave thus far from the series. And as you said, only Delfina Morosina with a 3.33, the highest score of the heat. This is getting a pretty slow start, but we can still see later on in pretty high scores, hopefully when the sets comes in, such as Dominique Barona did, one I8 and one I9, and she's getting the highest score total. Michael February's high score of 16.13 from yesterday, that was for South Africa. So Ecuador, Mini Barona, until now the best surfing we've seen in the 6 first heats of this round 1.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait for next heat as well, because we know that we have some strong surfer, and Team Peru has been showing little to no weaknesses since the beginning of the week. 3.77 for Renate Bickel, so that's the best wave of the heat so far. Surfing is quite a big sport in Switzerland. Why? Because, well, obviously they are surrounded by mountains. They can snowboard, like surf on the winter long, but it's only 4 to 5 hours away from the first spots in northwest of Italy and southeast of France. So you can still get some waves, and as we have some short swell there, you can still pretty much opt not to go snowboarding in the morning, going down by the highway and have a quick little surf session in spots like Levanto near Milano in Italy, or in the southeast of France. So surfing and snowboarding, that's maybe why Renate Bickel was able to surf some good little turns on this second wave of the heat for her.
So still waiting on some scores. There goes the score for Renate Bickel on her latest wave. That's becoming the highest wave series, 3.77 for Hello. And with 15 minutes and 40 seconds left of the series number 7. Still waiting on Sonia Garcia. She's really a good surfer from Panama. She's been several times national champion. And so we're waiting here on our first wave, and when 10 minutes have already gone by. We want to remind you about all our social media. Find us on Facebook, look for the International Surfing Association. Put a like if you still haven't done it. You can follow us on Twitter and Instagram. Our usernames are ISA Surfing. And please do use the official hashtag of the event, ISA50WSG. That's the official hashtag. So if you use it so that we what you are saying about the event, all the pictures you are posting, the messages you're sending to your national teams. And so we can post that on our website, www.isawsg.com.
Yes, and don't forget that right now we have the action with Lisbeth Vindas from Costa Rica. Nice snap in the mid-face, just trying to gather momentum because this wave is slightly slowing down. So now she's gathering some speed on the inside, sticking to the power source. Cuddy there, just trying to stay active. Not a lot of potential, sadly, but she was trying to better a 0.5. That's going to be easy. So right now, Lisbeth chasing a 3.48 to go up to second, to go up to first, sorry, and a 2.84 to go up to second. It's still wide open, still early in the heat, and we haven't seen a lot of set wave. Since the beginning of the morning, we knew that on the first 10 to 12 minutes, we had at least one set of 4 to 5 waves. So far, it's been really, really quiet. And somebody quiet, as you were saying, Philippe, is Sonia Garcia, really opting to play the waiting game, as Lisbeth will score quite possibly the best single wave of the heat so far.
Exactly, waiting for one judge's result. And there it falls, 4.33 for latest wave, so she replaced a lower score, that was a 0.43. She now gets a total of 4.83, and that's enough to take her to first position. So pretty low scores there, fighting it out. So the new positions are, and now another change. Delfina Morosini from Uruguay, last wave was a 1.67. That's enough to take her to first position above Lisbeth Vindas. So in black for Uruguay, she gets a total score of 5 points for Delfina. Lisbeth Vindas in white gets 4.83. She only needs a 0.68 if she wants to go to first position. Renate Bickel from Switzerland in yellow gets 3.97. She needs only 1.07, so really low scores to change positions in this heat to go to second. And Sonia Garcia, still no waves for Panama, and there's half of the heat left, so 12 minutes and 40 seconds, just reaching half time for the Panamanian to try to find those 2 waves and manage to climb back to second or first position.
And watch black, maybe Philippe, slightly, I think, too much outside. I have to say I'm quite surprised by this 4.33, knowing what how many scores we had between 4 and 5 in the last heat. Just check Tanika's wave on this last wave. She had 4 points on a slightly bigger and better surfed wave. So I think Judge is trying to adapt as well to the ever-changing conditions. It's way quieter. We haven't seen a proper set so far, so I think they're trying to open up the scale to make a proper difference. Once again, nobody's losing at this first round of the ladies, but you want to make a proper difference and contrast between first, second, third, and fourth, even if it means that you have to spread out a little more the scale, but you need to get all the time a proper difference between who's going to be first and second, therefore going straight to the main round, and third and fourth sadly going down. So still no stress for these ladies. If they do go down, they're not bowing out of the event. So yet they're just having this first hiccup, and we'll have just a harder way to go back to the final. A little announcement maybe, because I think we are finally ready. Wow, what? We are ready for the beach interviews, Philippe.
Yeah, so we're going to start the beach interviews of the winners of each and every heat. And so that's always interesting to get those insights as soon as they climb up the cliff, out of breath, and then chuck a microphone and get their first impressions on winning their heat and what it means for them to keep moving forward in this world event. We are at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games 2014, very special edition for the 50 years of the foundation of the ISA. That was in Manly Beach in 1964 in Australia. And since then, surfing has progressed so much throughout the years, and obviously ISA has been one of the main actors of this growth globally.
Exactly, as right now a little set seems to be popping out in front of our surfers. White slightly more on the inside, but they seem to be slightly inside actually, and this wave tends to be a little shy of a start, so not on the and maybe something better by the end of this first proper amount of wave going down right now for the ladies. Surfer in black having a look, not going, 10 minutes to go, and you see I think the girls are really slightly off position, and right now they're just witnessing these sets without being able to get them. Having a look here low, that's Renate Bickel from Switzerland. Philippe going on this wave, I think she is going down.
She went down with the lip on that wave, and as you're saying, it's not easy finding the position. If you try to get too inside the wave to try to get those smaller ones that still have potential, then the bigger sets will come in and push you inwards with the white water, the whitewash there in the middle, and that's very difficult to come back out and paddle back in. So you have to try to find some sort of middle point that allows you access to those smaller waves and the bigger sets, and sometimes the women are missing that middle balance point.
Yes, that's the tricky part of surfing. You need to be able to adapt all the time and read the ocean the best you can so far. Still having a proper shocker with already down the clock for her is Sonia Garcia from Panama. Maybe waiting for this special wave, as everything is possible. I mean, the first in the lead right now is on a 5-point combined score. It's nothing. So you can get this on one single wave. Still, no luck so far, and this first proper set of the heat went unridden. We have maybe White having a look at this new wave. And I think there was somebody here, I think it was surfer in yellow on this one.
And so latest wave from Renate Bickel, that was the drop where she went with the lip. So that one give her a very high score. Lisbeth Vindas also a throwaway wave that won't even be enough to replace her 0.5 up until now. And there we see Uruguayan Delfina Morosini in black going down that right, a bit more open face. Will she manage to bring it from the top section to the middle? It seems so, and finally decides to kick out.
Interesting choice, because the wave still had a few turns to be, I think, possible on this one. Well, 3.3316, bettering a really small throwaway. She's already first. Right now, as this heat is unfolding, 7 minutes and 45 seconds. No big scores, so it's pretty much wide open. A lot of throwaways for Last Oviedo. She's been pretty much going down the fold two times, twice in a row, 0-2-7, and the last one will not be a keeper either. Or maybe it will be, yep, maybe her second best wave for surfer in yellow. And Last of Black will be a keeper as well, so let's wait for the judges' call, Philippe, but 7 minutes and 15 seconds, and as we were saying, we are going to be setting up the most awaited interviews after, I think, this one. So you're going to have, as you were saying, the insight of the surfers, trying to get into their mind and the feeling, how they can explain us how they feel in the water, because that is here. How come they're not on these waves? But it's, I think, a whole different history when you are actually out there in the water trying to jockeying for your waves.
6 minutes and 40 seconds left in series number 6. we're also going to see one of the most awaited ladies on this event, which will be Anali Gomez, the Peruvian, and see what she has for us during heat number 7. She will be joined by Lucia Argentina, Bernice Cardona from Puerto Rico, and Jennifer Wood from Scotland. So welcome to Scotland, also Scotland and Dubai. This is their first appearance at an ISA World event. And the Scots, up until now, with a complete team, have had really a good participation. Obviously not very high scores. They're not one of the super thing yet, but this is part of the growth of participate in these events and see what is their level. And as we see, Renate Bickel from Switzerland making the job, going around that section, positioning herself to make that top turn, connecting back to the white wall and losing her balance there on that first maneuver.
It's a weird wave, but don't forget Renate is just chasing a small score of 1:07 to move up to second. She's third currently, so 5 minutes and 35 seconds. As you were saying, a new team on the ISA, Team Scotland. They've been surfing a lot in European events as well on the ESF, the European Surfing Federation Tour, and there's some fantastic waves in Scotland. We have Thurso Heath. There's a lot of really good wave, strong surfing culture. It's a really hard core surfing culture because it's really cold water, it's hard wave, point breaks of course, but it's always to the risk of pretty much whether putting your car down the drain, just going stuck in the mud. It's just not this like tropical surfing experience. You want to go out there, it needs to be deserved.
Waiting the 5-minute mark, so here at the top of the tower where we are sitting and doing this live webcast. We want to thank all of you for following us so early in the morning for these first heats. And here on the wave live, Renate Bickel, finally that wave enough 0.93, so she still needs a 1.07, and very unfortunate situation for Sonia Garcia, excellent surfer, and here very surprisingly she still hasn't caught any waves, and we just hope that she can find one at least in the 4 minutes that are left and not be the first surfer to run the heat. That would be terrible.
That would be terrible, and especially because she only needs a 4.84 to go first and a 4.71 to go second. Right now, still waiting for a few scores. Last of white, a 1.67, so slightly bettering her backup score. And last of yellow is a being score as well, 1.73. So we have no change in the situation. Why? Because with this last wave, white reinforced her second spot. Yellow is chasing a 2.24, which will be her second best wave, yet to be caught. 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And as you were surfer in red, just sitting on the same spot for the last 22 minutes.
Exactly, so very surprising. Sonia Garcia, maybe she's waiting until the last minute and just psychological pressure is going to run an incredible wave. She doesn't need such a high score, so she only needs 6.01 if she wanted to climb to second position. And that's very feasible. We've seen 8s and 9s in the previous heat, so there are waves out there to be caught. And maybe she's waiting, but that she manages to catch one before the end. That's Jessica Anderson, several times national champion from Chile, preparing for the last heat of round one of the ladies. And there we saw a surfer going down with the lip, 2 inside there on that wave, and finally she goes down. So that won't change anything to the situation, and time still ticking down. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. We will be having interviews on the beach, and as we had yesterday, we will be having someone in the booth for a daily interview, a bit more in-depth insights about one certain topic. Yesterday it was Fernando Aguirre, recently re-elected for the 8th time as president of the ISA, alongside Barbara Kendall. She's an Olympic athlete, she works with the IOC, and she's been recently appointed to the board of the ISA as vice president. She's from New Zealand, and as an Olympic athlete she also surfs. She won a gold medal in windsurf, and it was a very interesting 1-hour conversation there, President and Vice President of the ISA, about the direction that our organization is taking, and also about the legacy that we're leaving behind.
Yes, fresh blood and new project for the International Surfing Association. 1 minute and 50 seconds, and so far, as it's been the case since the beginning, Red is still camping on the side of the lineup, maybe having a not the best start of the comp, but as we were saying before, it's not over until it's over first because there's 90 seconds left. And even if she goes down on this round, Sonia Garcia from Team Panama will still have second chance on the red pose that serves slightly later in the week. Last of it is April Way 167 is her previous weighing. The last she took on head is not being scored yet. So far with a really small scoring. Hits 3.33 and 3.13 as a backup. Delfina Morosine from Team Uruguay is in the lead place for Litvindas Costa Rica. Costa Rica advanced quite a few surfers of the week.
And so Lisbeth Vindas seems to be making it in second position. She's still got this last minute of the heat to maybe find the 2.14, and there we see one wave coming their way and maybe one second one just behind it. Those are going to be, without a doubt, the two only opportunities for these four girls to try to change the situation, or for the Uruguayan to maintain and solidify that first position. Finally, it's wide. Lisbeth Vindas going on that wave. Nice cut back on the start. She's looking for a 2.14 and maybe go to first. Applying a second maneuver there off the top. Trying to the board to advance and keep herself in that wave, see if the face stands up a little on that last section. Finally, it doesn't seem so. It's going to be very difficult. And finally going back on the left. So there is the first left for the woman. And without a doubt, it should be above a 2.14 for that wave. And so Lisbeth Vindas should be going to first position, leaving Delfina Morosini in second. We're going to wait for the official score from the judges before we get an official situation.
Lisbeth Vindas maybe, going to this one as we are finishing it number 6, and we're gonna cut through a few commercials. People, stay tuned. We are on the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games here in World Class Point Break of Punta Rocas. Stay tuned.
We'll be right back.
50 years ago in 1964, the first World Championship was held at Manly Beach, Australia. International Association was born. Today, after a half a century of successes around the world, ISA fell to 89 and 100 2019. From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate Golden Year with the ISA 50th anniversary surfing game in Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration. ISA, always surfing with you.
Round of the main event in the ladies division. We are the first day of competition at the ISA World Surfing. In the water we have 4 competitors. In red, Annalie Gomez from Peru. In white, Lucia Cosoleto from Argentina. In yellow, Bernice Cardona from Puerto Rico. And Jennifer Wood from Scotland will be with the black jersey, which the heat is already on the way. 23 minutes left. They've got a maximum wave allowed of 10, and we will be taking into account the 2 best scores to define the positions. And this is the 7th heat, and we've got 1 more heat to finish this first round of the ladies. Now we've seen some really great scores. We've seen Mimi Barona hit the highest wave of the event so far and the highest total score. So really impressive score by Mimi Barona, but we've also seen very slow heats with very low scores. So it depends a bit of the level of the surfers in the water to see good surf or not. And for example, in the latest heat, Sonia Garcia from Panama was the only competitor up until now to not surf any waves during her heat, so she ends up with 0 points. Unfortunate situation for the Panamanian, but she still gets a second opportunity in the repechage round. This is the double elimination format. Mr. Vico is taking his well-deserved break, and I am joined by Mike Latronic from Hawaii.
All right, thanks, Philippe. And just in time for the first ride of Annalie Gomez from Peru. Real excited to see this young lady surf because local knowledge, she's a strong surfer, and you know, as you can see, she already got the first strike in this heat. And here is rider in white. That was Lucia Cosleto. She opts to, what do we call that? Like a Superman jump there. Superwoman jump. So yeah, unfortunately, I got to witness the tail end of that last heat from the cliff, and I was standing with the Panamanians, and boy, oh boy, they definitely were trying to cheer their surfer on. We really can't understand why Sonia didn't, you know, pull up the spark plugs and just paddle for some of those waves. It seemed like there was plenty of waves, so some early contest jitters there for the surfer from Panama. All right, tons of waves flowing in, and here goes a paddle for rider in yellow. This is Bernice Cordona out of Puerto Rico, doing a bit of a tail slide. Something went stray right there, but that wave is finished, and we are now waiting for the screen to come back up.
Our proud sponsors who make this event possible. Without them, nothing could be done. We want to thank the presentation of the Peruvian Institute of Sports, the Association of Olympic Athletes from Peru, and Herbalife. We're also supported by the Peruvian National Olympic Committee, Termos, and Peruvian National Surfing Federation, better known here in Peru as the FENTA. And we want to thank our media partners, Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero, and Tablista Magazine, all helping with the media communications of this great event here in Punta Rocas. It was the second World Surfing Games that were held here in Punta Rocas. The first one was in Australia, the second one was in Punta Rocas itself, right here, and it was won by a Peruvian, no one else than Felipe Pomar, that you have known very well, the both brothers there in the island of Hawaii.
I do. I'm glad to say I know the Pomar brothers, very proud family from Peru, and the event was much different back then. You know, they were riding longer boards. I don't even know if leashes were invented yet, but I was told they didn't even use leashes, so much bigger emphasis on staying on your board or holding onto your board, and much bigger consequences of you know, if you lose your board, there's a whole lineup. They call it Punta Rocas for a reason. There's rocks all over the beach. So in case you're tuned in, we yeah, a much different scenario 50 years ago when things were going on down here on the point. If you lost your board, you pretty much damaged it on the rocks. Criteria was a lot different too. I heard that the highest scores were given for the longest rides. Maneuvering was really not too much part of the equation because they had these sort of big, heavy boards, and style and length of ride were part of the big criteria.
So we're getting the official scores of the two previous heats, so we're going to give them, because Mimi Barona from Ecuador was really outstanding, really the standout figure out of the ladies division from what we've seen up until now. We've still got Philippa Anderson coming in the following heat, and she should have a very strong performance. So results from heat number 5 of the main round 1 of the women. First position was for Dominique Barona in yellow with the highest total score of the event so far, 18 points 23 in yellow for the Equatorian. Second position went to black, Karel Popke from Tahiti with 8.56, so 9.7 less than the first. Third position was red, Tanika Hoffman from South Africa with 8.4, And fourth, 2.37 for white, Denise Martinez from Mexico. And on the wave and riding, Bernice Candona from Puerto Rico.
Yeah, she's gotten herself a long ride here. A lot of lateral movement, though. You can see her board's really kind of staying in the middle of the wave. She's doing a good job to stay on this nice long ride, but she's really going to need to sort of start dropping to the bottom and turning towards the lip to get the judges to throw her some big points. Does a little sort of a fakey slash right there, but did throw a little bit of spray, so she's got her first good ride. Her opening ride was throwaway, and this is going to definitely clock in a few more points in that one.
So we still see some waves. It's very constant there. As you can see, Peru, there's never really wave lower than 2 or 3 feet here in Peru. If you really want to surf, you've got a longboard, you manage to find some spot working at every moment of the year, no?
Yeah, and you know, by proximity, we are a little closer to the equator. There's a lot of southern hemisphere activity, so anything, any swell, any storm mass down south at all is going to throw swell our direction. And this particular break, Punta Rocas, is one of the more consistent spots on the coast. So if most spots are even small, 1 to 3 feet, Punta Rocas can still be like this, where it's 2 to 4 feet with some 5-foot sets. So real lucky to have hosted the event here. Super stoked to be in Peru, and I'm sure the whole surfing country of Peru is stoked to have the event here as well.
Thanks, Mike. And so quickly, while there's not too much wave coming there, maybe Anali Gomez coming down on that one, finally decides to not take it. Seems White is going to give it a shot, paddling for it, but not enough speed. So very quickly, the official result from heat number 6, that was just the previous heat. First position was for White, Lisbeth Vindas from Costa Rica, 8.06. Second, Black, Delfina Morosini from Uruguay with 6.46. We just saw Jennifer Wood from Scotland fall on that wave. So each from result number 6. Third position was Yellow, Renate Bico from Switzerland with 5.5. And red was Sonia Garcia from Panama with 0 points in fourth position. She didn't manage to find any waves during her heat. She will have to go to repechage round to keep advancing throughout the event. 15 minutes left in this series number 7 of the ladies division.
15 minutes left and sets on the horizon. You can see Anale Gomez from Peru pretty much dominating the break. She's got a 6.67 on her score line. Very, very comfortable lead at the moment. If she can back that up with another good score, which she may do on this next wave, we'll see. She's going to be sitting real pretty and kind of off to the shoulder here. I think she's going to elect to let this one go, as it's typically these shouldery waves don't allow for too much maneuvering. And there's some local knowledge for you. She let that first one go. She looks to be a little bit too far inside for this wave. Let's see. No, yeah, she's going to have to duck dive under it, as does the other surfer. I can't tell if that's white or yellow, but nonetheless, the girl's getting caught inside, and this double up looks a little more promising. Yep, she's spinning around. What do we got there, Philip?
Nice set wave there going, and Anali Gomez paddling for it, finally backing off there. It wasn't going to produce that phase that she needs. She got a really high score. She's got a 6.67 in the good range, and she's got a score in the poor range, so 1.27. That's her fallback score, and so she'll be wanting to replace that anytime soon. And as we saw her paddling there for that wave, she's not scared to go in big waves. Anali Gomez, she likes them. She's used as a Peruvian, and obviously she's the Latin American champion. So we're going to see how she does it, but until now she's dominating this series, and she ended up in Panama last year, number 6 at the event in the women's division.
Well, guilty by association. We know Anali Gomez is super comfortable in large waves and solid surf because she gets so much good solid surf here in Peru. So Peru, really a standout nation here in Latin America, developing some of the fine surfers, in fact some world champions. As we said earlier, Cristobal de Cole won the junior championships here just down the road in 2010. So loads of talent, and with all this surf on offer and thousands of miles of coastline, it's no wonder Peru is producing such great surfers.
And there we can hear the cheering from Team Uruguay, cheering for Delfina Morosina. She's just arrived out from the water, up the cliff, and there she's received by our team. It's incredible, the vibe that the ISA events produce between countries, and I think you don't see that on any other event on the professional tour, the QS, the Latin American circuit. This vibe between countries where they keep on and they're cheering for the fellow teammates in the water, and you only see this air and the flags, the colors, the opening ceremony, and the Sons of the World are incredible. When we see on the wave there, Lucia Cosoleto finding our second wave, riding it out, very long whirl, trying to go past that white water section, finally not managing to get enough momentum and speed to do so. She's only got a 0.93, and so this is going to be our second wave.
Yeah, we're pretty far away from the action. The camera tilt's pretty wide. They were zooming in, but it looked to me that she just unweighted to go, rail to rail to try to generate some speed, and just as she unweighted, the whitewash grabbed a hold of her board, so a little bit unprepared for that jolt of whitewash that came at her. And there you see some of the beachgoers and onlookers on the cliff. There's some of the ladies. That looks like Pucha there, probably trying to figure out what just happened. She's got plenty of waves in her home country of Panama. Been there several times, and I know her home beaches are cracking. So really uncharacteristic zero score there for the Panamanian surfer. I'm sure she's going to try to regroup and put some more energy into her rapid charge round, which will be coming up later in this surf contest. In the meantime, scores here, we're looking at Anale Gomez from Peru sitting in first place. Bernice Cardona is in the yellow jersey. She's sitting in second place. Lucia Cosoleto in third place in white, and Jennifer Wood in black. She's our Scottish surfer, and yet to score anything of big potential there.
There you can see some of the ISA staff, of which our boss, Carlos Escava, who's in charge of all the media part of the organization. There we saw one surfer falling on that slash at the top of the wave.
That was Anale Gomez going for it. She was going for broke, trying to get that board vertical, and that's what it's going to take. So all power to her. She's got a comfortable lead. Might as well throw caution in the wind and ramp up the level of surfing here.
And so we're checking out on the Twitter Air live from the booth what is being said about the official hashtag. So ISA 50WSG. Please use the hashtag so that we can look for that information, see what is being posted. It's always great seeing the motivation of the teams before the event and during it. And so please include it, because up until now it's really Spanish and the Latin American guys that are crowding the Twitter with the official hashtag. Speaking audience, please use the hashtag ISA 50WSG so that we can hear your voice, see your posts, see your photos. And there goes Anale Gomez on another wave, finally riding it out, not doing much on it, and she's still looking to replace that 1.43 now, so pretty low wave to add it to her I score of a 6.67.
Yeah, well, I would just have to venture to say that really that last wave was to reposition herself, get herself back to the channel, look at the waves from another perspective. That wave didn't have any scoring potential. She kicked right out. She's local in these waters, so she really has a good grasp of where she needs to be and what she needs to do to take most advantage of the incoming swell.
Exactly 8 minutes and a half left. So please use the hashtag ISA 50WSG. You can send us messages, send messages for your team. You can check it out. Just search in Twitter or Instagram for the hashtag and you'll see everything that's being posted. We can see the Federation of Mexico, Ecuador, very active there with the post. Also the local media such as Olas Peru, and the various federations are using the very present too with lots of photos. So please take part in this feedback. We love to hear from you. We're going to have the beach interview starting today. We've got the morning show every morning with our wonderful host Michael Latronic.
Good morning. Are we still in morning? We're still in
the morning. It is still air, closing in towards 11 o'clock. Yesterday at 1 p.m. we had a really great interview, 1 hour, with President Fernando Aguirre of the ISA and the new Vice President Barbara Kendall, Olympic medalist in windsurfing. She's been newly appointed to the board, so that was very interesting, and we'll see who we will get in the booth today to chat a bit with us. You know, it's always interesting to have other viewpoints, other states of minds, and discuss with them the state of affairs in surfing world.
Yeah, well, we had the real Rick Kane in the booth yesterday. We call him Rick Kane because he was the fictional surfer in the movie North Shore, all about a surfer that learned to surf in a wave pool and then went to Hawaii to take on the pipeline. Well, the real Rick Kane is Mohammed Rahman, and he grew up surfing in a wave pool in Dubai, and now we have him for the first time in the Pacific Ocean here in the ISA.
Exactly, that was Bernice Cardona making the drop on a huge wall of water, just crashing behind her, not allowing her to left, and just had to straighten out and jump off the board, so not much on that wave. She's still looking to replay 8, and there's 6 minutes and 25 seconds. This heat still led local surfer Annalie Gomez. They're really from Punta Hermosa. She lives 4 kilometers from here year long. Obviously she travels a lot for her surfing career, but so she knows the spot extensively well.
Yeah, well, Punta Hermosa's got some nice waves as well. I'm sure she's a serious local at that break called Señoritas. One señorita to another, she is talking to Mother Ocean, and let's hope she keeps the conversation live here with 5 minutes and 53 seconds left. I'm excited to see Annalie get another wave.
Exactly, and Bernice Cardona far behind the Peruvian. She's only got 3.3. She needs a 5.61. Nothing impossible, but still, there's starting to be less than 5 in this heat. We're going to go to the yellow flag soon. And we're going to announce also the names of who will participate in the last heat of this round 1. That it will be after that wave from Lucia Cosoleto from Argentina. Nice opening turn, making a nice cutback. Doing an off the top, attacking the lip, trying to be very vertical there, arming the bottom, going for another turn at the top of the wave, connecting with that white water. She follows, advancing. That's one of the nicer waves, and offering a therefore. That last maneuver, will she be able to ride it out? Not exactly, so she didn't finish that last maneuver. She's looking to replace any of her 2 waves. She's got really 2 low scores, a 0.93 and a 0.97, so that's going to replace, without a doubt, that 0.93. She needs 2.37 to go to second place. Will that be enough? I do think so. So we might see a change of position in these last 5 minutes of the series.
For sure, yeah, that was a well-ridden wave. You know, got a wave that she was able to open up on. She was able to open up quite a bit more on that wave. Judges rewarding her with a 5.17. She's firmly sitting in second place now, with Bernice Cardona needing a 3.65 to take over second position. Jennifer Wood needs a 5.48. So not giant scores needed here for these girls to change the advancing order, but based on what we've seen, Annalie Gomez and Lucia Cosoleto are sitting comfortable with those mid-range scores in their lineup.
Less than 4 minutes now, time ticking down. So the names of those competitors in the following heat, now that we don't see too much waves coming our way, we will have in the last and 8th heat of round 1, Philippa Anderson from Australia. In red, she will be joined by Jessica Anderson in white for Chile. Kelly Lade Roca will be representing Puerto Rico in yellow, and Phoebe Strachan will be the second girl from Scotland in black. So that will be the 4 girls that will be in 3 minutes competing in the water in series number 8. And then we're going to go to a very important round. This will be the main event, round 3 for the men's division. So we've got all the best surfers from yesterday, those who managed to pass first and second yesterday in round 2. When we see black, that's Jennifer Wood from Scotland going down the line. A bit slow there on that wave, a bit a smaller wave, and not using its full potential.
I don't even think I saw a bottom turn, but now I do. So here's Annalie Gomez showing the other girls how it's done. Big bottom turn off the top combination there on that outside section. Does a little rebound in the foam. You know, this wave's nothing special, but she is showing a mastery of the beyond her other competitors right now, and she's definitely going to throw away that 1.43. Looks like maybe a high 3 or a low 4-point ride coming in here as the judges start to drop their scores.
Exactly, 2 minutes 20, and Annali Gomez finding that real true second score to get to her total, and finally a 3.33. So she gets a total of 10 points. Nice number there for a total score. And let's take even more firmly first place of series number 7, leaving Nick Kotolov a total of 6.4. She now on 4.4. But she has less than 2 minutes to do so.
Yeah, well, time is ticked down, and Cosoletto is more than capable of taking over first position, but sort of irrelevant on the advancement stage because both Cosoletto and Gomez are well lead, especially if they get back scores, because their 6 scoring rides are, especially for Cosoletto, throw away 0.97 if she can get it.
And last minute of competition, series number 7. So we are the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games 2014, very edition of these World Surfing Games, celebrating 50 years of surfing with you. So the new slogan of the ISA.
Always surfing with you.
Exactly. Before it was for a better surfing future. We're still working to better the surfing future of the surfing world. It's nice.
Next time I have the opportunity and pleasure to surf with Fernando Aguirre, I'm just going to drop in on him because I'm always surfing with him too.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Or he'll drop in on me, and then of course ISA is always surfing with me. So a little bit of sharing never hurts.
Exactly, and so the first contest in 1964, there was no interference rule, and pathways were allowed. So it was very beach, very big balls, very heavy, and basically the one who ran the longest wave or could stay on his feet the longest possible was winning the contest. What a long way we have come.
All right, here's something to think about. What kind of wetsuits did they have?
They're indicating the final of series number 7. So unofficial results, Annali Gomez taking first position with 10-point total score, leaving Argentinian Lucia Cosoletto in white in second position with 6.14, Belnice Cardona from Puerto Rico third, and Jennifer Wood from Scotland in black in fourth. So last heat of the already on the way, and we'll go to a commercial break, and we'll be right back for more action here. Say 50th anniversary World Surf. Don't go anywhere.
From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate its gold ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games at Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration.
We're back to live action here. Got a full lineup. Looks like a set just rolled through. And we've got 2 Andersons in this heat, oddly enough. We've got Felipa Anderson from Australia in the red jersey. In the white jersey, it's Jessica Anderson from Chile. In yellow, we have Kelly Ley de Roca from Puerto Rico. And in black, Phoebe Stracklin from the northern island of Scotland. I'm sure she's very used to the cool waters here in Peru. And Scotland being one of the new countries added to the ISA lineup.
Exactly, Mike, and glad to be back as we are already getting some scores. Jessica Anderson from Chile, multiple champion there, starting the things up with a 3.5. She's opposed to Felipa Anderson. She's none other than the little sister of Craig Anderson, the free surfer from these new videos we just and he's just like surfing with such big flow and getting some massive airs as well. Craig Anderson is Filipa's big brother. Filipa was in Brazil last week, got herself a third place finish on the Floripa WQS. She's opposed to Kelly Lade Roca from Puerto Rico. And as you were saying, Phoebe Strachan, I think it's quite summer for her because water is not that cold. Yesterday you surfed again and it seemed that the water was slightly warmer.
I didn't even use booties.
Oh,
it was nice.
That's quite a statement.
Yeah. Now, the water's been great here. Peru has got, the good thing about these waves, too, is they've got some juice. It's, I don't know what the continental shelf is like, but when these waves roll in, there's definitely some juice under your board. They may look a little mushy in sections, but the power behind them is...
And that's a 16 to 17 seconds. Well, we're going to have waves all week long. Today, the smallest day we've seen so far, but we've had some really good waves. So even if the swell tends to slow down a little, we still have some nice looking section. We had the best heat of the whole event so far with Mini Barona from Ecuador, and that's surfer in red, Filipa Anderson, Mike.
Well, you can see right away why she's in the high place QS Tour. No stranger to throwing up into the lip, and as soon as I say all that, she digs a rail and loses that wave. Maybe a little bit of early jitters there, and always sometimes hard to get sea legs on for the first wave.
As White is having a look and going on the backhand, she opts not to go. The wave was a little, you can see there's a little wobble on the surface of the water more and more. It seems that the tide moving out is eventually creating some currents underwater that tend to change a little the way the wave is peeling off this beautiful setup that we have here in Punta Rocas. Just a quick reminder, this is a Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing world-class point break of Punta Rocas. We are 46 kilometers down south of Lima, and we have a take on this one, Jessica Anderson from Chile, Mike.
All right, the other Anderson throwing some spray off the shoulder there, does a nice rebound back into the foam. Another kind of turn there, just trying to set things up. Gets a little more lip line there on that one. Now you can see two surfers on your screen because we have our rider in black from Scotland on the back wave, while Anderson finishes off up there in the foreground. So good ride for Jessica Anderson from Chile. It's definitely going to be a 3.5, and Phoebe Strachan fell off before the wave gave her a chance to develop any kind of good score. So definitely the Australian and the Chilean surfer making the moves here early to take the lead.
We have right now Filipa Anderson going on this one. First good turn off the top. This wave seems to be walling up a little more on the inside, as we have now this second turn for Filipa. This frothy section is causing her no arm. She's trying to connect now on this last front float side re-entry and connects on the inside. Good job for Filipa, and already with only 5 minutes and 20 seconds down the clock, a flurry of wave, Mike.
Well, the Australian surfing machine lives on, and 2 waves in 5 minutes, already 2 scoring rides on the board. Filipa Anderson picked up that wave halfway out. It was a smaller wave, but I think the goal was to get her in a comfortable position so now she can go out and really start to open up her game.
Exactly, as judges are typing in the last numbers. First of black will be, hopefully for her, a throwaway, but second of white, a 4.83. Her best score so far, already sitting just like red on 2 average to good scores, as we have one taker on this one. That's our surfer in black, I think. Oh, yellow, sorry, that's Kelly, Puerto Rico.
All right, well, Kelly Lade Roca's picked this wave up in the middle. It's got some scoring potential, but it's gotten a little foamy. She's doing those little cutbacks off on the shoulder, and yet to have gotten a score on the board. So she's at least got one on the board now, and it's not going to be a huge score. A lot of those turns were lateral or horizontal as opposed to vertical. So
non-stop action right now. This is the last hit of this first round from the women's division, as we've seen a lot of waves being surfed, already 6 waves being surfed, and well, it's a good thing, as you were saying, for Kelly Lade, 7 minutes and no waves taken. So having one wave taken on this first makes you feel like you're part of the group as well. You're not like really waiting too much. You try to do something, and as she's going to be padding out, she will have maybe a better angle of what she wants to do, where she wants to stand. Right now, judges are punching in the number. We have a keeper for the second wave of red. This is already getting into the really good range. Not excellent yet. Excellent start at 8, but still first just below average at 4.5 for a first wave. And this that from Philippa will be obviously a keeper. We have
Well,
the results. Sorry.
you saw that was a smaller wave, but the level of surfing that she performed and the number of maneuvers she did led to a 7.17. So we now know Philippa Anderson is capable of some serious scores, even if she doesn't catch a set wave.
And talking about quality of the wave compared to quality of surfing, Mini Barona, who has the best heat scores, men and women combined, got her best wave on the insider. She was paddling out, spun around, got a wave, got 3 turns, really from inside section down to the shore, and got a 9 points, a high 9. So it's not about how good the wave looks, it's about how good you're able to surf it properly, and she got this with an 8 point as a backup, so fantastic scoring for Mini Barona. And as we were saying, 7.17, not the best looking wave, but just fantastic surfing.
Good surfers can make great waves look good, whereas great surfers can make bad waves look good.
Exactly. This is kind of the hard sentence number.
I'll never remember that.
And once again, we are gonna have this last hit of the ladies and then going straight to the men event round 3. So main round, we are still guys running through the main round. Once again, this is main round for the ladies as well. The surfers who have dropped and bowed out of this main round have not lost yet. They will be surfing the repos, the repeated round, slightly later in the week. The program for today, it's right now slightly more than 11. It's 11 and 10 minutes in the morning here in Punta Rocas, Peru. The program, we're going to finish this first round of the ladies, going straight to 6 hits of the main event, round 3 of the men. And for the first time of the day, we will have the repeated round of the men. So this will be interesting to see how first surfers bowing out of the contest, bringing the minimum points for their team.
Yeah, well, those are unfortunately the sad moments, but the good thing is you have a team behind you, so somebody has to bow out. It's just there's no two ways about it. Somebody will be eliminated today, and the team points will start to be chipped away at. Still a very small indication of what the overall result would be, because there's still so many more days of competition, and the ultimate point totals are going to be decided with the gold and silver medals, the big point placers. Naturally, it helps to have a lot of your team members in the semifinals, in the quarterfinals, in the finals to help that plan, but at the end of the day, those last day and those last few heats are huge markers for who's going to win the teams.
Exactly, it's a fight for your flag, for your nation, and so far it's just early, as you were saying. We're still together till next Saturday, so a long way to come and plenty of different action. What we do know is that it's always easier to reach the final through the main round. You're saving pretty much 2 or 3 rounds compared to when you have to surf on the repos. That's surfing so many repos eventually keeps you active. When you're surfing on the main round, you're gonna have 1 or 2 lay days, so you may lose at one point your edge. You just pretty much slow down. Your rhythm is not the same. You don't surf all day long because you're just here on the contest site cheering for your teammates. When you're surfing on the repos, you're pretty much surfing every single day of the event, so of course you're tired, but you get to know more and better of the spots. It's been changing a lot over the last 2 days. It's another day, another type of swell, another type of tide. So it's somehow, and that's why we've been talking a lot about of the events. We had more world champions heading out from the repo than from the main round, just because these guys, these girls, were having more, I think, inside knowledge of how the wave behaves on different tides, because they've been surfing at least 3 rounds more.
Well, things a little quiet here in the lineup at the moment. Not any in the last minute or two. Still 13 minutes and about 15 seconds left on the clock. You can hear outside our booth a lot of cheering, and here we go. Kelly Lade Roca from Puerto Rico does a nice wrapping cutback into the soup section. We saw her get a lot of cutbacks on her first wave, only got a 3.1. So let's see if she can't find some variety in this wave and to give the judges something more to think about.
As right now. Well, all
There
the
it
way
is.
inside.
I think that last maneuver definitely would have helped her cause because that was more of an off the lip than a cutback, and we should see that possibly rise above the 3-point range, maybe even into the 4s. I'm not a judge here, but I'd have to say that was a little more variation than her last wave.
And she was just chasing a 5-4, so it's still something that she can rely on. It's a second wave, so maybe she have a better score than her first one. Her requirement will be slightly lower if you don't get this 5-4. Still in the heat, half time already, but we had two strong options from red and white. Yellow just starting to wake up, and as you were saying, it's good to get some variety, to mix in the old style, classic long cut back to re-entry, and trying to be a little more critical, trying to commit more onto your turn, waiting for the wave to earth a proper leap so you can actually turn and spin on it. We've seen too many cutbacks, and talking with the head judge and some of the judges as well, they're just fed up with cutbacks already. It's a point break, so you want to break the rhythm at one point. It's good to have the flow, but you need to be able to propose something else than the other are doing.
Well, I mean, if you're a surfer, a cutback is a beautiful maneuver. It feels good. It looks good. But for some reason, visually, on the criteria list, if you just are able to do cutbacks, that means you're not creative enough. That means stalling a little. You stall a little bit so that instead of being the shoulder to a cutback, you stall before your bottom turn. So now you can climb the whitewash at least and do a floater or do a rock and roll floater or some kind of off the lip.
Yeah, that's the thing. You need to be able to create something else. The wave is just offering a line. 5.3. Oh, so she gets the 5-4 she was chasing, and now change in the situation. Mike, Philippa Anderson still easily in the lead on 11.67 combined score, but yellow Kelly Lade Roca is now second. Third place down to Jessica Anderson from Chile, chasing a 3.58.
Yeah, pretty small requirement for Jessica Anderson. 10.5 minutes left. We're likely to see things change around. Even Philippa Anderson, on her scoreline, she's still got a 4.5. So leaving the door a little bit open for the other ladies. But as we see, sometimes the surfing gets better and better. And here we've got a paddler. It looks like one of the ladies is having some technical difficulties and dropping in that wave, and unfortunately a non-score 0.5. That was Philippa Anderson. I wonder if she got caught up on her own leash or something.
Yeah, because she was really having a hard time taking off this wave. Anyway, she didn't lose that much time, and she may actually spin around and get that one, Mike.
Yeah, well, she's got a nice little inside double up coming here. Tries to look at doing a head dip, and something's going on.
Yep.
Very uncharacteristic, but I'm sure she's going to work out the cobwebs here and hit the reset button.
Two waves in a row is, well, it can hit your confidence at one point. The good thing for Philippa, she's already sitting on a 7.17, which is one of the best single score of the event so far for the ladies. So she's comfy. But as you were saying, a 4.5 as a backup is not enough. You want to go over the 13-point mark so you can feel that, okay, I'm already on at least two really good scores. I can do something else.
And what I'm looking at here technically is Jessica Anderson and White has a 4.83, which beats the 4.5. Kelly Lade Roca has a 5.3, which of course beats the 4.5. If either of these ladies or both of these ladies score over a 7-point ride, they are going to be in ahead of Anderson. So Anderson, strategically will want to get back out there, drop that 4.5, and make it really hard for the other ladies to take over the first place position.
Exactly. You need to finish at least with a couple of sixes at the minimum if you want to punch through with confidence and knowing that you can score. It's always good on the first round to know that your surfing is suiting the judging criteria, that they actually get to know you better and that they can score. Dominique Baron, a lot of really excellent scores. She feels good. She's on cloud 9 because she knows that her surfing was the best we have seen so far, men and women combined. It feels good, and that you won't be surfing tomorrow, but your surfing is spot on regarding the wave and the judges.
Okay, well, we saw White on the corner of the screen grab a bottom turn off the top combination. Unfortunately, a pretty long section there. Looked pretty unmakeable. Maybe if she had done some kind of speed floater, she could have got around that. But the way she approached that section, it looked not score she needs to change things around. She needs a 3.58, and here we go. Red is going to get this ride, and looks like the speed wobbles are gone. She starts with a nice off the top rock and roll combination. There we go, throwing a little more spray out the back. Beautiful section right there. And really, girls are having fun with this wave. I mean, it's the perfect wave. You know, it's a combination of smooth faces and a little bit of power. So up and talk about a little bit of power. Felipe Anderson busting a tail waft there at the end of the wave.
Yes, sadly comes unstuck on this one. So this last maneuver could, I think, push her all the way to the excellent range. That was really well served and putting a little bit of everything, carving turns, snap of the tops, just releasing a little more of the tail by to boost something more innovative, but sadly comes unstuck. So still, she may be replacing a 4.5 and now feeling way better. She had two little hiccups starting on wave, and she did the same on this one. Really like properly bodyboarding the first part, and as soon as she felt that the wave was more stable, she just went straight off her feet, and eventually got turned to top turn combo. And judges are losing no time to punch in the first few scores. It would be a good one.
I wish we had a replay because I thought she rode out of the end of that one. I mean, at least enough to get the score, but you know, I'd have to look at it again to be sure. Nonetheless, the judges, she clicked in a lot of movers before the wave, so this is definitely going to reach the excellent range, if not into the excellent range. There's almost an excellent score, 7.87, a little bit better, 7.17.
And right now, Jordan, as we were talking before about that she was still on the one solid score, small backup. Now she's on two waves, really good score, which means what? Second, 7.5, perfect 10 to go straight to first, and third place needs a bow of 15 waves. So we can be sure already with 5 seconds to go, and knowing that the out is long, that's why to jump up to first. Fourth place, combo of 15.5 and a 7.18 to go to second. Phoebe is striking from Scotland so far. One single wave, 1, 2, 3, nothing fantastic. She needs to step it up as the time is now running away, and Kelly and Jessica as having some good scores on the board. Surfer in Black is up and riding.
Well, there we have it. Surfer from Scotland having some serious technical difficulties. She really set up that whole wave perfectly. She's sitting in just the right spot. She got in early, and then poof, some kind of technical difficulty. No bottom turn, no maneuver, just face plant. So we'll hope that the Scotland surfer can collect themselves and get back out there and show the world what she's capable of.
Exactly, and well, she was really trying to get this long fade away bottom turn, unless she was trying to go left. But anyway, she right now needs to, as you were saying, try to group, because time is down to 30 seconds, and she wants to get something better than 1, 2, 3, or 0.7. Nothing of major portions, as red is now flying in autopilot, and yellow and white jockeying for second and third place. Yellow is now trying to replace a 3.1, and white is going to replace 3.58 to go back second.
Got a little bit of a battle there on the outside. You can see both second and third place, white and yellow, are scrambling to get in position on this next with about 4 minutes left. You know, luckily this could be the last set they see. So we'll see what's here. Look, there's some bigger waves looming on the outside. Not sure if the girls see that. I'm sure once over this, we're going to start scratching to the horizon line, and then possibly the first person to get this wave to harm way, and well, neither one of them get it. Let's see this wave backs off, doesn't crumble into a world of whitewash. It looks like it's going to back off there, Vico.
Yes, and black is having a look on the inside. Red is already that's next. The first hit of the boys, as yellow, it's just a white field, and as you can see, the white water is really on your screen. They are slightly too much east part of the peak, and eventually that's surprise them, I think, off position.
Well, it looks like this one's going to end up, the camera work is going with, okay, here the announcer, white is up and riding. Let's see, she's unable to maintain balance and stay in that white wash, so white Jessica Anderson is going to get the score needs on that particular wave.
Bradley Yellow is next to it in the fade. She's nothing towards white. She wants to get a wave and getting rid of the 3.1 as white is slightly out of position. She's having a look and paddle onto this mid-second wave. Sadly, is too far out. White maybe spinning around, having a look. The foam start being pushed by the white, and up she goes, Mike.
Okay, she only needs a 3.5. So far, it's a bit of a fat, shouldery wave. She doesn't cut back into the foam. Here, tiny little lap. This wave's barely reaching on the inside. So I don't think so. I mean, she did about as good as could, although maybe a little bit of off the takeoff into vertical turn served her better to get the score she needed.
We've seen a lot of serves getting mid 4 and 5 for one turn, as long as it was realized power floating the critical section. If you're starting your wave and going sideways to cut back, eventually you're making a mistake by choosing a wide line when to go there, gathering momentum, hits the critical section.
Yeah, that just looked a little bit lackluster. You know, they have that potential. I truly mean, you know, if it's lackluster, mediocre, or safe, the judges may not award her what she needs. And there it is. It's a 2.33, not enough to take her to the
Same situation we can hear sometimes. Well, when Jessica Anderson eventually didn't get the score, Rico was pretty much cheering against her, which is, well, that's the ISA. You know, you want your team member to punch through the round. So right now, red and yellow, your first and second, are outside, and this is Philippa Anderson really deep on this one. Maybe she's gonna get something, Mike.
Well, I'm surprised she dropped into that one because you know, she read it. She maybe thought it was going to double up and hold up for her. She did get around it, but most of the good part of the energy there on the outside section was, you know, she had to just braking nice.
Just a little victory lap for Philippa, one of the strongest surfer of this event so far. Got third last week on the QS, and now is collecting some serious points, 15.04. She will be feeling good after this one because she served good, got a great wave selection, and at least 4 waves over the 4-point marks. It seems we have a surfer right now away, but we're just panning out slowly back to the beginning of the lineup of this point break of Punta Rocas. 10 seconds to go, and if we had a surfer, and counting down, so it's seen that last of white will not be enough. It's gonna be a throwback again of around 2 point something. 4.57 for last of red. So situation, people remain the same: red first, second yellow, third white, and fourth black. We're gonna cut through a little commercial and come back straight after for the first hit of the men division, round 3.
Exactly. So we're going to go to a short break. The class is going to interrupt a short minute as we switch equipment, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. It's normal. It's going to black out for 1 minute, and we will be right back.
From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate its golden year with the ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games at Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration.
And it looks like Yellow is paddling for this inside double, a beautiful looking wall here. And look at this. We've got a nice big floater, goes over the back of the wave, comes back into the wave, but unable to get around that. That was Tani Wallace from New Zealand. Tall, lanky surfer, but showing some diversity there, and a beautiful floater, but unable to make the rest of the wave.
Yeah, that floater was really cool. He really went out the back, pretty much stepped out and went back in. As we have a foam star, I think he got a little mistreated there and eventually goes down. 4 surfers. This is the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Game. We are on day 3 of the events, and this is the first hit of the main event, round 3. In the water, in red, Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica. In white, Diego Cadena. He got only 2 waves yesterday, but enough to punch through. From Mexico, Tane Wallace is from New Zealand. And we have in black, Tristan Arcadi from Chile. And I think, Mike, we slightly missed a wave of importance because some of the judges, one judge posted the first perfect 10 of the event. What did that score?
Wow. Anthony Fillingham from Costa Rica, setting the pace, wave number 1, round number 3, and that's just indicative that things are really heating up here at Punta Rocas. Got a paddle for this wave, a couple of jockeying going on here. Unfortunately, that was Diego Cadena from Mexico, unable to hold on.
And 9.43. 9.43 is really almost perfect, but one judge thought it was perfectly surfed. I can tell you, when judges start dropping 9s, high 9s and 10, that because they are having fun, they are enjoying the surfing. That is displayed right now. We've seen some really challenging waves, and from the first day on 8 to 10 foot faces down to today with pretty much 3 to 5 foot, we still have the same range of excellence. 9.43 for first of Anthony, 1.83 for first of Black, and a few other scores are being punched in right now as we speak. First of Yellow with this nice roof scratching floater will get something around 3, and a backup of slightly less. So right now Anthony on one single score is pretty much quite comfortable already.
Yeah, huge amount of confidence boost when you start the heat off with a banger like that. I mean, now the job is to get a backup, because we have seen in the past in these kinds of heats, you know, all the other surfers are capable of getting mid-range to excellent scores. So it just takes 2 5s to beat that 9.43. So surfer in red will not be comfortable until they get their backup. And you know what? Here we go. Anthony Fillingham really throwing some beautiful spray off the top of that lip right there. Rebounds back into the foam. You can see a little style pointer right there. Doesn't opt to finish that wave because he knows it's not going to be a huge score, but he's got a nice, comfortable backup, probably a mid-range score.
And great use of all the different dimensions of the wave, going super low off the bottom. And as you were saying, just so arching his way up, really not stressed right now. When starting a hit with a 9.43, eventually you just release everything. You just have pretty much free surfing because you know that your surfing is spot on. That one judge dropped a 10. That's quite a statement for the judges. So it's all about confidence and now having fun. It's just like enjoying the beautiful conditions of today in Punta Rocas.
Yeah, especially since he's got that backup score now. You know, if he scores a 4 or 5 or whatever he's going to get, maybe even a high 3. But, you know, the point is he can now try to up his game and go for another 10-point ride.
As right now a few scores are being punched in, nothing of major importance. 2.83 for first of Yellow with a floater, 1.83 for first of Black. His backup will be a throwaway, hopefully for him, as right now up and riding our surfer in white, Diego Cadena.
Diego Cadena having a little technical difficulty there on that wave. Looked like it was going to stand up, backed off. He could see the wave wasn't doing much, and in between, you know, lifting his rail, it looked like he got caught on a little bump there on the double up.
As judging are right now assessing the conditions and what is the scale of the average, because starting a hit with a 9.43, eventually the whole scale is like, whoa, okay, we're going back to the men's division, we're starting with a bang, that's almost perfect, but what's underneath? Starting to score by the average helps you as a judge to pretty much saying, okay, that was a 5, then I can think it's like better than the average. But starting with perfection, it gets half the judges to go down and saying, okay, we've seen this, So they're going to be whether like too hard on the small wave, saying, okay, that's what I don't like it, compared to the first one I gave. So going to be like a low 2. This one, judges, for the second wave of red, only 2 good maneuvers. Some judges saying, it's poor. Some judges saying, it's average. So we're going to see how the head judge is trying to harmonize this when it comes to scoring on the 0.1 to 10 point scale we have on the surfing judging system.
Yeah, well, it's all a matter of interpretation too, because the judges, everybody's got their specific taste. The head judge tries to keep consistency on the panel, and they've been doing a great job at that thus far. So here we go, surfer in white, throwing caution to the wind, not paying off for Diego Cadena from Mexico, losing that wave with another low score.
Yeah, maybe trying a little too hard, being frustrated by these first 2 waves, but Anthony feeling him just flying down the line and kicking out, because there's no potential on this one. He's still waiting for his second score, not really upset by anything right now, flying and surfing on cloud 9, 943 as a starter. You can't ask for more, but well, you can for a 10, but still you won't be complaining, I think, on this one. And as judges are now trying to get a proper scale.
Feel bad that we can't show the audience that ride as our replays limited, but we can be sure that if the judges say so, Anthony Fliegem performed brilliantly on his first ride. And look at this, Vico, plenty more surf coming.
As you can maybe hear the cheering of I think that's Team Costa Rica behind us, just yelling out of the scaffolding. Surfer in white is up and riding. That's Diego Cadena from Mexico, maybe for his first good wave.
Yeah, well, nice little rebound there on this first section. Beautiful little swooping off the top. Another stylish turn. Not getting super radical, but surfing this wave much better. This is definitely going to be a huge improvement from what he's got already. Beautiful bottom turn, top turn combination there on the inside. Another nice swooping cut back into the foam, gets another one, so getting a little bit repetitive, but surfing really strong, really fast, nice smooth surfing by the Mexican. And on the outside you see Tane Wallace from New Zealand just lighting it up.
Yeah, a lot of it was a slightly bigger wave than surfer in white. Eventually got a little more variety, stronger cutbacks, stronger carves. Actually went all the way to the top 3 times, now 4, and hitting a little floater front side late blowtail to 180 and face planting by the end, but still slightly more of a variety when it comes to judging criteria, a little more power and momentum. So we're going to see how the judges do compare this wave of white and yellow. Yellow will be replacing his 2.5 that is yet to be scored for Diego Cadena. Finally, after 4 waves, he gets back into confidence. 12 minutes on the clock, we passed half time, and so far we have a little, I think, issue with one of the judging electronic device, because we have no score for judge 1. So I think we are resetting the judging system. So far, sorry for this little hiccup with the camera as well. And these are the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games in Punta Rocas, Peru, 46 km down south of the beautiful capital of Lima. We want to thank our sponsors that are making this event possible: the Peruvian Institute of Sport, the IPD, Association of Olympic Athletes, the ADO, Herbalife, supported by as well Mapfre and Repsol, and some of our media partners are Surfline, the official forecaster. And this event will be live on surfline.com on the last 3 days of this waiting period. The event finishes on Saturday, as well as Surfos, Latin America's leading surf publication, and Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latin America. And we have the second score for red, I think, Mike?
Well, not sure what they were doing with the scoring system, but things have jostled around a little bit, and some pretty good scores about to drop for Diego Cadena on his last wave in white, approaching the good to very good area. Really well surfed wave, but we've yet to see what they're gonna award Tane Wallace for his last wave as well. So a little bit of maneuvering here on the scale, and oh, I see what it is. Okay, they've reassigned judges' numbers on the scoreboards.
Yes, that's it. And while waiting for the score, I think there's a few scores missing, but one good score being dropped onto Diego Cadena's scoreboard. So that's pretty good for Diego, but still, as you were saying, Mike, 9-4-3 is a great way to start, but you need a backup because two average scores or one really good and a small backup can actually make the difference. And at this level of the contest, right now we are on the hit round of the main round number 3. Things are getting a little tougher, so you want to be able to score at least 13 to 14 points. Right now, Anthony is on a good combo, but yet it's not over until it's over 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and he's against strong surfers.
Well, right now the battle is for second place. Currently holding down that spot is Tani Wallace. He got a nice set wave a moment ago. Didn't perform as radically as Diego Cadena on his wave, but nonetheless it'll improve his situation as he's going to drop a 2.33. Meanwhile, Cadena only needed a 4.44 on his last wave. He's going to get that for sure. I mean, I saw him do about 5 maneuvers. But in the meantime, here comes some more action out the back. This is Tristan Arcadi from Chile, and he gets a nice speed, what do we call it, speed schwack. Does a little speed schwack, gets down the line, comes out to the open face, having some technical difficulty.
Yeah, it seemed that his board is not really responding, and he was really flying down the line really fast, not really trying to get with the wave space. He was just flying, and by the end it's a point break. So if you just go too far and too fast, you just miss the proper sections, and he's against strong surfers. Right now he's been able to score 1.5 and a 0.4. This will be his best wave, as the judges are right now punching the last score. We have the best wave for surfer in white. Mike, it's a 7 points for this last exchange. We're still waiting for last of yellow, which will be interesting to see, as well as judges are scratching their heads when it comes to how to score it. 7 points for Diego, so he is in second, but waiting for last of yellow, which may change the situation again. So yep, it's been announced on the beach announcing right now. So last of yellow 4.83. What is the situation, Mike, with 7 minutes and 40 seconds?
Well, it appears that Tane Wallace is still in need of a little higher score to get back into second place. He's now needing a 3.25. So with that last wave of 4.83, not able to regain second place from Cadena, who grabbed that 7-point ride. But Cadena's got a 1.07 sitting on his score line, so as soon as he replaces that, he's going to have a much bigger requirement from Wallace. And Arcadi from Chile is really yet to get out of second gear.
As surfer in white is up and riding on this frothy little wave. He will kick out, I think, soon. As maybe it's not surfer in white, or he's surfer in white. I mean, it's really hard to see.
That's
what surfer in yellow. That was 10 what is. So I have to say, Mike, I'm a little surprised from the scoring of the third wave of yellow, as we have the detail of the scores. There's a big split between a 3.8 and a 6 point on the same wave. So definitely a different scale used by the judges, and some going to the start of the really good scale, and others saying it's actually poor surfing. So interesting to see how things pan out for this hit number 1 of the round 3, but definitely some little differences in the judging.
Well, you know, that's why they have the system they do. They eliminate the high score, they eliminate the low score, and they take the average. So there's 5 judges on the panel. Really, each score is calculated based on the average.
So we're just taking the 3 medium scores and get them out to the average. That's why we have 4.83. Every single judge is not going down to the 100th of a point, but just to the 10th of a point. They're just scoring 4.8, for example, 5.5. They won't go to 5.55. It will be a nightmare for the head judge. And trying to evaluate a wave out of a 100 of a point will be slightly too precise, maybe only on the really close to perfection. You may want to go that far, but on average to bad score, you don't want to lose no time. 5 minutes and 45 is the time we have left, and so far, as all the scores are punched in and the last wave are throwaways, situation is the following. Anthony Flingen is in the lead quite easily, almost reaching the 14 points combined score. Diego Cadena sitting on a really good 7 point, but a really small backup of 107. He can't be right now sitting on his butt, because right just behind, Tane Wallace is chasing a 3.25. Behind fourth, Tristan Arcadi from Chile having a shocker, 1.5, 3.33, nothing fantastic as the time is going down to the 5 minutes.
All right, we got a paddle. Unfortunately, looked like Cadena from Mexico could not catch that wave. I don't know what to say. We can't see what surfers are doing at the moment, so we can't tell you what they're doing. There, we have some live action, and it looks like Black's paddling on this one. Yellow's trying to get up behind him. Looks like Black has established, I'm sorry, that's Red. Anthony Finnegan working on yet another great score. That first turn was fantastic. Does a little rebound in the foam just to sort of set up this section. Kind of a half turn right there, maybe a missed opportunity for him, but makes up for it there on that last section. Beautiful sliding, slashing tail slide there at the end of the wave. So he's definitely looking at throwing away that 4.5 and solidifying that first place position.
I actually really like this double tap turn he had to do before this last maneuver. He actually started scarving the top knowing that the wave will not support him all the way down, so he pretty much cut his turn halfway, stalled, just tucked to the white water, and eventually got this last cool little layback turn. So that's interesting to see how Anthony actually adapting his surfing to the wave, not trying to impose his pace. Surfer in yellow is up and running on the left-hander, Mike.
All right, interesting decision here with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. The young New Zealander opting to go left and gets a little floater out there, but really mistiming that section there. So lost opportunity and not too many vertical maneuvers on the first 3/4 of this wave. Let's see if the inside provides him with something super radical so he can get rid of that 3.7. And, I think based on the number of turns and the length of ride of that wave, he may just get a little better than the 3.17 that he has. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get back into second place, however.
Well, I would love to tell you that it would make sense if he had something more close than the average, but regarding the split we have on the judging on the wave he had before, he was chasing a 3.25, really slow start, but then I think Ten feels more confident when it comes to surfing on his backhand. And he had two really vertical turns on critical section because this left-hander by the end rolls up. It's really shallow, and he got these two turns really well done. So we're going to see if the judges did like this one. Once again, he was chasing a 3.25, but with 2 minutes and 40 seconds. All Diego Cadena needs to do is bettering his backup of 1.07.
Right. Okay, so initial scores coming in. Looking at that last wave, he did do two really strong turns at the end, so likely to replace that 3.25. But here goes Tristan Alcardi from Chile, found himself a nice set wave, another sort of lateral turn, big long section, beautiful cut back into the foam, but kind of mistimes the end of that, so a little bit of a mistake there. Nonetheless, gonna be one of his best scores because that was a large set wave. And there you have it again, another fault at the end of the wave.
Seems he tends to be taken away by his momentum. He's really going super fast, but even this really good, fantastic carving cutback, he just didn't really use any kind of verticality to just punch back from the foam. He just went and vanished in the avalanche of white water.
Where is White? Okay, you can see Diego Cadena is out in the back. He's got 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The initial score is coming in for Tani Wallace. He is going to move into second place. However, look at this line coming in for the Mexican surfer.
And don't forget a 6.93 for Anthony, so strong first place, 16.36, one of the best combined score of the event. I think the second or third, but Diego Cadena needs to better his 1 point. This is right now money time, 1 minute and 15 seconds, Mike. Take it away.
All right, well, based on that first turn alone, the Mexican surfer is going to drop that 1 point ride. Here he comes. Oh, unfortunately not able to solidify because he needs a 2.57, and that may be pretty close. I mean, that first turn was nice. He may well get a 2.5 or a 3.0, but we'll see because it's in the hands of the judges now.
3.2, 3.4, 3.5. He will have the scores already because the average only of these three waves will be better than 2.57, 3.6, and 3.47. Diego is back to second. 30 seconds to go, Mike.
Well, proof in the pudding because the judges really appreciate that first turn, and that first turn was nice. So the 3.47, who knows what that score could have been had he made that wave, but There's still 20 seconds left. Can New Zealander get another wave?
I'm still wondering how come one of the judges is saying a 3.8 for the long wave of yellow and 3.4 for one single score for white. That's a mystery of judging. Let's say 5 seconds. That's Costa Rica and Mexico will remain alive on the main round as Anthony Fingin is having his victory lap. Strong hit number 1 of the third round of the men's main round as Diego and Anthony are flying straight to round 4, and I think we'll have a couple of days off because we're going to have to run a few hits of the repechage that we will start later in the day. Tane Wallis coming up short, and Tristan Arcady will have to I think reset his surfing and his option because he was having good waves but couldn't actually make them into good scores. As right now we are starting this new hits, that will be hit number 2, main event round 3. We are going to be saying hello to Hayden Blair, Tommy Bersian, Cristobal Decol and Felipe Suarez, and we just said bye-bye to Mike Latronic. Joining us in the booth is Belgian/Chile's finest Philippe Muller, and well, I don't know if you checked these last hits, but that was a cracker. Sadly we couldn't see his first wave, one of the best waves of the contest so far. But previous hits, we had Anthony Fingin from Costa Rica getting a 9.43 and a 6.97. So hello, Costa Rica, strong. Sadly, Tane Wallis down, as well as one of your fellow countrymen, Tristan Arcady, going down to repechage.
Exactly. So Tristan Arcady from Chile and Tane Wallis from New Zealand going down to repechage, and we're already in heat number 2 from the main event, round 3 of the men's division. 4 competitors in the water: Hayden Blair from Australia in red, Tommy Bursian from Puerto Rico in white, Cristobal Decol in yellow for Peru, and Felipe Suarez from Argentina. One lone Aussie against 3 Latin Americans.
Yes, and one of them is a superstar. One of the other one actually got the best single wave of the day 1 and 2 with a 9 point on the massive 10-foot face right-hander. And here he goes, Thomas Bursian throwing a strong backside surfing.
So there goes Tommy Bursian, one of the highest waves of the day on the first day of competition, and here he is still in the main round going strong. So that was the opening wave for Puerto Rico's Tommy Bursian in white. We're going to wait for that first score, and 23 minutes left. We want to say to everybody who's just tuning in into this webcast in English, a big welcome to this Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games. We are at the perfect point break of Punta Rocas in Peru, 40 kilometers down south from Lima. And this event obviously is presented by the Peruvian Institute of Sports, the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO, and
Facebook so that we can find them and see what is going on about this great event, the Claro ISA 50th anniversary edition of the World Surfing Games.
And our surfer in red having a look.
Saw Argentinian running. Aidan Blair gets a 5.33, so taking the lead on that first exchange of first waves. Felipe Suarez only gets 1 point, and we're still waiting for the response from Peruvian wonder kid Cristobal de Col. He's already been once world champion, but in the junior division, and there he could get a gold medal in the open division. There's only one surfer who's managed to get gold medals in 3 divisions. That's the famous Tom Curran.
Exactly.
He's got junior at the ISA. He's also got the World Surfing Games gold medal, and he's got a world title in the Masters division. Incredible surfing from Tom Curran. So 5.33 for Aidan Blair from Australia, 1.83 for Tommy Bulcian from Puerto Rico, 1 point for Felipe Suarez, and still waiting for that opening attack from Cristobal de Col, and we're waiting to see what he will have to say on his wave.
Well, I'm still, I have to say I'm quite surprised with the 5.33. It was a long wave, a lot of variety, hitting all the way to the inside, getting some proper carving turns off the bottom to snap off the lip, trying to get some mix-up of progression and commitment, and somehow just flying slightly above the average. Well, it seems that our judges have high expectations in that heat about what the surfers can perform. Right now it's more about trying to find the right wave, the right canvas to ride on. We've seen some really good waves since the beginning of the day, and so far, yes, we have the scores finally on our screen. Sorry for these little technical hiccups, but this is going just fine right now. And our surfer in yellow, Cristobal de Col from Peru, off the bottom, long off the bottom to top turn there. Not a lot of projection off this first maneuver, and now trying to get a second open face turn, long cut back to a little rebound of the foam, snap off the top. And this is the inside section. When it's cornering this way, it's actually better. Snap off the lip to late tail slide. Another one there, just trying to get this last momentum on the inside section for the bonus little floater re-entry, and great variety by the end. Slow start, and by the end, as the wave was cornering a little more, we can see a little shift on how the wave is somehow working, Philip. This one was offering way more potential on the inside. Now, we're going to see how the judges will compare this wave to the first of red, which was way more active on the beginning and had as well the bonus section.
Is that little bend in the wave at the middle section, and then if the surfers manage to ride the wave out and get to that lower section of the wave, get to that second bowl just as Cristobal de Col did, that is what is getting the high scores for the surfers. And I think we're starting to see that on this opening wave from Cristobal de Col. He might have been the last one to take that first wave, but it has paid off. He gets 8 points for that first ride, riding nearly the entirety of the wave, and so he takes the lead, 8 points, leaving Aidan Blair and his 5.33 in second position. Tommy Bulcian from Puerto Rico is third with 1.83, and leaving Felipe Suarez from Argentina in fourth position with only 1 point on his opening wave.
And Cristobal de Col, Peruvian superstar, just getting the beginning of the excellent range on the scoring board. As we know, it's judged from 0.1 to 10, and we have right now our surfer in yellow, that's white. That surfer in white, that's Thomas Bulcian, on once again a low potential wave. Nothing fantastic so far, setting up a second line, but as you were saying, Philippe, not a lot of potential on this first section. It needs to bend.
Lots of speed on that first section, but used mainly to try to pass that section of white water that was following him, and finally couldn't make much once he passed through. And the wave deflated, not offering much potential, as you said, so he's only got a 1.83, and air is going to be a little bit higher, but not much. We're waiting for one score. He's the first surfer, Tommy Bulcian from Puerto Rico, to obtain 2 waves and a complete total score. So waiting on that last score, and we've just got below 15 minutes left in the series number 2. We will have 6 series in this round 3 of the main event of the boys division.
Yes, we have a busy day ahead and a busy week, as you guys know already online. We're gonna run all the way till Saturday. We have plenty of time, waves on tap, fantastic conditions here in Punta Rocas, and we are just starting today the first elimination rounds because we are gonna have the repechage by the end of the afternoon, which we mean that we're gonna put away 2 surfers per heat when it's 4 surfers heat. And they will be bowing out of the events, netting the minimum possible points for their team, knowing that we have, of course, the individual titles, but the main focus here is going back home as a team with a gold medal. Flying the flag of your nation on the top of the podium is the main objective here on the ISIA World Surfing Games. So far, the 2 best surfers are in this heat, number 2 of the main round, number 3, Cristobal Decol from Peru, sitting on an 8 points. Not a bad way to start the heat with. And Hayden Blair in red from Australia on a 5.33, just around the average. And behind, white and black, not having the best start though.
13 minutes and a half, time winding down, a pretty slow series there. Very few waves caught. Still some good scores, landing that 8 point from Cristobal Decol, and we've got the official results from the previous heat number 1 from the round 3 of the men's division main event. So taking the victory was red Anthony Filimging from Costa Rica with a total score of 16.36. Second position goes to white from Mexico, Diego Cadena gets 10.47. Third position 9.56 for Tane Wallace from New Zealand. Fourth position for black, Tristan Aicardi from Chile with 7.03.
And Felipe Suarez got a couple of turns after losing his balance off the bottom, and that surfer in red, Hayden Blair. Now having a look at this one, short shoulder, nice first phone climb off the top, and kicks out, no potential, wants to get back out there and try to get a second shot at a good second wave.
Exactly, so we're going to wait on that second score from Hayden Blair. It will be lower than his first wave. He had a good opening wave with 5.33, but at least he get that total score going for him. Felipe Suarez is doing the same, but with 2 pretty low scores that will not get him out of 4th position. He gets 1.5 for that latest wave for the Argentinian. So he only gets a total of 2.5. If he wants to climb up 1 spot to 3rd position, he needs 2.41. And you will need at least 3.84 to climb to 2nd position, but we're waiting for that second wave of Hayden Blair, and that situation is going to change for Argentinian Felipe Suarez in black.
Yes, Hayden having a small backup. No, I don't think that's something he wants to be relying on by the end of the heat. But, well, as you were saying, Philippe, it's slightly slower than the previous heat. And having a look at the scores and how good the level is getting right now. Over the first 2 days of the event, we had only 7 waves overall, reaching the excellent range, which is from 8 to 10. Only today, I think we've already reached the 5 to 6 waves with more than 8 points. So level is stepping up, boys and girls. So far, the highest hit total is to Dominic Barona on the ladies division, and we've seen some fantastic surfing as well from the men on the first hit of this round 3 of the men division. So right now, judges stepping up, surfers stepping up, Swell stepping down, but offering, it seems, more potential for big scores.
11 minutes, and some nice waves are coming down along the reef at Punta Rocas, further down south from Lima, the capital of Peru. Excellent food, excellent climate, and excellent surf conditions. If you've never come to Peru, we really do recommend it. You're sure to have surf every day, and you can get conditions like here. Hayden Blair going on the right once again. That is his 3rd wave. Nice top turn there, slashing the lip, advancing on that button, carving, getting back into position, and the wave is standing up, and on that turn at the top of the wave he falls down, cannot keep advancing. Hayden Blair, let's see if that wave is enough to replace his lower score of 1.93. Behind him we saw surfer in black, that was Felipe Suarez. He was paddling in a wave, finally decides to back off, and we already have less than 10 minutes left in the second series of round 3 of the men's division.
And the first turn of Hayden was sick, really fantastic carving turn. And we're going to see if the judges do think it's a good score. We've seen one single score on one single turn earlier in this same round of the boys, having a 3.7. That's our surfer in yellow. Nice first top turn there for Cristobal Decol. Long carving to foam bounce. Now he's waiting for the wave to bend a little more and cornering so he can get some more wall. Setting up his line for backside smack of the lip, going down with the foam, surviving the balance, and just behind surfer in white as Cristobal is still being active on the inside. And not a lot of variety though. Backside snap of the lip and falls down. Just behind Philippe White is still on this wave, and a long wave it is.
Here comes White, Tommy Boursian trying to come out of those two low scores, and he seems to be doing pretty good with the speed. He has lots of control, trying to hit the lip strong there. Several cuts at the top of the wave, and applying that last turn. Will he manage to get back to the open face? He does, applying another maneuver there on the lower section of the wave, almost connecting, and there comes the closeout section almost at the beach. We are also still having the tide going down. We will have the low tide in more or less an hour and a half, so conditions are going to get a bit better until we get that strange shift of tide as we've seen in the two previous days, obviously affecting a bit the quality of the wave.
And I can tell you what, Surfer in White is just out of a leg burner. He's been doing pretty much 8,500 turns on this one, and a lot of good one at the beginning, and finishing strong. So finally, as you were saying, he will get rid of a low score. So far, Cristobal Decol was sitting on an 8 point, just got a second wave. It will be, I think, around the average, but Thomas Boursian is right now back in the race. Surfer in Red, only one big carving turn, and we'll have slightly less than 4, so it's still wide open. Only Felipe Suarez is having right now a little fishing contest by himself. 1.1.5, 7 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock. It's time to wake up Felipe, because yellow, white and red are on fire.
And Cristobal Decol standing tall above the mass with only one wave. That's enough for him to still cling onto the first position of this series with that I8. He's still got more than Aidan Blair, who with 2 waves has only got a total of 7.26, and very little minutes left in this series to change the situation. And we're eager to see what will Cristobal Decol will be doing on his second wave. Can he add a second I score to that total? And so still waiting on a few scores there to see the change of situation with 7 minutes left on the clock.
Yes, we're gonna wait for the last of yellow, last of white and last of red. That will maybe shift a little the placings as judges are, I think, checking the replays. We have 3 really good waves in a row, some slightly smaller but with strong turns. So Hayden Blair will drop his 1.93. Now it's more about how much Thomas Boursian will get. Prior to all this situation, White was third, chasing a 5.20, but this will change because right now Cristobal already scored a second wave. Judges are typing in the numbers, and time is ticking away, 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and it's still wide open. But I don't think the surfers will have their scores before at least a good minute, so they still have time to paddle out and choose for a third or fourth wave.
Exactly, Mr. Vico. So time running out in this series. People are getting very active on Twitter with the official hashtag ISA50WSG. Lots of activity there if you check on Twitter and Instagram, mostly in Spanish, with lots of federations from the Latin American continent posting. So English audience, if you want to talk with us, use that hashtag, as we saw Felipe Suarez there on that wave falling at the top of his maneuver when he hit the lip, not managing to advance. That's going to be even lower than his 2 other scores, and now we see him go again. He gets another chance, going around the corner and falling once again.
That's proper panic right now for Felipe Suarez, not really thinking straight. He needs to wait. The wave is slow here, so you really have to, if you know that you are taken by time and your scoreline is still low, you can still just take time and assess that we have a long line in front of us. We can still just take some time, digging a slightly deeper bottom turn, and wait for the wave to offer something more. He's been taking 4 waves so far. None of them will be better than 2 points, and he had 2 shockers, one after the other. So he just needs to sit at the back and waiting for one good wave. So far the second position is not that far away. It's not out of reach, as judges are finally punching in the number, and still some interesting gaps in the scores. Let's see if the judges actually are fixing this up. We're gonna see and wait for the official beach announcer, which is Mono on this hit, to read out the scores to surfers, because we have some almost 3 points gaps between the same wave on the judges scale. So let's see how it goes. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. An interesting use of the scale here.
So already in the 5 last minutes of the series number 2, round 3 of the main event of the men's division. In the following heat we will have another Peruvian super surfer. Gabriel Villarán will be in red. We will also have Diego Salgado. We saw him surfing really well yesterday for Panama. He will be with the white jersey. Michael February, yesterday highest total score of the day for Miguel Febrero from South Africa. And we will also see Juan Carlos Gonzalez from Panama, better known as Oli Camarena, really a great surfer for Panama. He ended up with the silver medal last year at his own break of Santa Catalina in Panama, and he's come back for more, wanting the gold medal this time. So 3 minutes and a half. Those surfers that I've just mentioned are already entering the water. When there's 5 minutes left, they can already enter the water and stay on the side of the actual. And here comes Aidan Blair, looking firmly towards the right, but there seems to be a pretty big section breaking in front of him. Lots of speed going around the white water, and there, nice off the top to start the wave, cutting back, connecting back to the foam, bouncing off, and finally coming out of that wave. Pretty short wave, 3 short maneuvers, and not enough, I think, to replace that latest wave he had. Finally, the judge give him a score of 5.03 for Aidan Blair.
And once again, interesting scoring for this last exchange. We have a 3-point gap on one single wave for Surfer in Red, so quite a hard surfer to judge, it seems, for Surfer in Red, because we have some difference of opinion, and it's sad because, well, they are both fighting for second and third place. So third wave for White, a 6.17. It seems that Tony Bersion's fifth wave will be scored. We have no idea, actually, just reading the judging scale right now, we have no idea what's happening. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go, and so far what we do know is Cristobal Decol is sitting on an 8 point and a 5.87. Strong leader. Now it's more about White and Red to go from second to third, or third to second, because Surfer in Black, as we've seen, Philippe is really having a hard time reading the condition. 1 point, 1.5, 1.27. The last one will not even reach the 1 point mark. Not the best hit for Felipe Suarez from Team Argentina.
Not connected with the ocean today. Felipe Suarez from Argentina missing his heat, as you say. Strong contrast compared to Cristobal Decol. He's on fire, 2 waves, and he nabbed 2 of the highest scores of the series. The 8 point is a clear leader in the waves ridden during this series number 2. He's followed by Tommy Bursian, who scores at 6.17, and then Cristobal Decol post the third highest score of the heat with 5.87. So Felipe Suarez, he's still got 1 minute and a half to change the situation. It's going to be very difficult for him. If he wants to maintain in the main rounds, he needs to find a wave of 8.87 at this point to go to second place and not go down to repechage.
And 70 seconds remaining, so now it's money time for these surfers, and Yellow is, as you were saying, sitting on the driver's seats right now. Aidan Blair wants to better his 5.03's backup score. Thomas Bersian is on the 6.17, which is better than any of the wave of number 2 in the heat, Aidan Blair, but his backup is 2.07. So we're gonna see if Red is trying to block White out, as we're down to 45 seconds. Surfer in Black has, as you were saying, a lot of work on the table, and White having a look at this one, maybe a form start for this last hope for surfer from Team Puerto Rico, Thomas Bersian.
Let's see how he does on this wave. Last seconds of the series, he needs to replace that 2.07. He needs a 4.2. The wave is pretty small, not a wave with much potential. He's going to try to ride the foam out, wait for the wave to reform, see if it walls up a bit. It doesn't seem to be giving much hope to the surfer from Puerto Rico. He's still waiting for the wave going down, while we see behind him Aidan Blair actually in second position. They're taking the following wave from the set. Not much that Tommy Bursian can do, as he hears the countdown ticking down. There goes the buzzer. That's the end of series number 2 of the main round of the men's division. This is round 3. And there goes Aidan Blair right past Tommy Bursian. Aidan Blair there, nice slash attack of the lip to finish off. That wave is still valid, so we're going to wait for those last points before giving any unofficial situation of this heat. We're going to have a quick change of webcasters here in the English booth. Mr. Vico steps out on his well-deserved break to go and drink Red Bull with Nescafe. And I'm joined by Mike Latronic.
Man, I am excited. This round is ripping. These guys are killing it. And you know what? This next heat is packed with great surfers. So more of the same. Going to commercial break. We'll be right back.
So we're at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. Don't go anywhere. This is a short commercial break.
From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate its golden year with the ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games at Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration.
I will tell on you. You will Jezebel. How long shall the wicked reign over my people?
And we're back. Welcome to Peru for the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We had the world-class point break of Punta Rocas. Incredible wave, as you can see on your screen if you've already been following for the 2 previous days. And today, the action in the water. We are actually in heat number 3 of the round 3 of the main event of the men's division. We've got 4 surfers in the water. In red, Gabriel Villaran from Peru. In white, we have Diego Salgado from Panama. In yellow, Michael February from South Africa. And in black, Giancarlos Gonzalez from Panama. As you said, pretty stacked heat. Difficult to choose a favorite.
Yeah, you know, we're already seeing these heats are getting filled up with some of the best competitors in the ISA. We've seen great performances by Michael February, Gabriel Villaran, and Giancarlos Gonzalez in several of the other World Games. Diego Salgado, no slouch either. So really looking forward to see, hopefully a lot of waves will pour in here and we'll get to see a Bombora bunch of action.
New word.
Yeah, I didn't even have any extra coffee, so I'm just, really excited.
23 minutes and a half. So we want to also give a big thanks to everyone who makes this Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games possible, such as our presenters, the Peruvian Institute of Sport, the Association of Olympic Athletes and Herbalife. We are also supported by Termos and the Peruvian National Olympic Committee and the FENTA, which is the National Federation of Surfing here in Peru. And give a big thanks to our media partners, Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero and Tablista Magazine. So 23 minutes, no waves ridden still in this series. So we saw a pretty slow start on the previous series. So we're going to give the unofficial results for now. Cristobal de Col manages to take that first position, rightly so, in yellow for Peru with 13.87. Second position for Aidan Blair from Australia, 10.36. Tommy Bursian from Puerto Rico will have to go down to repechage with a total score of 8.77. And black Felipe Suarez from Argentina, fourth position. He was a bit out of sync with his heat, gets a total of 2.77. So let's see on this first set of the heat who manages to open the charge.
All right, well, this is yellow. Michael February gets this wave exactly from the peak and just gets destroyed there as he sort of gets caught in between a bottom turn and an off the lip on the chest. So February is going to go out and try to reset things. And right up next, this is black. Giancarlos Gonzalez from Panama, strong surfer here from Central America, has got himself a foamy wave, manages to get to the top of that section. Looks like it's smoothing out, and Carlos throwing off the lip, a little unstuck on that one, Philip.
So also making a mistake on that top turn and lying a bit too further back, and here comes Gabriel Villaran Frontside on this ride, strong surfer from Peru, lots of speed, lots of control there, 2 strong maneuvers, connecting on that last section with control. Good first wave for Gabriel Villarán. I think that between Gabriel, Michael and Juan Carlos, Gabriel should be taking the higher score. First score has already landed. Michael February there on that almost laid back, falling down with the lip, as you said, only gets 1. We're waiting for the second wave. That was Juan Carlos Gonzalez, better known as Oli Camarena, complete different name. That was for Panama, so we should have a wave in the 2-point zone, more or less. And then we'll be waiting for that wave from Gabriel Villarán, who should take the upper hand of this first exchange, and we'll be waiting for the first wave of Diego Salgado in white for Panama. So he's waiting for his first wave, but we've seen competitors waiting during the series before catching that first wave. And it was the case in the previous series. It took several minutes for Cristobal de Col. He hadn't caught any waves while he let the other surfers play in the smaller ones, and finally he came out with that strong 8-point ride, and he took the lead from the series with that first wave, and he never left the spot.
Yeah, beautifully ridden wave by Cristobal de Col. I saw that. I happened to be out on the cliff when that was happening, and wow, it started off with a bang, kind of a little bit of a scratching in between the outside and the inside, but boy, did he light it up. So scores coming in now. Gabriel Villarán, as you said, got the best of that first exchange, a 5.0 medium score. Jean Carlos Gonzalez bobbled on the middle of that wave, only got a 2.5, and Michael February just basically wiped out after the bottom turn. So all these surfers definitely going to change things around here with 20 minutes left in the heat.
So still plenty of time to go around in series number 3. We only have 6 series from this main round 3 of the men's division. Following series we'll see 4 surfers. Each heat is stacked with 4 riders in it, and we will have Adrian Dapelo in red for Ecuador, Jonathan Zambrano for Ecuador also, but in white. In yellow will be Sebastián Alarcón from Peru, and in black Leandro from Argentina. So also a very stacked heat. We're sort of seeing high level in this main round. And after these 6 heats from the main round 3 of the men's division, we're going to see the first round of repechage, and we're going to see the first eliminated from competition. Obviously, if you make a mistake on the main round, you still have that second opportunity in the repechage round, but if you lose there, it's bye-bye. You're up on the cliff supporting the rest of your team members.
Well, purge ever forward. These are surf contests. Somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose. So sad to say bye-bye to the losers, but today we will see some of the competitors, as you said, drop out of the competition. Right now, we're still in the main event rounds. No losers in this round, but definitely all these athletes are trying to stay in the winning rounds here. So a little quiet on the surf action, but it looks like there's some bumps coming in now.
Yeah, so there's a nice set rolling in towards Punta Rocas. As we see there, lots of security on the outside. 2 Zodiacs, 1 jet ski. Yesterday we had the Peruvian Navy watching out over the competition. Very well thanked support from the Navy. And there we saw surfer in white, Diego Salgado, watching over the ledge of this wave, finally backing out. There you can see black, yellow and white at the top of the lineup, while Gabriel Villarán is still making his way up at the top of the lineup.
Curious to watch Gabriel because, he's a real strong regular foot surfer. He lives in Peru, no doubt surfed this break many times, and probably has this spot wired more so than any of the other competitors from the other countries. Interesting to note also 2 surfers from Panama in this heat, so we'll see if they team up or what's going to happen. Here's Gabriel Villarán on the inside. You can see him in the corner of your screen. Gets a smaller wave, but a nice face on this wave. Throws huge spray off that section. Caught a little bit behind, though, not giving him the opportunities he would hope for. But this inside section looks like it's lining up quite nice, so he's going to make up for it with two good turn combination there on the inside. Another beautiful slashing turn into the back of the whitewash and ends with off the lip. So Gabriel Villaren probably going to score better than that first wave. That big opening turn was beautiful.
So a bit difficult the start of the wave, getting around the white water, then a bit slow, but on that second section, the inside bowl, always in the critical position for Gabriel Villarana, and I think we're really seeing this with the Peruvian team. They know their wave, they know their spots, and they know where they have to be to get the high-scoring waves.
True dat, local knowledge. Here we go. This is one of our Panamanian surfers. I believe this is white, Diego Salgado. Nice off the lip right there. And behind him, another Panamanian surfer, Jean Carlos Gonzalez, has a bigger wave, throws a nice spray out the back as we watch both surfers here make their way to the inside. Jean Carlos getting around this section here. He's got some nice, clean, open face to work with. Let's see what he can do here. Beautiful little carving turn under the lip there. Another sort of half turn there, maybe missed opportunity on that one. What's he got here? Another off the lip, just wanted to finish cleanly.
Nice maneuvers. Juan Carlos Gonzalez taking the upper hand of between both Panamanians. And that was the opening wave for Diego Salgado to get things started. So we're going to wait for that score. We're still waiting for that second wave of Gabriel Villaran. Will it be more or less than a 5-point, his first score of the heat? Gabriel Villaran, that was leading the series, but Michael Ferrier, he's got two waves, a 4.27 and a 1. So this should change as soon as that score from the Peruvian in red, Gabriel Villaran, comes in, and waiting for the scores from both Panamanians. So we're going to get that in short instance, 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Please remember all our social media that we have at your disposal to make yourself heard. We want to hear your opinions. So use the official hashtag. It's at the bottom right of your screen. It's ISA50WSG, so we can see everything that you post about the event, and we compile it also on our website. Please do not forget we have Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. We're trying to get to 100,000 fans, so share the link, share it to your friends, so that we gather more surfing lovers all around the world together, united in peace under the ISA umbrella. It's our 50th anniversary for the organization, so a very important year here, 2014. And also we have Twitter and Instagram. Our username is ISA Surfing, so please follow us. You can talk to us, you can post messages to our Facebook wall. We will be trying to read them as we go along throughout the day, and we're going to have the interviews also starting anytime soon, and so we can get that technical aspect from the surfers. We'll try to get the hard facts about what equipment they're using. I guess a lot of surfers around the world want to know what are the dimensions of the boards of these champions.
All right, well, boards of champions. Here's the board of Michael February, and he's faded back in a big bottom turn off the nation, trying to ramp up the radicalness on this wave, and climbs the foam. Another nice off the lip climb there, a third. So Michael February doing some good work, likely to be the best wave he's posted thus far, and currently finding some room to work on the inside. Good variety there. I mean, it might have been a little bit of a bobble, but he's throwing a little layback slash, a double layback slash there at the end. So a long, well-ridden ride by the South African with a lot of vertical time. We'll see what the judges say, but currently Michael February's in second place with the scores he has already. But scores still waiting to drop for the two Panamanians.
And so we've got the wave, finally the score for Gabriel Villaran. That nice, long, stylish turn on the opening of the wave gets him a 7 point for that really long wave, bringing it down until the lower section of Punta Rocas. He gets a total of 12 points. Michael February waiting for the score of that latest wave we saw on the screen, while Diego Salgado from Panama gets his first wave, so a 3.57 as his opening score, as we've just been below half time in this series, so less than 12 minutes and a half already remaining. We're waiting on one judge's score for Juan Carlos Gonzalez, but that should be a bit further up from Diego Salgado's 3.57. If you remember, they were both Panamanians running two consecutive waves of the set. And we will be waiting then for the last call of Michael February. He needs a 7.74 if he wants to take back first position. I'm not sure it's exactly enough. He really had some nice off the tops on that wave, aligning them as he went along. So let's see if that's enough to take him to first position, or if that will change his 1 point wave and then he can start working on his 4.27 to try to take back first position from Peruvian Gabriel Villaran.
Well, there's no doubt February's wave is going to clock in as a good score. That was a lot of maneuvers, a long ride. Had a little variation, but he tended to bobble a little bit on some of those turns, and some of those outside turns were a little slower than they could have been. Perhaps he's just trying to stay a little safe to get one good score under his belt. He's got that 4.27. This is definitely going to be better than that. Beautiful style, beautiful surfing, but maybe just a little bit of a timing situation, so it may or may not get into the excellent range.
Exactly 10 minutes and 45 seconds. There you see at the top of your screen the breakdown of the positions. If you're watching the webcast, we've got lots of media outlets that are hosting our website directly on their website. Big thanks to them. On the Facebook, we're starting to see a few messages coming in. Thank you so much. Sandra Anderson telling Phil Anderson to check the webcast, as we see Diego Salgado from Panama running his second wave. He's only got a 3.57. Nice long ride, a bit fatter than the other waves. Finally kicks out, so at least he's got his total score going for him there. We're still waiting on the wave from Juan Carlos Gonzalez, but Michael February's posts the highest score from the heat. He gets a 7.17, so just barely above Gabriel Villaran's best wave of 7 points, but that gives him a total of 11.44, and he's just below Gabriel Villaran. That's not enough for him to go to first position, so he's still second. As I was saying on the Facebook, if you want to post to our page, there Chris Clark also writing, good luck Team Bomber, Eyewear, Team Costa Rica, Team Ecuador, Team Peru. They've got riders all over the continent. Thank you for watching us. Bernie Andreu says, Vamos ticos. So if you want to write us, if you've got suggestions, there's an open channel to get to us. If you want to send messages to anyone on your teams, greetings and the such, you can do so through our social networks. We've also got Twitter and Instagram. Our usernames is ISA Surfing, and we're coming down towards 9 minutes left in this series, while Juan Carlos Gonzalez and Diego Salgado, the two Panamanians, are still trying to maintain in the main round.
Look, it's like a jet ski biker gang out there.
Waterworld.
I don't know. So we got a lot of water patrol in the ocean right now. Let's see if we can't get a look at the surfers in the lineup. Thank you. And what do we got out there? Everybody looks to be pretty close to the peak now. Some lines coming in. Carlos, looks like some scores changing again. So we'll wait till the judges make their deliberations here. But definitely a highly contested heat right now.
Very slow, but still contested. It's a tough fight at the top between Gabriel Villaran and Michael February.
So there it is. Jean Carlos Gonzalez got a 4.5. He only needs a 6.95 to overtake February. He's going to need a 7.1 if he wants to get into first place. So well within range here for everybody. And here goes Diego Salgado on the end bowl. Does one little slash and decides to kick out of that one.
7 minutes and 50 seconds left. We've had some really nice scores today. So until now, still the highest wave of the event goes to Peru with Sebastián Alarcón. He gets a 9.63. He's followed by Anthony Fillingham. That was today. He posted a 9.43. That was the first wave of round 3 of the men's event. That was today. That was the previous heat. And then the third wave is a girl, Dominique Barona, Mimi Barona, posting that 9.40 in her heat, and she gets the highest total score of the event thus far with 18.23 for Ecuador. So really big congratulations to Mimi Barona on those scores. And that leaves the highest wave. That was Michael February. That was yesterday. He had a 9.13, and we've already seen 3 surfers manage to get higher scores than that. So level is climbing slowly but surely.
Yeah, and the judges do a good job of adjusting the scale, for the men and the women. Obviously, the men posting harder, stronger maneuvers in general, and really opening up that scale for the ladies. So here we got 2 riders going split peak, 1 rider going right, 1 rider going left. Looks like the camera is going to try to pan wide for both of them, not really covering either one. But there's Michael February on the right-hander. Beautiful cutback off the lip combination. Maybe a little bit of a bobble again. Here he goes doing another long, beautiful cutback. Board looks slightly skittery for such a smooth surfer, but February's definitely doing the work. Such a beautiful style, and he opts to kick out of that end section. So another good score for February. Place that 4.27 and increase his situation. Meanwhile, Gabriel Villarin still holding down first place, so we'll see what the situation holds for the 2 Panamanians.
Exactly, so Panama fighting there behind, trying to come back to second position, both riders from Panama. And they've only got 5 minutes to be able to do so. There was one nice wave. Juan Carlos Gonzalez paddling it with all he's got, finally not managing to get the speed enough to get into it. Very interesting event for the ISA. This is the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games. Very important event for the ISA and everything we mean for the surfing world. And we're going to have a very interesting end of year. Finally, the China specialty event is going to go on at the end of November. That's going to be from the 22nd till the 28th of November. And then at the beginning of December, Chile is going to receive their first ever ISA World event. It's going to be the World Bodyboard Championship. That's going to go from the 6th till the 15th of December. So that's going to be events for ISA, adding to the World Surfing Games. So it's been a very busy 3 months to finish the year 2014. Right during the 50th anniversary, so great way to finish the year.
I'm kind of excited about that bodyboarding event because Chile's got itself some really powerful surf, some great slabs, and the bodyboarders love that stuff.
Exactly, and the wave where it's going to be held in Iquique, the capital of bodyboard in Chile. Really tons of bodyboarders, an excellent level, and it's all reef. So we're going to have a very nice ride under sucking water off the reef there, and obviously we're going to see the best bodyboarders in the world battling it out there in the Chilean waves, and it's obviously for the Chilean Federation a very important moment to have their first world event, because as we've seen with lots of these Latin American countries such as Peru, this is actually their 6th event for the ISA. Once you start with one of the events, then you go on and sort of progress through the ISA events, from the smaller ones, which can be the bodyboard, there's also kneeboard, there's stand-up paddle, towards the bigger events such as the juniors or the World Surfing Games, which are the biggest events yet for the ISA. But stand-up paddling is coming really strong with the number of countries participating. This year we had 29 countries.
Wow. Well, the numbers are getting bigger, and the numbers are getting bigger right here, looking at the initial scores for Michael February's last big, long right-hander. Into the excellent range. We're going to wait to see what one more judge has to say and give you that score, but it looks like he only needed a 4.67 to move into first place. He will do that, no doubt about it.
So, last minutes of series number 3. We've got 6 heats of this round 3 of the main event. So these are still the surfers who have passed first and second during their first 2 rounds. There you can see the activity in the competitor zone. Lots of people are still arriving. I mean, we saw loads of people during the weekend, obviously being Sunday, and most Peruvians knowing about this event due to the good communication. We saw lots of people coming to assist to the world-class surfing being held here at Punta Rocas. Today a little bit less people coming to attend, but still quite a lot for the time, for it being a Monday, and since very early they're there cheering on their country. And Peru obviously is counting with most supporters, being that this is their local break.
And Peru's looking real good. I don't know if they've even lost one surfer into the repecharge yet. Team Peru has got a lot of really stylish and strong surfers, so all the population of Peru bound to come out here and support their team members.
Last 2 minutes, not much coming on the horizon there. Maybe that wave with the following one could give them the possibility of changing positions. Until now, no much change at the top. Gabriel Villarán still first position, but now followed very closely by Michael February. In Spanish, how is he known?
Miguelito Februar?
Febrero. We're getting
Febrero.
there. We're teaching Mike a bit of Spanish.
Sorry, I took French for 3 years in school and it just sticks with me.
Miguel Electrónico.
I'll take it. All right, looks like we got a paddle here. What do we got? Looks like black. Jean Carlos Gonzalez opts not to take that. Surprising. Good little inside wave. That was a nice looking reform, and he's just going to get a ton of whitewash on the head. Kind of paying the penalty there for not waiting on the outside for these sets.
And there we see a third wave of that set. We're going to see if some surfer there at the top manages to put himself in position to catch it. We're already in the last minute of the series, so you need to catch a wave now if you want to be able to apply a score. Michael February posting a real high score on his latest wave in yellow for South Africa. Waiting for the last score of one judge, but he should have a wave in the 8-point range. So that will change his 4.43 and really shoot him back to first position, and will leave Gabriel Villarán in second. We're in the last seconds of this heat, 15 seconds now.
Yeah, well, looks like things are going to remain the same. Maybe Michael February will stay in first place. As I said, I can see the scores. Michael February will be moving into first place, and Gabriel Villarán will stay in advancing position.
So there goes the buzzer. That's the end of heat
That's
number 3, that's right, of the main round 3 of the men's division. We're going to head straight into heat number 4. 4 competitors will be in the following heat: Adrián Dapelo from Ecuador, Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador 2, Sebastián Alarcón from Peru, and Leandro Ursuna from Argentina.
I've just been informed that we're going to take about a 3-minute break. We have issue with some of the computer scoring system. Don't know what else to tell you other than stand by. I'm pretty sure the results in this heat are going to stand as is, at least visually, and what we know about what we saw. But stand by, because we're going to have to go on standby for a couple minutes.
So don't go anywhere, or just have a quick break and then you come straight back. Sit there, keep glued to the best surfers in the world. We're going anytime soon to this short break of 3 minutes, so please bear with us. If the screen goes black, we will be right back, and if you want, you can go to our Facebook and post a message while we're. Please do not forget to post the official hashtag ISA50WSG. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We've got a lot more surfing here at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. And we are back. We want to welcome you all to the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games 2014. We are live from the world-class point break of Punta Rocas, left and right. And we are in heat number 4 from round 3 of the main event in the gents division. So today we saw the first appearance of the girls. That was the ladies division. We opened the day. This is the third day of competition here at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. And so the women had an excellent participation today on this grey and overcast day. That was 8 heats of round 1 of the main event for the women. And now we are in round 3 of the main event of the men. These are all the champions who have managed to pass first and second throughout their rounds. We are resetting a few data in the judges system. This is why the competition is on hold between these two series. We're midway through the 6th series of this main event round 3 for the men, and then we will go to the first repechage rounds. That will be around 2 p.m. here in Peru. It is 10 to 1 actually, live at Punta Rocas. If you want to set your clocks, we're going to see if we get somebody in the booth to interview. Yesterday we had Fernando Aguirre, the new president. Well, newly re-elected for 8th time. He's been there for what seems forever, and who else better than to guide the ISA towards the Olympic dream of getting surfing into the Olympic Games. We're getting close with the development of wave pools, and we had a great piece of announcement yesterday during that 1 hour interview, is that next year we might see an event in a wave pool held by the ISA, so that's going to be very interesting. And we also had Barbara Kendall, the vice president from the ISA. She is newly appointed. She works regularly with the IOC, so it's very important to get somebody who surfs, who works with the IOC, on the board of the ISA. She's very motivated. She's got great ideas. We're going to increase our member federations. We're actually standing at 90. The objective is to get and more. And so that was a very interesting conversation for 1 hour about the plans for the ISA for the coming years and what it has meant in Latin America. It's been 23 events held by the ISA in Latin America. We've really had a strong focus on the continent, but I think the Latin American surfers that have come out of the continent in this last decade is a very good reflection of the effort that has been made. And when the ISA concentrates on a zone, there's the ISA World events, but also the scholarships that gives money to young surfers below 18 years old who need the money to sort of step up their surf. And so we've been doing that to the height of $225,000 up until now. And also we've got the development programs where we give coaching instructions, there's instructor programs to get everybody certified on the same page and doing things right. That's very important also. That's been one of the cornerstones of ISA. Also the judging program that has helped all the national federations increase their presence, increase the level of judging. And so while Mr. Mike Latronic is enjoying lunch here in Peru, we have to admit food is incredible here in Peru. The food, the ceviche, we still need to eat a causa, and we need to eat a lomo saltado.
Yeah, we need ceviche. I can't believe it's been 3 days and I haven't had ceviche, but I'm going in tonight for sure. And true that, there is a wide variety of delicious food in this country, really well known for their seafood. And don't drink the water, however, if you're a gringo. But yeah, great, exciting news about the new developments on the ISA executive level, and real exciting that we've got some, if not some, lead-ins to the Olympics, and definitely some great coaching and insights that we'll be able to get from Mrs. Kendall. So, regarding Fernando's re-election, I mean, the man is an incredible speaker. He is very passionate about surfing, and he's very passionate about this organization. So, it's no question, no surprise that he continues to be re-elected and put into a position of strength. and he is purging our ISA ever forward.
Exactly. So great character. We'll surely be having him back for another interview towards the end of the event. We always also have some sort of announcement when they close an event. So we already know at the end of November we will have the China Hainan Classic, which is part of specialty event of the ISA with the 7 top countries from Santa Catalina in Panama, alongside a Chinese team. This will be the first time that we have a complete Chinese team. And the 7 countries that ended up first, obviously South Africa actually has the gold medal from last year in Panama. Australia's got the silver medal. Peru ended up third, as we see there on our screens. Gabriel Villarán coming out from the water, and you could just see and catch her on the side of the screen. That is Sofia Mulanovic, also one of the Peruvian world champions, such as Piccolo Clemente in longboard or Felipe Pomar. That was 49 years ago at this exact same spot in Punta Rocas. 4th position last year in Panama was Brazil. 5th, Panama, the local host, with the silver medal, obviously, of Juan Carlos Gonzalez playing a major part in this 5th position. 6 was Costa Rica, and 7 Argentina. So those 7 countries, Argentina, Costa Rica, Panama, Brazil, Peru, Australia and South Africa, are heading at the end of November to China to battle it out with the first ever complete Chinese team in the China Hainan Classic. That is followed by a 4-star WQS event in China, and then at the beginning of December, we've just said it, we're going to have the first ever ISA World event in Chile, and we're starting off with the World Bodyboard Championship that will be held in Iquique at the beginning of December.
Well, a lot of news from the ISA. The ISA has certainly expanded their reach with these new events, and SUP is hugely growing sport. I think it was the fastest growing sport behind snowboarding, and really, really popular. You've got several aspects of SUP too. You've got the racing aspect, which, you know, speed and is a factor, and then you've got the surfing aspect. Sometimes you have both, because some of these races are held, and when you get around the buoy on the outside, you have to make your way in, and you have to ride a wave in. So knowing both aspects of it really pays off, and another welcome addition to the crew was as far as the new nations that have come aboard ISA, we're looking at the United Arab Emirates, Scotland, Russia, Turkey, Nepal, Maldives. I mean, you know, these are not surfing powerhouse names, so real interesting that you know, these countries are taking an active interest in surfing, and it's just real indicative of the spread of surfing, the influence, and, you know, people are catching on that it's a beautiful sport. It's a beautiful way to express yourself. It's also important because surfers are ocean enthusiasts. We are closer to the dolphins and whales than any other species on the planet, mammals I should say, and, you know, we have a voice. We have a chance to showcase how beautiful the ocean is, and in some ways hopefully our group can help protect the oceans. And you know, last year's moniker for ISA was, you know, making for a better surfing future. This year we're always surfing with you. So I think the spirit here is to you know, continue to spread the aloha, spread the love, spread the beauty of surfing, the natural association with nature, and you know, yeah, it's also a contest. We're all here to win and get things going, and hopefully we will get things going here soon. There's been some technical difficulties, so that's why we're on pause with the event. No, this heat has not started, so no scores being managed, no time being ticked off the clock. Right now we're waiting to see heat in the waters. Adrian DePello, Jonathan Zambrano, Sebastian Alcon, and Leandro Asuna, another group of strong surfers. A lot of Latin Americans in there, but you know, we've seen such a bloom in talent from Latin America over the last 10 years, and I think a lot of that's largely attributed to the presence of the ISA in these countries. Since I've been doing these events, we've traveled to El Salvador, we've traveled to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, We went to Peru, Ecuador, and I think I've been there twice to some of these places, but the spread and depth of surfing in Latin America and Central. Oh, I didn't mention Panama. Of course, I've been to Panama a couple times. So it's really quite a point that the bloom of surfing in South and Central America has followed the ISA. I mean, the ISA comes into some of these small towns. They don't make too giant of an impact. Of course, a lot of the towns are on the coast, and the city folk like to come out on the weekend, so it gets really crowded on the weekend. But, there's
Alarcón for Peru will be in yellow, and in black, Leandro Osuna from 100% Southern America heat for this heat number 4. And in the following one, we will have also some great names. Casey Grant in red, white is Nicolas Unduraga from Chile, in yellow Nicolas Squires from Australia, and black Shane Holmes also from Australia. So 2 Aussies in the following heat. And we're still waiting for picture here.
Well, we are experiencing technical difficulties here with what you're able to see. Not even sure if you're able to hear us, but we are definitely anticipating getting things back up and running as soon as possible. If you're able to hear this, we are in the same situation as you, and please stand by.
On your screen, first wave from Sebastián Alarcón from Peru, taking the opening shot in this series number 5 out of 6 of this round 3 of the main event of the men's. And nice ride for Sebastián Alarcón there on that right.
Yeah, well, I can't guarantee that was the first ride, but that was a very good ride. So we're going to catch up with things. We had some issues with the scoring. We have some issues with the internet. We do apologize. Trying to get the situation under control, and more importantly, what's going on in the water. So Surfer in Yellow, one of the locals here, obviously knows this break better than anyone in this heat, and we're going to wait to see what the judges deliberate with just about 19 minutes to go in this heat.
So still a lot of time. We can hear there the Ecuadorian crowd cheering on. Obviously they've got two competitors in this heat in the water. There you can see in the middle of the screen that bald guy, Mr. Vico, who's taking his break, lounging, and as you can see, even when we're on break from the webcast, most of the time we're just going and watch the surf.
Yeah, it is really addicting. Plus, you want to kind of know what's going on when you come back. You know, I got to take a break earlier, and then I walked outside and watched Cristobal de Cole just get that huge score on that really long right-hander. So, got to stay in tune.
That ended up being an 8-point ride, one of the best ones of the day. And we've seen several 9s today already, so a good day. 18 minutes left. We want to welcome you to this Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games. Very important for us as we see the Argentinian flag floating in the wind. There on your left is Juan Agustín Echeverría, president of the Chilean Federation, and the Argentinians there on the cliff cheering, obviously, for Leandro Osuna, one of the best Argentinian surfers. He came back down from the WQS in Brazil and just made it in time, exactly as his fellow countryman Santiago Muniz, who won the gold medal at the ISA World Surfing Games in 2010. When we see Sebastián Alarcón, that's his second wave for the Peruvian. Nice drop there, nice bottom, going for the off the top, another one there, sliding the tail at the end and doing that re-entry, connecting with the white water and falling down on the way down.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to hold on that last little smaller inside wave, but it looked like it had good form. A lot of vertical sections there for him to perform some harder moves. So a strategical, tactical move by the Peruvian. Like I said, he probably knows his place better than any of the others, wants to get his wave count, and now he can go outside and wait comfortably for something better.
We're still waiting on the first scores. Now we see Sebastián Alarcón. We've seen the Peruvians really incredible surfing until now. Gabriel Villarán, Cristobal de Cole have all managed to pass towards round 4 of the main event of the men's division. Will Sebastián Alarcón be able to do the same? So Peru, from what it seems, has got 4 surfers still in the main round in the last heat number 6. So in 2 heats we will see the last Peruvian, the 4th, who is Joaquín del Castillo. So really good for Team Peru up until now. They've already got 2 men through round 4. Sebastián Alarcón trying to do the same. His first wave is the highest one till now, 5.33 for Sebastián in yellow. He's followed by Leandro Osuna. His opening wave was a 2.9, and for the first wave of Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador, that was a 2.17. And we're still waiting to see what will Adrián Dapelo do to get his course started.
Yeah, well, he's taken his time here. It's almost 10 minutes elapsed. Adrián Dapelo from Ecuador is yet to open up his account. There he is in red. He's on the right-hand corner of your screen. Looked like he was kind of doing battle with Leandro Osuna there, paddle battle on the outside. Right now they're jockeying for this. Looks like it's going to double up on the inside, and they won't even be able to catch it. So they're just kind of making their way closer to the break. Some of those bigger sets that have been breaking on the outside, we're not seeing as many of those. So real interesting transition, because now sitting all the way out the back may not be the best strategy.
Exactly. It's difficult to see what waves will be coming through. We're also closing in on the point of maximum low tide. It should be around 1:30, so it's going to be very shortly, in 15-20 minutes. We're going to see that shift in the wave like we saw the 2 previous days, and obviously that affects the form of the wave. What you get just that transition in the middle, and then the wave sort of fills back in the tide and sort of takes shape again. We saw that yesterday and the day before. There you see surfer in black asking for the situation in the water, and we get the second score from Sebastián Alarcón. So real nice opening for the Peruvian. He gets a 6-point score on his second wave. He already had a 5.33 on his first, so that gives him a total of 11.33. Leandro Osuna, he's only got 1 wave, a 2.9. If he wants first position on the next wave that he can catch. He needs to do at least a 8.44 to do so. Jonathan Zambrano is in third position with a 2.17, one single wave also, so we're still waiting to see what he will do on his second wave. And Adrian Dapelo still hasn't caught any waves. We've seen today in the women's division, one girl, Sonia Garcia from Panama, didn't catch any wave during her heat, so a very difficult situation. Very surprising because she's a very good surfer. She's got a good level, so we don't understand exactly why she didn't catch any waves, but she still will have another opportunity in the repechage round of the women's division.
Yeah, she will, and it looks like finally there's a few bumps approaching, a little bit more lag time in between sets, so these surfers are forced to wait, and it's a game of patience, real test of Zen-like patience out there while you're waiting for waves. Nothing like watching the clock tick down when you only have a 2.9 or 2.7 or worse, not even a score. So here we got a hard paddle here. It looks like this is Adrian Dapello's first score, up and right and in red, opts to go left. Nice off the top. You know, we haven't seen too many lefts ridden today, and certainly not too many high scores on the left, but two maneuvers actually quite possibly could score above second and third at the moment, since they're only sitting on 2-point rides themselves.
If I'm not wrong, that should be the first real left that we've seen run during today. Yesterday we saw quite a lot. Today the left was sort of abandoned by the surfers, mainly the girls. We only saw one girl, Mimi Barrona, managing to go on a right until the bottom section, until she decided to go back on a right. And there we saw Leandro Osuna turning back on that pretty big wave, finally deciding not to take it. And there you see on screen Nicolas Unduraga, better known as Rapala, putting his white lycra alongside Team Chile. He will be in the following heat with Casey Grant, Nicholas Squires from Australia, and Shane Olds, the other Aussie. Casey Grant being from South Africa, the defending country. They won the gold medal in Panama, thanks most part to the performance from Sean Joubert, actual world champion in the open division for the ISA.
A lot of new talent coming out of South and Central America, as I said. Team Chile, no stranger to that. Lots of great waistline, and we'll look forward to seeing him in the next heat. In the meantime, Leandro Osuna unable to get another wave, and just like we thought, Adriano Dapello scores a 4.0 above the rides of the other surfers. So in a virtual wave-starved heat with one wave, Adrian Dapello moves from fourth to second place.
So very good for Adrian Dapello. It seems that waiting for that first wave paid out. Now he's got 11 minutes to try to find that second score and build up on that first 4-point ride. And still in first position, Sebastian Alarcón, standing tall, 11.33. He's got a 6-point ride and a 5.33, two very precise waves. No throwaway scores until you can see him leading the pack of three guys at the top, while we see Adrian Dapello having to punch through and duck dive beneath the waves coming through Punta Rocas. Here's a nice bump. Let's see who manages to catch it. No one. They're looking at the one behind already with 10 minutes and a half left in this series number 4.
You know what's interesting? You saw on the corner of your screen a moment ago was Red paddling off to the side. He went from the left to the right, so he's really trying to make his way back to the inside of the rights. And with those three surfers all jockeying the peak out there, they might leave Red alone to catch some good double-ups inside of them. But, ooh, look at this nice line approaching.
There's some lines coming down. There it is, starting to stand up. You can see the surfers paddling in, going to find their position. Let's see if somebody turns around on this one. They decide to go toward the following one.
Well, sorry, it just so happens that the local boy knowledge is paying off. Sebastian Alarcón in the best position for this wave, deep on the peak right there. Little bit of mistime the bottom turn there, but gets a nice slash off the top. He's going to kick out of that wave. Maybe more of a defensive move to catch that wave and keep the other surfers off it, because he's already got a 5.33 and a 6.0. Maybe that wave not looking like it was going to afford him the opportunities to increase the numbers on his score line.
Effectively, we're going to see interesting strategies starting to develop in the water, and sometimes also, and that's very proper to ISA events being a country-based event. Obviously there's no prize money, you come for the honor of the flag, and the teams are very united. But sometimes, as is the case in the next heat, for example, or the previous one where we had two Panamanians, you see country team up to try to get both of their riders through to the next round, and so they sort of start hassling the other surfers to allow the other countrymen to ride and try to get both of them through.
Yeah, well, it looks like Jonathan Zambrano in white is staying very, very close to Leandro Asuna, leaving the door wide open for red should a wave come his way.
So it's a bit of that. We've got two Ecuadorians in this heat. We had two Panamanians in the past heat, and we will have two Australians in what will be the last one of this round 3 of the main event of the men's. Before going towards the first round of repechage, we're going to see in this Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games, and today on the third day of competition, at one moment it has to arrive, but we're going to see the first people drop down from the contest, marking their points, marking their position. And I mean, Fernando Cese and everybody's a champion coming here, because I mean, being the best surfer in your country, you might not win the event or do well, but it's already something to be proud of to represent your country at an event of this level. So here we see red Adrian Dapelo, as you were saying, he was alone waiting for that wave, not doing much, but at least he gets that second score going for him. He's actually in second position, while Sebastian Alarcon from Peru is still sitting in first, and Leandro Osuna in black is in third position. He only needs a 1.11 if he wants to go to second position, but as you said, the Ecuadorians seem to be marking him and not allowing him to do the drop.
There we have Team Colombia waiting in the ranks, the Colombian flag preceding that. We have somebody's towel, not an official event sponsor, but yeah, really got their eyeballs glued to the point, really trying to watch the way the waves are coming in, the way the swells are bending around the reef, and also trying to time it, because as the swell settles down a little bit, we got the Surfline, the official forecaster, called for an easing of this swell. It's going to be real important to manage and understand what locations in and around the lineup are going to be the most favorable. So small scores coming in here for Andrew DePello's second wave. Not going to be much. It basically took off, got around the section, and kicked out. So maybe like a 1 or a 1.5 being dropped here. And still wide open for Leandro Asuna and Jonathan Zambrano. Basically second place is what is being fought for right now.
Exactly, and Leandro Osuna, he's got only 6 minutes to try to catch that second wave. Difficult for the Argentinian, but still not impossible. Really low scores, 1.11. We're going to wait for that latest wave from Adrian Dapelo. That's going to change how much is required for Lele to advance to second position. So here comes 1.43. So he jumps from needing a 1.11 Leandro to a 2.54, and as you can see there, it's a tightly knit group following all around the place, trying to find that perfect drop. And 5 minutes 20 left, and Leandro Osuna one single wave and Jonathan Zambrano two, so difficult situation there for both surfers, while Adrian Dapelo and Sebastian Alarcon until now are going through towards the main round. Sebastian Alarcon seems to be a lot more comfortable, obviously, with a total score of 11. Adrian Dapelo should be worried, because any time now Leandro Osuna could post a high score and just chuck him back to third position.
Well, he's certainly capable of it. Leandro has emerged as one of my favorite South American surfers. He has a very different style. He's kind of rough around the edges to watch once in a while, like just his raw power and really shines through. But he's got this really low, serious, centered gravity. So when he goes to do some big moves, he really puts some power behind it. Sort of like maybe the South American Kong.
Could be, but effectively He's got a really nice power surfing. Leandro Osuna, one strong surfer for Argentina. But still, he's only got 4 minutes to try to find that second score. And as you say, Jonathan Zambrano is sticking close to the Argentinian in black. And there you can see a serious wave coming down the reef at Punta Rocas. It's already breaking. It seems the 4 surfers there that were very close together are going to take the brunt of the set on the head.
Yeah, well, let's see, because it could be close enough to the shoulder where they can maybe get out onto the shoulder on one of these waves and themselves a ride. Certainly, this will be an opportunity for Osuna to shake, his shadow right there, Zambrano, who's been following him most of the heat. Meanwhile, the other surfers are just getting soaked, and here we go. Leandro Osuna got away from him. Big carve slash cutback off the face of that wave. Really beautiful, strong style, and Leandro Osuna definitely going to make things interesting here. Another nice power turn. It's time to get some variation in this. He's done about 4 cutbacks now. Nice cutbacks, but let's see if he can find himself something vertical, something to crack here at the end, and you know it. There it is. Oh, is he able to hold on? Unfortunately, he surfed out of our screen, but a great ride for Osuna. It's definitely going to change things around. He only needed a 2.54 to move into second place. Meanwhile, I'm sure there's more waves coming in for DePello and Zambrano, so let's see what we got here in the next 22 minutes, 45 seconds.
Here goes exactly that. Adrian DePello taking the following waves, and here he goes on the right. Nice cutback on a foamy wave. Milky there, as you can see, a bit more difficult, but a lot smaller than Leandro Osuna's wave. He's waiting there to see if the wave will stand up in front of him, give him some sort of face to apply those eye point maneuvers. A bit slower also, as you can see, not as coordinated as Leandro Osuna. You can see the difference in level. So Adrian DePello was second. We'll wait for that score from Leandro Osuna. He's going to get for sure more than a 2.54 for his latest wave. That's going to be a pretty decent score, finding one of the biggest sets and managing to ride away from Jonathan Zambrano that was really sticking close, and he manages to get on that wave. We didn't see the drop on our screens, but we could hear the Argentinian team screaming outside as soon as he got up, and we knew that he had something under the belt. So as soon as that score comes in, we'll give you the new situation. There's only 1 minute and a half left, and there you could see Sebastián Alarcón, the leader of the heat. He's only got 3 waves, but 2 really high scores. The 2 highest scores of the series, a 6-point and a 5.33. But there's really little time, and it seems Jonathan Zambrano, with one single wave of a 2.17, is going to have a...
Exactly, and we're still waiting to see what scores Leandro gets. We weren't able to see the opening drop or if he got an opening turn before the camera got to him, but he did some really nice cutback work on those outside sections. I mean, he must have clocked in 4 really good carving cutbacks, and here we go. First score is dropping. Looks like it's going to be a little bit above average, but we don't want to identify exactly until all the judges drop their scores. Things will definitely be changing, and here we go. Take it away.
So here goes Sebastián Alarcón, that's yellow from Peru, actual leader of the heat, taking off on this, which will be his last wave of the series, riding the foam, coming out, doing a small cutback there, trying to do an off the top, advancing through that wave, which is quickly deflating beneath him. Will he be able to connect both sections? He keeps advancing there with those small cutback turns here and off the top. He keeps on advancing. He's already got 7 to 8 maneuvers, and there that last one sliding the tail just as the buzzer rings, indicating the end of series number 5 in this round 3 of the main event of the men's. So we're waiting on that score. Finally it lands. It's a 5.93 for Leandro Osuna. That takes him to second position. Adrian DePello on that latest wave, he needs now a 4.84 to go to second position. We'll still wait the decision of the judges. Sebastián Alarcón is safe. He knows he's going through in first position. He will be in round 4 of the main event of the men's. Leandro Osuna is in second position. Some scores landing for Adrian DePello. it seems it's going to be difficult for him to gather that 4.84 on that latest wave, and Jonathan Zambrano running that last wave a bit slower, a bit stiffer too on the wave.
Yeah, well, Alarcon's last wave, I'm sorry, was it Zambrano? Maybe a little mix-up, but yeah, first indications here of Adrian de Pello's last wave. Looks like most of the judges are not going to give him the nod. The wave of Leandro Asunas before that was much stronger. One judge gives him the nod. He needs a 4.84. Unfortunately, he gets a 3.63. So as it stands, Sebastian Alarcon from Peru, Leandro Asuna from Argentina, both in advancing position. I'm going to step out and give the mic to, oh, sorry. Philippe's going to step out.
Taking illegal breaks, Mr. Mike Latronic. You can do one heat more with Mr. Mustacho Vico.
And Mike's gonna call the union soon. Like, it's not possible, how come I'm still here?
Hey, I'm glad. Always glad either one of you guys, we can bounce off each other. It's good fun. The surf's great. A little bit slow that last heat, but we've got a new heat on our hands. So we're looking at Casey Grant, Nicholas Udronga, Nicholas Squires, and Shane Holmes, 2 Australians in this heat. I'm sorry. Yes, 2 Australians.
And the heat is on Team Mexico, enjoying some Red Bull in the surfers area. As you can see, it's still not really shiny. When it comes to the sun, it's been gray all day long. Overcast, we had the little glimpse of sun yesterday afternoon. I think that's.
I thought I saw you out there with like one of those foil things where you're tanning.
Yep, this tin foil. That's my secret to get this perfect summer tan. That's what I do. Being bold, I need to try to compensate. I can't have like this really stylish air gel you can use. So I'm just trying to be awesome something else.
I learned something about Peru yesterday.
They don't have chapstick.
You do not go to the convenience store for chapstick. You have to go to the pharmacy. My lips have been getting a little dry, and yeah, so I learned that. Anyway, first opening ride for Black. Shane Holmes, absolutely looking in great form this event, weaving his way nicely through this inside section, does a little rebound, foamy cutback there, another one, 2 cutbacks. This thing steepens up a little bit for a little hack slash, and another hack slash. He surfs strangely like, oh, I'm going to get the name. But anyway, a good opening ride there for Shane Holmes.
I like the way he entered the wave. It's really like this kind of like touching the water of the bottom turn and just trying to get this first really proper call at the top at the beginning of the wave. I think we'll get some good score from the judges. As right now we are in this new heat, round 3. So it's still the main round. Nobody's losing in this round. Surfer in yellow up and riding. That's white. Not that's yellow. That's Nicholas Squires from Australia, Mike.
So 2 Aussies, 2 first waves. The Australians are definitely drawing first blood here. Beautiful cutback there on the end. It's a smaller wave, not much happening there on the shoulder, but Nicholas Squires definitely getting his legs moving and starting. It's the start of the rhythm. We talked a lot about rhythm yesterday. Rhythm is really important, and sometimes you just have to follow your instincts and go where you need to be to stay in rhythm. Small opening wave, but perhaps it's going to land him in first or second place right now. All right, so 22 minutes and 34 seconds on the board. Team Australia has opened up with the first 2 rides. Judges deliberating on those scores thus far, and we are in heat number 13, round number 3 of the men's main event. So the action's been heating up, and really looking forward to seeing how the action increases here as the event continues to unfold. Some great surfing.
Exactly, heat number 5 of this third round for the boys. So once again, no losers on this round, but then we're gonna attack the first round of the repos. So we will lose our first little soldiers today. As who is a surfer you were looking for, trying to
Greg
compare?
Emsley. Okay,
Bigfoot.
so Shane Holmes surfs a lot like the ISA current Masters champion Greg Emsley. So I'm gonna bring style pointers up next wave. So
And Greg was actually the team coach for the South African team on the World Juniors Championships in Ecuador earlier this year. So he's really involved in all the ISA formats right now. Well, Shane Holmes is still waiting for his first score. I was up on the last floor having a chat with Thierry Vidal during this whole kind of little mayhem we had earlier in the day. It seemed that there was a little issue with the computer system, as one judge was punching, let's say, a 5, and the computer was reading a 7. So the whole scale was pretty much all around the place. So they had to reboot everything, as Surfer in Red is not rebooting at all. Casey Grant from South Africa trying to gather some points. Right now, we know that out of the 2 surfers in the main round, Michael February won his heat on this very heat where there was this computer issue, and Casey Grant is starting strong on a bad wave, but good surfing as judges are typing in the numbers of the first exchange between black and yellow.
yeah, the score's looking pretty good for Australia here on their first waves. Some mid-range, some a little bit better than mid-range, but based on what we've seen over the last half hour, these mid-range scores have become all the more important.
And as we are advancing, next it will be Joaquin Del Castillo, Santiago Muniz, Eduardo Rure, and Angelo Lozano. That will be the last hit of the day for these guys, and I think the last hit for quite a long time, because then we're going to have to advance on the ladies divisions and on the repechage, so we can actually have this double format advancing toward the week. It's only Monday, we are together till Saturday, and what we do know is that we usually have like 1 or 2 lay days for the main event rounds, because, well, we need to feed the repechage with some surfers, and we have a lot of hits to round. Right now, Surfer in White having a look, yellow just on the side, and who's going to get this one? That's Surfer in White, Nicolas Unduraga from Chile, Mike.
All right, well, he's got himself a wave all the way from the peak, does a little cut back there to see if he can get behind the section. He does a nice little float over the top and completely bogs out. So loss of speed, loss of points. Wave will end, and what looked like it might have started out as a good ride kind of pitter-pattered.
Pitter-pattered, and as I can see right now on the judging computer system, every single score is entered manually by the computer operator, so we still haven't fixed properly the problem of link between the judging individual electronic panel and the main computer. So one good thing though is that we are sure that all the scores are typed in properly. And talking about score, we have 1 wave for each surfer, the best one being the first wave of the heat, a 6.33 for Surfer in Black, the Shane Greg Emsley Holmes on his first right-hander, 4.83 for Nicholas Squires, 3.5 for Casey Grant, and 2.17 for First of White. Being outside, there's a lot of free surfers on the other side of the screen. Right now, let's start action, Surfer in White.
Yeah, well, that was an interesting choice right there for the Surfer in White. A smaller inside wave, picked it up from the shoulder right before a set. So possibly a faulty error there in his strategy. But nonetheless, some rides being ridden here is yellow. This is Nicholas Squires once again. Really flare into the top of that off the lip there. Does a nice float around the section. Able to really manage his speed and calculate where he needs to speed up and slow down and pick his vertical section. So Nicholas Squires only needs a 1.51 to move into first place position, and even with that fall at the end of the wave, you can bet he's going to be moving up.
On the QS for quite a long time. I remember him back in 2010, I think it was in Figueira da Foz in Portugal. We had a 6-star event there, and he was there. Actually, he had quite a good run there, and he's been surfing all around the globe, so he's a fierce and experienced competitor, and he wants now to better his 4.83, as he may want this to be his backup, not his main score. Plenty of time, 17 minutes and 20 seconds. Once again, after this round, we will run the first heats of the repechage, knowing that some of the heats on the first main round were incomplete. We're gonna run only the heats 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12. So if you guys online are logged onto our website, isawsg.com, when you check in the results page, only hits 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and 12 will be run. So it's gonna be only 6 hits of repos, because well, we just need to get these guys out of the way Some will qualify first and second. Some will bow out with a minimum point for their team. That will be sadly the end of this Claro ISI 50th anniversary World Surfing Games in Peru for them.
Scores dropping, Vico. Nicholas Squires pulled a 5.33, bettering his opening ride of 4.83, so he's moved into first place. Second score coming in for Casey Grant, just a 2.63, doesn't really change his situation. And Nicholas Ugraga still really waiting to open his account. He's only got a 2.17, so he's going to want to throw that away and replace it with 2 more scores. Shane Holmes, nerves of steel. You can see him waiting furthest out the back. He knows there are sets. There hasn't been a big one in a while, so perhaps his strategy, good one I think, is to wait and get one of those really solid waves, backing up that 6.33 with a possible excellent score if he can find the wave and do the damage.
Well, time is still quite hefty on the clock. 15 minutes and 45, and plenty of time then. So we have some waves, and as I was outside just before the last set of waves opening, we have plenty of surfers on the right hand side of the screen. A lot of free surfers. I'm talking about 15 surfers enjoying the left-hander. It's actually entering in the little bay we have on the west side of this peak, and there's a really good left-hander. Like I'm talking some with ramps. I saw guys boosting some proper reverses, so they are left. The guys just choosing to stay on the right. We've seen some really good scores, so why not? But keep in mind, there's a left-hander, even if it's not on the screen at all right now. Punta Rocas is a point break going both ways. A perfect kind of like modified trestles, as if you just give like cortisone and then steroids to trestle. It will just like be this kind of polymorphic wave with a right and a left, still both potential, and we're gonna have some new waves coming by the second half of the week. A new swell is supposed to be arriving for the last 3 days of the event, thanks to Surfline, our official forecaster. And once again, this event will be on surfline.com's main page on Thursday, Friday and Saturday.
Well, Surfline, the official wave forecaster, also has a giant audience. They've got millions and millions of people that frequent the site. So it'll be a good blast for the ISA, a good blast for international surfing, Latin American surfing, and a really good showcase for these athletes to be noticed. Hats off to Surfline for getting involved in this particular tournament.
As right now we have a double start. Now that's one single going left. It's Shane Holmes, Nerve of Steel.
Yeah, well, he looked like he wanted to go right on that one, opting for the left at the last minute, and so far so good. 2 good snaps on those first sections. A little redirect, and Mohammed told me that the lefts were really bumpier than they looked, so there's an indication that even a surfer from Dubai who surfs in a wave pool knows what he's talking about on those lefts. Shane Holmes mysteriously bumped off at the end of that wave, but 2 good maneuvers and a cutback to start, so he's going to put something decent on the board with that.
He was just chasing a second wave to secure his first place, and I love the way he extended his back leg on the second turn, just trying to throw more spray. So it's 2 good quality turn. I think it may be enough to actually reach the really good scale, because it's committed surfing and technical surfing on a hard wave, so it's way better for the judges to see and witness one surfer committing into hard turn on a hard wave than just going safe on this really comfortable shoulder of the right-hander. So let's see what the judges reckon. But it seems that they did like it, and maybe an early lead for Shane Holmes, aka the Bigfoot from Australia.
Well, yeah, the judges definitely showing some appreciation for those hard backside turns to start, and already a good score. Had he finished that wave off with another couple of bangs, possibly into the excellent range. So this is definitely going to solidify things for the Australian surfer wearing the black jersey. Meanwhile, Team Peru coach and administrators right there near the official areas checking out the scores, checking out the lineup. We have a paddle. Vico, why don't you take this one?
Well, Surfer in White is having a long look, and up he goes, trying to get momentum on his first long top turn to foam bounce. Getting a little more detail going and sliding off the white water. Another carve to a little foam rebound there. Slash back, and still trying to stay in the wave's momentum, but not a lot of major moves so far. Maybe something a little more exciting on the inside. No kicks out. Nicolas Unduraga from Chile. Well, that's maybe his best wave, but if we have to compare the first wave of black or second wave of yellow and this one, I think judges will lose no time in trying to compare what's good surfing and what's below average surfing.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting too, though, because you got to factor in the wave size and the wave quality. So, you know, there's always that element of negotiation in your own sense of liking. You know, so that's why they call them a judge. And if every judge judged exactly the same, you'd only need one judge. So it's good to have a little variation there, approach and style. Different judges have different scales of what they like, and there you have it. Shane Holmes comes in with a 6.4, topping his first right. So that left ended up panning out quite well for the Aussies. Back in first place, with his countryman Nicholas Squires sitting in second. Casey Grant now needs a 6.67 to second place.
Interesting to see the judging, and I think we're going to see more surfers opting for left. This is surfer in red. Casey Grant's really deep on this one. He wants to go around this section, but the wave seems not to be really willing to do it. Nice foam climb off the lip on this one. Now trying to get momentum on this second section. Cut back to foam bounce. Nothing fantastic so far. He needs to go stronger and replace this 263, and Houdini's the exit by disappearing in the white water.
Okay, well, maybe lit a bit of nerves there for Casey Grant of South Africa, sort of falling to pieces in this. He's really been surfing strong whole event wide, or maybe he just got sick of riding that wave because it didn't offer too much. But here goes Nicholas Squires from Australia. He's trying to throw away a 4.83 and doing some good work on. Not sure what the outside would afford him, so we're going to have to let the judges fill us in on those details.
Yeah, Nicolas is a really compact surfer, compressed when it comes to his surfing. He's trying all the time to keep his gravity really low, so it gives him this extra momentum to drift the tail by the end. So, well, we're going to see some interesting turns on this last exchange, as the time is now to 9 minutes and 45 seconds. We are still waiting for a few scores. 2.63 for second of red, nothing amazing. Interesting to check how the judges pretty much evaluated the first and second wave of black. A few judges thinking, oh, it's half a point more or half a point less. It's more, as you were saying, about what they are really into. We had a long wave for surfer in black on the first right-hander, and then just two good turns on the left-hander. Quality over quantity. Still, it's on the good to really good range.
Yeah, well, it ended up being very, very similar. So, you know, sometimes those scales even out. But it's good scores dropping now for Nicholas Squires from Australia. So, all indications are that he had a really good turn out the back. Unfortunately, we weren't able to see it here on our screens. So, the judges are filling in the gaps for us. Score came in for Casey Grant, a 3.33. That helps his cause just a little bit, but that's nowhere near the requirement he wants to move into advancing position.
And that's it. Next of yellow, 6.63. So you have Team Australia right now advancing two of his soldiers before the end of the heat. Still plenty of time, 8 minutes and a half. But Casey Grant now from Team South Africa needs a 8.47. That's a big score. In white, Nicolas Unduraga needs an 8.4 to go second and a 9.17 to go first. So quite a big score to get. That's our surfer in black, I reckon, Mike?
Yeah, well, hold your hats, because Shane Holmes is throwing spray all the way to the cliff. That first turn was very well placed, nice turn. Finds himself a big float off the lip section. Let's see if he can get around this whitewash. He doesn't think so. I don't think so.
Well, he's already on a 6.33 and a 6.4, knowing he had only two turns on the first 50 meters of the wave. He knows that if there's nothing as a bonus section by the end, he won't get a better score. That's some of our surfers from, I think, Team Ecuador.
Well, I tend to disagree about the turn. I think that first turn was really a highly speed turn. It was a really radical turn.
You're right.
I'm suffice to say that even though that wave wasn't a complete wave, those first few turns are going to give him possibly over a 6, and there it is, a 7.5.
Spot on, Mike, and I was wrong. 7.5 right now, so getting a little harder for our three surfers in yellow, white, and red to catch up with first place. Right now, Nicolas Squires is chasing a 7.28. That's totally feasible for him. He's already reaching a 7 point for some of the judges on his last wave, but it's going to be harder for Casey and Nicolas, as it seems that Shane Holmes has this spot dialed in.
All right, well, the requirement now for Nicholas Undraga or Casey Grant has gotten really big, 8.4. So what that means is they need to get the best rides of the heat. My call would be that with 6.5 minutes left, it's more likely that they replace their low scores now, or their highest scores now, and then go out and get another wave that would be even better than that. So there's still time to split this up between two waves, as long as the other Australian surfers don't increase their lead.
As we see Surfing Black asking for situation to our beach announcers there. And well, so far they've been quite active, Team Australia. Team Chile so far having a shocker, 357.217. That's not the score you want to have in round 3 of an ISA World Surfing Game. You want to step up and reach at least the 12 to 13 point mark, which is just exactly what Shane Holmes is on, 13.90, 11.96 for second place Nicholas Squires, and Casey Grant right now on a combined score of 6.83. He had some really good score yesterday. Casey, he was pretty much on some of the best scores of the day, got a 14.50 as a combined score, so he knows how to score. Right now it's more about trying to find the right wave. What we've seen is that judges are leaving a wide area of possibilities. We had some of the best scores on whether 1 or 2 turns, front side or back side, left or right, so it's wide open. It's more about trying to pretty much force your opportunity into doing something that the other surfers don't do.
Well, there we have the Australian flag, I believe. So one of the teammates looking on, and here goes Nicholas. Sorry, that's white. That's Nicholas Undraga. A little cut back into the foam. Let's see. He's just kind of mistiming it. No time to play it safe right there. So unfortunately missing the power sections on that wave. Undraga's going to have to settle for a mid-range score no matter what he does on this last turn.
That was his best wave by far, but comparing the quality of surfing and the quality of the wave chosen by Nicholas opposed to Shane and Nicholas Squires, this is slightly less. Anyway, as you were saying, he will try to better his low score, but with 4 minutes and 30 seconds, let's see what Nicholas Squires is doing right now.
Yeah, well, yet another wave picked up on the end or middle, so unfortunately we're able to discern whether this wave may or may not be something he can keep into a score line, but well out in second place. Nicholas Squires is solid. He's going to look to replace a 5.33 with something better, and we're going to have to rely again on the judges to determine whether that's even a possibility on that wave.
As we have a little paddle at the back, and that's your heat leader Shane Holmes having a proper look, and there he goes. Red having a look as well, surprisingly. Black first snap of the leap, goes sideways down, and eventually it's going to be interesting because Red was really paddling on this one, and eventually I think the leap he was riding on, actually paddling on, fell down where Shane was trying to hit. So we'll see if it eventually...
he fall down, go boom.
Yep. Oh, and scores are going down for Nicholas Squires, and he will replace 7.27 for Lasso Oviedo. So now Red is chasing a combo. Australia is welcoming everybody in combo land. First is Shane Holmes, 13.90 as a combined score, and interesting fact, 2 surfers from Australia, exact same total, 13.90 for both surfers, as Nicolas Ndulaga, his last wave was his best, 4.9, but now job needs to be done. He needs a 9.01 to go second and a 9.01 to go first.
So really upping the requirement for the other surfers in this heat. The 2 Australians really showing the time and patience and dedication the Australian team has to developing that strategic sense. You know, 2 Australians in the heat at the same time means trouble, because these guys know how to do it as a team, individual, whatever.
Hey guys, Mike Latronic, I'm Julien Vico-Hamel, and Philippe is here. So we're here at 2 minutes and 30 seconds down the clock, and so far, well, Team Australia is leading strong, really strong on this one, 13.90 of combined score. Nicholas Ndulaga eventually was a little better on his last wave, but Casey Grant down to 4th place, so that's one of the 2 surfers from South Africa still in the main round going down if he can't get this good score of 13.91, a combined score. What's a combo, Mike?
Well, you know what? The Australians are super competitive. Obviously, the South Africans are the defending champions. They're competitive too, but this is all about gaining momentum here. The show of strength here by the 2 Australians, basically ganging up on Team South Africa and Chile right now.
1 minute and 45 seconds as well, Mike was explaining. Shane and Nicholas, both from Team Australia, pushing down. That would be like pretty much one surfer in the men division still alive on the main round, Michael February. One surfer on the ladies division, that will be Faye, as this morning Tanika Hoffman went down towards the repo round. So team gold medal right now from South Africa going down with only 2 surfers remaining out of 6 on the main round.
You know what that means? That means that in the past it was like South Africa, Australia, USA, Brazil, the strong countries, Hawaii. Nowadays, these surfers are getting beat by Latin American countries more often than they used to. So the repechage is going to be tough. The main round's going to be tough, and it's just ready to fight it out.
As Surfer in Yellow is on the inside and really in rhythm. On the 7th wave, Nicholas was trying everything, going for broke, and on this one not getting the result he was chasing anyway. I think he wants to go first, but they're right now both first. The thing is that because Shane has the best single score on a 7.5, he's going left again. I like this left.
All right, so this is Shane Holmes or Casey Grant?
That's Shane Holmes.
Okay, I couldn't tell if that was black or red. Sorry, folks.
Team Mexico right now getting some tan with the gray weather. Not a simple thing to do actually. And we have these ice cream sellers every single day proposing nice ice cream to us. It's not cold, it's just gray, but actually it's warm. So you can get I can get sunburned today. I could get sunburned at night actually, but that's a surfer in white chasing a 901. Not sure what he did before, but this inside section is not really welcoming. And just behind, Casey Grant. So it's kind of official. Team Australia strong, Mike, as they are putting out of the main round Nicolas Unduraga from Team Chile and Casey Grant, leaving, as we were saying before, for Team South Africa, only 2 soldiers on the main round. The rest of the field is straight into repo that we will start in 2 heats.
Well, it's time for my break. I'm going to leave the booth to get replaced by Philippe. Enjoy all the action. I'll be back. And yeah, it looks like the 2 Australians definitely locked down there. You could see the body language of Casey Grant as he rode that last wave. He knew that was not going to help his cause.
No, sadly, once again, we are not on the eliminating format. This is still the main round. You still have a chance to pretty much do the job on the next round. But it's going to be without no room for mistake. You get first or second. You can't go third or fourth when you're going down to the repos. So right now, Philippe, welcome back. We're going to start hit number 6, if I'm not mistaken, of the round 3 of the men with Joaquin del Castillo from Peru in red, Santiago Muniz from Argentina, Eduardo Rure from Puerto Rico, and Angelo Lozano from Mexico. 4 surfers, 4 from South America, and 1 world champion.
Exactly 24 minutes and 45 seconds left in this last series of first series of the men's repechage. So
that's the last series of that's the last hit, of the round 3 right now of the men. We have the hit number 6 before entering this rep round of the boys. We have a lot of hits to run today, and as we were saying before, we will not be running. So if you guys are online and checking at the same time, we're listening to us, the hit schedule, we will not be running on the repo round straight after the hit 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. We're gonna just be running all the 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12 hits. So only 6 hits to run because some of the hits on the first run were not complete, so we don't have the same amount of surfers to actually run these hits. So we're gonna be only running the 6 hits to complete this round of repo, and sadly we're gonna have a few surfers between 6 and 12 surfers going 6 and 8 surfers going down today and bringing back home the minimum point for the team.
exactly, so we're going to see the first eliminated today. First disappointed of this event, we are at the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games. These World Surfing Games are made possible by the presentation of the Peruvian Institute of Sports, IPD, the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO, and Herbalife, and we are supported by MAPFRE and Repsol, and we couldn't do it without the invaluable support of our media partners, Surfline, our official forecaster, and Surfos, the leading surf publication in Latin America, as well as Passion Extrema on Fox Sport Latin America. 23 minutes left in this heat. No waves run yet, so a bit of a slow start. This is the last heat of the main round 3 of the men's division. So this is still main event. First and second will progress towards round 4, while the third and fourth will go directly to round 3 of the repechage round. And right after this series, in 23 minutes, we will be having the repechage round, which will be round 1. So as Vico said, there's 6 heats where there's only 2 surfers, so they're going to have an easy pass alongside the other competitor towards round 2 of the repechage. But 6 heats, we've got 3 surfers in them, and there goes the first wave of the series. That is Black Angelo Lozano from Mexico.
That make it count. He had no potential for Angelo on this one, as we have a score already. 3.5 will be the first of surfing Joaquin del Castillo from Team Peru. Team Peru right now untouched when it comes to elimination. Some really strong surfing from them on every single categories, men and women. Black having his second wave straight after. Nice first hook off the top for Angelo, but once again just trying to be active. He had a 1 point on the first wave. We're gonna have slightly better on this second, but still a short ride. What we've seen so far, Philippe, as you were out on the previous heat, is that the best single score of the heats was on the left-hander. We have a lot of left-handers as well. Surfers opting to go more right than left, maybe a safer option, but still we've seen some really good action, and Team Australia bowing out 2 surfers on the last hit, ending with the exact same amount of points, 13.90 for the same team, pushing out Casey Grant and Nicolas Urrega. Surfer in white right now, up and running Santiago Muniz.
Santiago Muniz advancing strong, managing to go around that long section of white water and applying a good re-entry there, and 2 maneuvers more at the end of the wave. So that was the opening wave for ISA World Champion in 2010 for Argentina, Santiago Muniz. And here he is back looking for a gold medal. So we're going to wait for those first points. Peru, Joaquin del Castillo on his first wave gets a 3.5. We're waiting for that first goal from Santiago Muniz. For now, Angelo Lozano on his first wave gets 1 point, so pretty low score for his opening ride for the Mexican. And we're waiting on his second score, 1 judge missing, and Santiago Muniz 2. 20 minutes and still no waves for Eduardo Rure from Puerto Rico in yellow. We still have to wait to see his surfing in this heat number 6 from round 3 of the main event of the men's. You can see there at the top left of your screen the breakdown of the positions and the scores, also the time left, and in the bottom right corner, don't forget it, that's the official hashtag of the event, ISA 50WSG. If you use that hashtag in all your posts to the social media, we can find them easily and compile them on our social media. We have got Instagram and Twitter. So our usernames there are ISA Surfing, and you can find us also on Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. Lots of info there. And finally, the scores are being dropped. So 3.17 for Santiago Muniz's first wave. Angelo Lozano had a 1 point ride. His second wave is a 2.17. He's the only surfer to get 2 waves, and he gets the same score as Santiago Muniz on his single first wave. So first position for Joaquin del Castillo, 3.5 with 1 single wave. Second position for Santiago Muniz with 3.17 in 1 single wave, while Angelo Lozano from Mexico has got the same score as the Argentinian, but in 2 waves, so 3.17 total. He's in third position, and we're still waiting on fourth, Eduardo Rure from Puerto Rico, to catch his first wave.
As right now we're just having a chat with Mike on the hit before about the conditions, and we've seen that even if the swell eased up overnight and actually is way smaller than the first day, we had 8 to 10 foot faces, we have a really a lot of opportunities to score good rates and left all the time, all day long. We haven't seen a lot of differences when it comes to the tide change compared to the last few days. It's been slightly smoother, the tide change, and we haven't seen a lot of really chop off the face of the water. We've seen that the lefts, when the guys were going left on the previous heat, it was slightly harder to pretty much have a proper nice clean face. but it seems that this spot of Punta Rocas, showing his face on smaller days, is still really, really reapable, left and right. Right now, most of the surfers are on the right of your screen, just facing the jet skis of the water patrol. Plenty of time, and so far not a lot of action. Surfers and judging taking their time. This is the last hit of this main round, and then we will be entering the sudden death mode for the first time of the event, losing 6 surfers by the end of the day. We have only 6 hits of 3 surfers to run, so third place will go down and bring not that much bacon home. Surfer in red up and riding. That's Joaquin Del Castillo from Team Peru, Philippe.
There goes second wave for the Peruvian. Nice cut back, connecting back with the white water, arming the bottom there, hitting the lip off the top with lots of strength and control, keeping advancing pretty smooth for the rider from Peru there, attacking vertically for that off the top. And you can hear Peru from outside the booth cheering with everything. The whole team is there and the public cheering on Joaquin Castillo's ride. So nice series of turns there for Peru. He's going to get a better score than his first wave. That was a 3.5. And so we're going to see what the judges say. And we're still waiting on that first wave for Puerto Rico, and there's 17 minutes left in this last series of the main round of the men's event.
Yes, we've seen a lot of good surfing on this last wave for Joaquin. 7.5, one judge pushing all the way up to 8.5, trying to mix in some variety. So 7.5, beginning of the really good scale, almost excellent for one of the judges. So this is good for Joaquin, good for Team Peru. So far, stayed intact when it comes to how many surfers they have on the main round. If they do advance this last soldier till the end of that heat, Team Peru will be complete out of all the surfers to the next round of the main round of this ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games here in Punta Rocas.
They've only got one girl that has fallen down to the repechage round. So we saw Annalie Gomez going through in first position. So out of 6 surfers, really the best country until now is Peru. They've got 5 riders in the main event, with only one of the girls falling down in the repechage round, and Peru is looking really strong. They have already been world champion as a team on the Loken turf. That was in 2011, and so obviously they're going to try to repeat this feat. And now there is 15 minutes and 30 seconds left in this series number 6, and that score for Joaquin Del Castillo really higher than his first wave. He obtains a 7.5, obtaining a total of 11 points. That leaves Santiago Muniz, his first wave, he gets a 3.17, and now he needs on his second wave at least a 7.84 to go to first position. And there you can see the coach from Argentina, Santiago Di Pace. Lots of people know this guy. He's been all over the world. Great Argentinian figure, and now he's working as the coach for the Argentinian team, bearing the flag and obviously supporting Santiago Muniz. We saw Leandro Osuna go through his heat earlier on, and so now they are trying to place that second Argentinian through. Santiago Muniz, he's already been a world champion at one of the ISA World Surfing Games for Argentina, and he's come back here to reclaim that gold medal. Obviously everybody wants it, so it's difficult to say who will obtain it at the end of the event. We're at day 3 of a 8-day window here at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games, and so we've got 5 more days packed with action. We've already run at least the first rounds of the main heats during these 3 first days, obviously with most competitors, and now as we're going to start seeing competitors eliminated from competition, leaving only the best going towards that big final that will be on Saturday. So be sure to have free time on Saturday and find out live before anyone else who will be the 2 new world champions 2014 of the ISA for the open surfing division in men's and women's. That will be Saturday, that we will be crowning the 2 new world champions. Actually, the defending champions are Sean Joubert for South Africa, who won last year in Santa Catalina, Panama, and in the girls it is Dimity Stoyle from Australia. Both of them absent here, but South Africa and Australia have sent some really strong teams to defend the team standings, and obviously to try to get those gold medals again with maybe on a different surfer. Reaching half time of the series, 13 minutes left, time is winding down, and I do believe this is one of the until now only 5 wave ridden between the 4 surfers reaching half time of the heat.
Yeah, it's been slow, and well, just about the fact of speaking that the spot was not moving that much with the change of tide. We are just changing tide right now, and it seems to be a little lully. So we're gonna see how it pans out for the second part of the afternoon. We're just starting straight after the first losers round, because we're gonna lose if you want. That's repo when you are still on it. That's losers when you just lost, because you won't be able to climb your way back up. As we have some little starts being delivered by Jose. Thank you. And so far, yes, Peru has 5 surfers in the main round and 1 in the repo. South Africa, 2 surfers in the main round, 4 in the repo. We're gonna maybe see a few surfers bowing out, maybe not now, because we're only running the round 1 of the repechage. Once again, only 6 hits of 3 surfers. Only 1 surfer per hit will go down. That will be the surfers placed 3 by the end of the heat. The other 2 surfers will qualify to the round 2 of the repechage. That will be combined of these 2 first and second place of the first round of repos, plus the guys dropping out of this main round 2 of the men division. This is round 3 right now, and we have still plenty of time. What we were talking about with Mike before is that we have a few days off, some lay days, pretty much like a cheer squad day for some of the surfers on the main round, because we need to advance on the round 1 and 2 of repos before starting to get busy on round 4 of the main events. So usually these guys qualify for the next events, are actually all the time having some time to cheer for their teammates. Surfer in white, nice aggressive first top turn, really fat section in front of him for Santiago Muniz. Now he's waiting in the white while trying to get some open face, long cut back to a little foam bounce. He's gonna fade his way. Nice first turn on this second section, but sadly the section is not really providing anything more, so kicking out Santiago Muniz, trying to get a good score. He's chasing right now a 7.84 to go up to first, but just trying to get a backup. That's our Argentinian flag flying up and proud on the top of the cliff. And Eduardo Rure from Puerto Rico, really silent so far. It's been 15 minutes he's been waiting for his wave, and nothing happening.
So really slow heat for Eduardo from Puerto Rico. Let's hope he can find that wave we've seen in the morning. One heat where one of the girls didn't manage to catch any wave during a series, so obviously not a desirable outcome for anyone entering air at these ISA World Surfing Games. Less than 10 minutes for Eduardo to try to find that wave and get a score under his belt. He needs a 3.18 to go straight to third position. If he manages to get more than 5.51, he'd go to more than 7.68, he'd go to second, and to get to first he's already in a situation of combination, obviously. Still got some time, but he needs to hurry up when we see Angelo Lozano from Mexico going strong and deciding to go on the left. Nice roundhouse cutback, very large turn there on that first maneuver, doing an off the top for the second one, changing a bit his repertoire, connecting back with that cutback to the white water, going down the line, reconnecting with the wave. Nice peeling left to change a bit what the judges are seeing in the water there off the top. Nice little slash, trying to advance, bobbing down, going to connect with that section of the white water, and seems to going back down with the right and decides to kick off.
Well, that was a long wave, and that may be a game changer for Angelo Lozano. Long wave, not a lot of variety when it comes to a turn, but still, as you were saying, it's refreshing for the judges to actually have another point of view on this beautiful break of Punta Rocas. So Black was trying to better his 1 point as a backup and possibly getting an 8.84 to go first. Only a 5.51 to go second. 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. A mid-range score can totally be the one that will be given by the judges. Eduardo Rure finally got his first wave. It won't be a fantastic score though. It's going to be falling around the poor scale of the judging criteria. 8 minutes to go, and you will have to work harder, because what we do know is that Angelo Lozano from Team Mexico just got his best wave of the heat so far. So and Eduardo will need to step up.
Still a very slow heat for the last heat of the main round. So round number 3 of the main event for the men's. After this we're going to the first appearance of the repechage rounds. Sudden death, first and second keep on advancing, while third and fourth get eliminated, have to step down from the competition, and can keep on cheering for the other team members while they keep advancing. Obviously all on their way towards that big final where we are giving medals. Contrary to the Olympic Games, there isn't only 3 medals, there are 4 medals, so it is gold, silver, bronze, and the ISA invented the copper medal. As you know, in most surfing events the podium is always the 4 top riders, and the ISA didn't change that long lasting tradition from surfing, and so the copper medal was created, and in every division the 4 best surfers obtain those medals at the end of the event, as do the teams.
And Black is getting his scores, and that will be by far his best one. Will it be the 5.51 he was chasing? 5.51 is just around the average, 6th, the beginning of the good wave. That was a good wave, long wave, surprisingly long actually, with a lot of different turns. Nothing of major proportion, but as requirements are small, Black, luckily for him, didn't have a massive set behind his left-hander to actually paddle back out, so he may be able to be back at the lineup in time for maybe another one, because it may be a game changer. As we were saying straight after his ride, Santiago Muniz, he's a former world champion, and right now not having the best wave selection. 4.5317. Just as a quick reminder, he got out of his career last week in Brazil, going second on a QS on a 6-star events. Right now it's gonna be interesting to see if Santiago can step it up as well. A lot of surfers on this wave, and White is not going for it. 3 surfers, no takers.
It seemed it was going to be a party wave. Obviously you know that you don't want to have an interference marked against you, and finally the score comes down for Angelo Lozano from Mexico. He ends up with that latest left with a 6.17. That's more than the 5.5 that he needed. He jumps to second position. Still leading the heat is Joaquin del Castillo in red for Peru with 11 points, and Angelo Lozano has now got a total of 8.34, so he's got a 6.17 and 1 throwaway score at 2.17. He's got 5 minutes. He was at the bottom of the lineup, paddling back up. Will he have time to come back up and select one good wave and change that score of 2? He only needs a 4.84 to go to first position, leaving Joaquin del Castillo second, and a bit below him is Muniz from Argentina in white, actually with 7.67. He only needs a 3.85 to go to second position, while Eduardo Rure from Puerto Rico has got 1 single wave. He's got a 2.67 and he needs a 5.68. He's only got 4 minutes and a half to get to second position.
Small requirements as time keeps ticking away. 4 minutes and 30 seconds right now, and Joaquin del Castillo is in a solid first place. Sadly, his backup score is really small, so right now they're just sitting on 1 strong score and something really small. 4 minutes to go, and it seems that Santiago right now is paddling around without the proper goal. He's just waiting for something to pop up. 4 minutes is a lantern, boom, backside olive to late tail tap and goes down. Still, job was done before. The critical sections really hits with the same good rhythm. Interesting thing though, 2 surfers in 2 different waves, one after the other. I think the last of red may push the judges to score slightly lower than we're expecting for the last of white. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go, and we're gonna see what the judges reckon, but this is money time now.
Exactly, so very little time left, very little waves ridden during this heat. One of the heats with less waves ridden. 1 minute right now, so very little time to change the situation. We're going to wait for that later score from Joaquin del Castillo. Without a doubt he will replace that 3.5 he's got in his total score. He's only got 2 waves up until now, 3.5 and a 7.5. So let's see how much will the judge give him
for that latest ride. Angelo Lozano just managing recently to climb to second position. He's got 9.84, and Santiago Muniz is playing catch up there behind. He's only got 30 seconds. He needs a 5.35 to go to second position. Will he be able to find that wave? There's not much coming on the horizon. There's a real water world up there. There's several boats, 3 jet skis. Yesterday we had the Navy also with 1 boat over there. They still haven't arrived. So seconds ticking down, 10 seconds left. Waiting for that score of Joaquin del Castillo. Eduardo Rure manages to get a second wave. That will not be enough for him to go to second position. And there goes the buzzer, marking the end of this last series of round 3 of the men's division. Obviously, competitors will have to take that in account into their strategy. They won't have as much time. 5 minutes seems as little, but in a heat it goes really fast.
And judges are trying to go 1 up, 1 down from the 5-5-1 that Santiago is looking for. And as expected, the last of red was a proper game changer. So let's see how it goes. But I think that's the last of red eventually pushed down Santiago's last ride. He was chasing a 5-5-1, and as we speak right now, one judge is still to be punching in a number. Angelo Lozano didn't get anything by the end. Joaquin del Castillo was already first. That's not really important. So that's most important is if we know if Santiago Muniz is bowing out to the repechage round. 1 score, 2 score yet to be scored. His last wave will be a throwaway. It's more about this wave number 3 that the whole situation may change. Time is up. 5.43 close, but no cigar. Santiago goes out. Whoa, upset for Team Argentina and for our president Fernando Aguirre, because Santiago are a gold medalist slightly earlier in his career. He's now having to face a little less points. Oh, it's been changed. Let's wait a little for the scoring system to be updated, because, yep, change of scores, interestingly enough. As time is up, next hit is on standby, and we are just expecting the situation to be officialized by our beach announcer. 7.87 for last of red. Really good score. Best score of the hits for Joaquin del Castillo. He was easy first at the beginning. It was more catching up for first and second, or second and third. And it seems that Santiago is punching through.
So, last scores. Obviously, the following heat is in standby until we don't get these results. In the water already, waiting for that first heat of the repechage round, there are 3 surfers. So that is heat number 2. Heat number 1 has only got 2 surfers, though they automatically pass to round 2 of the repechage. Heat number 2, we've got 3 riders in red: Michael Torres from Costa Rica, in yellow Otis Carey from Australia, and in black Ian Mason from Scotland. Scotland being the first participation in an ISA event ever, as does Dubai. That was Mohamed Rama. We had him yesterday in the booth being interviewed by Sir Mike Latronic, and he was on the morning show. And so there goes the buzzer indicating the start of the first heat of the repechage. So in a few time we're going to see the first eliminated from this competition. Out of these 3 guys, only 2 will advance to round 2 and 1 will have to stay behind.
And I think this is right now time for one of us to step out of the booth, as we are now up to a new start.
Yeah, we're contacting the union for webcasters. 24 minutes, I'm not sure. So these rounds of repechage will be 25 minutes, the same as the main rounds. Supposedly they are 5 minutes shorter. We will check the information to make sure this is correct. Anyway, it is already underway. Here are some lines coming on the horizon, headed straight towards the reef of Punta Rocas, and finally it's Ian Mason from Scotland who takes off, opens this series of repechage, does the job and falls at the bottom of the wave. That won't be a very high score. So there are the first scores: 0.5 for Ian Mason in black for Scotland, That's his opening attack. So still lots of time. We're going to wait a little bit for Michael Torres from Costa Rica in red and Otis Carey from Australia in yellow to see what do they do on their first waves. So there is the corrected time, effectively, as I was saying, 20-minute eats for the repechage, so this is going to go a little bit faster. The surfers also have to take that in account, that it will be a little bit faster. You cannot wait as long as certain surfers have been doing during the main event with 25 minutes. Some scored the 2 last waves in the last 10 minutes of a eat, so here you have to be careful. Wave selection is becoming even more critical, and obviously with the tide filling up also we might see less lulls and a bit more waves and a bit more consistency.
And as we can see, there's a little glare on the surface of the waves, so maybe the sun is popping out a little more, so it may increase the chances we have to actually get some onshore breeze in the afternoon. As you can see, the flag is not really flying toward the ocean, so we have this little onshore breeze. It helped a lot these surfers to get something to hit by the second part of the wave as it's entering the inside section. What we do know as well is that the previous hits of this last hit of the round 3 of the main round for the men, results have been made official. Joaquin del Castillo from Team Peru advancing, as well as Santiago Muniz. So by the end, scores have been correcting. Michael and Angelo Lozano from Team Mexico bowing out to the round of repos, with Eduardo Rure through to the next round, round 4 of the main round of this ISA WSG. Joaquin del Castillo, one more, and Argentina yet to live another day.
So these are all the thirds and fourth from the first round of the main event. That was during the first day of competition when we recently started these Claro 80th anniversary World Surfing Games. This is also known sometimes as the losers round. That's not a very gracious name. Repechage, repo, where you get that second opportunity to redeem yourself. And you can still manage, if you do well and make no more mistakes during the repechage round, still get back into the big final and maybe get the gold medal. Statistically, most of the winners and medalists in the ISA games, in all the divisions, all the sports that are involved in the ISA, get the medals through the repechage round and not coming through the main event straight.
As we have a taker on this one, surfer Michael Torres from Costa Rica, as we are being delivered some new snacks. Yeah, Grand Cereal. Michael Torres from Costa Rica, nice snap off the top, and good looking inside section to this right-hander, now waiting in the white water to get something better. Snap of the leap, gets a little off balance, but still recovers, and another great wave for Michael Torres. He had some really good snap off the top, just like this one of previous round, and sadly goes down on the last turn. Job was done though, and once again only 3 surfers. You just don't want to be this last one. Otis Carey in yellow from Team Australia is a many-time native Australian champion back home, and Ian Mason, he's been surfing on the UK tour as well. Being from Scotland, he gets to surf in different regional events. As right now we get some information. Aussie Pipe Blackrock, he calls his favorite surf break. That's just north of Wollongong, south of Sydney, and he won the Australian Indigenous titles quite a long time ago.
So we're getting a bit of information also about the bios from the surfers, give you all those little tidbits of information and details about where are their favorite breaks, also the ages, what do they call the local break. Less than 15 minutes already in this heat, 14 minutes and 25 seconds. These are 20 minutes each. The big difference being, obviously, compared to the main event or qualifying rounds, is that person who falls third or fourth, in this case during the first round, we will only have thirds that will be eliminated. So at the end of this third day of competition, 6 competitors of the men's division will be already out of the competition, marking their points towards their team standings.
4.67 is the first score for Michael Torres, so just underneath the average. As right now, if you do get third on this round, you get 73rd place on the final ranking and only bringing 144 points. You want to bring more when it comes to these heat results, and of course the final results is for the global ranking, the team standings, to get as many surfers as you can in the final heats, in the final quarters to semis and final, to get as many points as you can. How much do you get when you get on the final, Philippe?
I believe it's 1,000 points, but it's multiplied. Your best surfer is multiplied by the amount of surfers allowed by division, which means it's 4,000.
Exactly, because we have 4 men and 2 ladies per team, 6 surfers per team plus coach, entourage, physios, mental preparation, and whatever you can find as a cheerleader, water boy. Anyway, 12 minutes and 55 seconds so far. It's a slow hit. One wave for Surfing Black, Ian Mason from Scotland, half a point, and 4.67 for Michael Torres in the yellow. Otis Carey right now having a slow start. Nothing taken yet, and maybe one wave surfed here, I think, by Surfing Red, as he's trying to wake up our camera operator. Going out of the screen, well, we will not know what we have. That's the first ever surf event film with a webcam. Just checking some last technicalities with our webcast crew.
So 12 minutes left in this first heat of the repechage. We're going to have 6 heats. It's been an easy pass for 12 surfers. You are alone with one single other surfer in the heat. When the heats are only 2 people, they advance automatically to the second heat of repechage, taking their scores from the first round of the main event to decide who goes first and second for the seeding in the second round of the repechage. So they get it easy, while 18 surfers have to battle it out. It's only 3 in the water, so it's 2 that go through, advancing to the second round, and 1 will have to stay out. So that's going to be difficult, but at one moment we have to start eliminating people, leaving only the best towards the final to see who will obtain that gold medal at the end of the week. That will be Saturday, so be very attentive. Also, please use the official hashtag of this event, ISA50WSG. We see a lot of federations on their social media using it, giving the results to all the surfers around the world of the riders, and giving good vibes and cheering on their competitors before they get in the water. So 11 minutes left and still a pretty slow heat.
Yes, and just got the quick setup from the technical crew, so we had to change the tripod from one camera. That's why we couldn't actually have a proper video of last wave for Surfing Black. That was Ian Mason chasing, well, so far chasing nothing, got a 1.4, so he's second. Otis Carey needs to get busy. He's chasing a 1.91 to go to second and a 4.68 to go first. This is really easy for him. He just needs to get this option. As you can see, it seems that the wind just backed off a little more. It's really glassy now, so we're gonna see if this affects the way the wave is breaking. We've seen some really cool little inside section, but so far it seems really slow.
Yeah, so this low tide affecting the wave, making it a bit slow, consistent. Obviously this is the repechage round. You can feel the difference of level between the main round, which we just saw, round 3 of the men's division, compared to this round 1 of the repechage. Obviously an obvious difference of level in the water. These are going to be a bit slower heats, but still there will be 20 minutes, so 5 minutes shorter. You have to make your waves count towards your total score. You've already been allowed one mistake of finishing third or fourth, and now you have to really make your maximum to go through. The pressure is a bit higher. If you finish third or fourth, we've already said it, you get eliminated. So be careful, gentlemen. 9 minutes 20, and there we see a nice pretty wave coming down the reef. Red is probably the best place, finally just punching through the face, duck diving the wave, and it catches Otis Carey and Ian Mason further down the reef. Let's see if somebody can one from the set.
I'm surprised Otis is actually here. He should be outside. He hasn't been taking a wave on our screen, so maybe he got a wave which is yet to be scored, but he was really inside, so maybe he had to paddle back to the shore because he wanted to get something. As we were saying, heat time reduced to 20 minutes. These 5 little minutes actually have been a lot more important on the last few hits when it comes to final results. As Surfing Red is up and riding long wrap around Cuddy, trying to get now this second part of the wave of the bottom to a little top turn, snapping his way to get a little mix of style here. Long grab cutback, but once again, not a lot of potential on the face of this really milky wave. This froth section right now is not offering anything, so he's still snowboarding. Another cutback to a foam bounce. And now we are entering the inside section. That's where maybe he can get something finally a little more vertical. Another snap of the top. Mid-face turn slide. Another snap back. And, well, not a lot of ride. Trying to do his best on this really poor potential wave. But still, even the 4, 6, 7, I don't think this will be as good as his first one. It was really more repetitive, a bad wave. Still, he remained active. And once again, 1 and 2 go through. Third back home. So you want to stick to what you can do, and even if the wave is not offering anything, it's still better to be in Michael Torres' Red Surfer position than in Otis's right now, because he gets nothing, and maybe 1 start, Philippe, on this one for Otis Carey.
For Otis Carey, so that was his opening wave, 6 minutes and 40 seconds left. He now needs to paddle quickly back to the top of the lineup and get that second score. Until now, Ian Mason from Scotland with pretty low scores, so a 0.5 and a 1.4. Probably this wave from Otis Carey will be better than the Scots total.
Yes, well, finally away for Otis, and I think he must be feeling now a little pumped up. That's Team Scotland all fired up, trying to send out the good vibes, and the judges losing no time punching in the big numbers for Otis Carey. He's one of the most exciting surfers. I've seen him surfing in Bondi Beach in Australia, which is not the best beach in the world when it comes to the wave, but he's just jumping all over the place. Really technical surfer when it comes to air surfing. And Philippe, I think last and first of yellow after 14 minutes of proper waiting will be making him smile.
Yeah, we're seeing some pretty high scores there to start off this repechage round, so that's probably the wave before.
I'm not sure still. Well, right now we are still waiting for a few scores to be punched through. What we do know is with what we can see popping up on our screen, Ian Mason is not safe second anymore at all. He needs to step it up. He's on your screen right now, paddling back towards the shore and wondering what is going on. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Judges are punching in. There's a real proper quiet moment on the beach. Everybody's waiting for scores. Pretty cool. As Team South Africa, it's Philippa Anderson and Team Australia have been having a long chat during all the day. And still a few scores to be punched in. That's Team Australia right now. We have a pretty cool setup here for the athletes with a little surfers area. We have Clado providing them with fresh fruits and juices all day long, and we have a score.
8.67 for Otis Carey's first wave, so incredible score there. Almost getting over Michael Torres with that single score, just not enough, and now he needs only a 1.18 if he wants to go to first position. So Michael Torres also had his second wave pointed, so that gets a 5.17. He gets a total of 9.84, and Otis Carey's first wave at 8.67. He doesn't have a second score to get a total points, so 8.67. He only needs 1.18, and Ian Mason playing catch up there. His two wave total score of 1.9. He needs now a pretty good wave of 7.28 if he wants to get back to second position, and he's only got 4 minutes left to do so.
7 to 8 is quite a big requirement for Ian. Well, we're going to see what's going to be happening. 4 minutes to go, and so far, Michael, that's still a funny way to actually write the name Michael. That's Michael Torres. He's on a 5.17 and a 4.67, which means that Otis, as we were saying when it comes to who's going to be advancing on the seeding, It's going to be interesting to see if Otis is trying to go to first or to stay second, because he's going to have then to fight against these guys dropping down from round 2 of the main round. So you may want to stay second. This way you're pretty much the ninja in the heat. You are lower seeded surfer, so you have to surf against higher seeded surfer. But at the same time, you're creating a surprise, because Otis has had a proper shocker on the first round of the event 2 days ago, and right now, one single score, 8-6, and finally after on these World Surfing Games.
So there we saw Ian Mason trying to paddle in that wave, finally backing off and deciding to try to go for the second wave of the set. Will he make it in? That's the second wave he lets go by. And so, as you were saying, Otis Carey there, just a slight mistake on his first round in the main event. And he could be one of those fine examples of somebody who falls in first round into repechage but has got the talent to keep on advancing and then sort of gets the rhythm of running so many heats. And some people have gone from first round repechage back to the final, the big final of the main event, and winning the event. So that's not impossible, and Otis Carey might see the beginning of such a winning streak. We do hope for him. For Australia, for now, leading the heat is Michael Torres from Costa Rica in red. There, Pura Vida with a 9.84, and we're entering the 2 last minutes of this series. And there you can see third Ian Mason from Scotland looking desperately for a wave. It's going to be very difficult to find with that set coming on the horizon, a 7.28. Otherwise, he would have the unfortunate work of being the first eliminated from these Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. Not a really a desired outcome for Scotland, but this is their first participation in any ISA World event ever. So welcome to the nation of Scotland, welcome to the nation of Dubai. This is the first participation for both events, and as we saw, for example, with the nations of Russia and Turkey, last year it was their first participation, and this year they came back with more team members. So this is going to be an ongoing affair. They're going to grow, they're going to better their surf until they get at a good level and maybe one day get some of the medals.
Yeah, it's all part of a learning curve, Philippe. And 1 minute and 10 seconds so far, a big lull. Not a lot of waves taken, pretty much 5 waves taken over 20 minutes. That's pretty slow, but surfer in yellow, that's Otis Carey. Long cut back to little foam bound there off the bottom to snap off the lip. A lot of spray of this first proper vertical turn just behind. That's Ian Mason. Pretty much free riding this one. Waiting for the wave to offer something better, and just behind maybe surfer in red. Long wave for surfer in black, but no major turn. And red stalling, waiting for the wave to offer something more. That's a nice little line he's trying to draw, but the wave is saying, no way, Michael. I will not offer you anything. You can wait, you can stall, you can do what you want. I will just wake up by the end. So he's waiting, he's being patient. 20 seconds to go, and that was a proper non-happening wave. Maybe something by the end. Backside, front side. Nothing's happening for Michael. He is winning that hit, but maybe Otis Carey will get a 1.18 and will change from second to first. One sure thing is that the new nation of Scotland on the ISA is losing its first surfer on this 50th anniversary ISA World Surfing Game presented by Claro.
So there goes the buzzer. This is the end of series number 1 of this round 1 of the repechage round in the men's division. First eliminated of this competition, Ian Mason. Congratulations for his surfing, for being here representing his country. It is an honor to do so. And so there is his last wave. That will not be enough to go to second position. There will be no change in the 2 surfers that will keep on advancing towards second round. That will be Michael Torres from Costa Rica and Otis Carey from Australia. So this was the first series. It is series number 2, actually, as you know. Series number 1 saw only 2 surfers, Christian Pascal and Juan Caraballo from Venezuela, Christian Pascal being from Switzerland. They both go towards round 2. In this heat, Michael Torres and Otis Carey keep on towards round 2. Ian Mason is the first eliminated. Round 3 is also a heat with 2 surfers, basically through round 2. That is Michael Zoll and Jefferson Tascon from Colombia. They get an easy pass, and in the following heat number 4, this will be Adrian Rodriguez from Mexico in red. In yellow, Segundo Vargas from Uruguay. And in black, Niels Despuy from Tahiti. And there we see a change of situation. They're just correcting the scores. And it doesn't change effectively nothing. Yes, it does. So Otis Carey, with that latest wave that we saw at the end of the heat, is enough to take him to first position. He had still one single wave with a pretty high score of 8.67. He adds it up with a 3.83 for a total of 12.5. Takes him to first place in front of Michael Torres from Costa Rica. That doesn't mean he is eliminated. He still moves forward, but in second position. That will change in what heat will appear later on in round 2. And Ian Mason from Scotland is in third position with a total score of 3.73. So Mr. Muchacho Vico, the Frenchman living in Portugal, has left the booth. He's left you his biscuits too, if you want. And I'm joined by none other than Sir Mike Latronic.
Sir Shaka, Mike Latronic. Glad to be back in the booth with you, Philip. Looks like, yeah, we didn't see much from Otis Carey in that first round. Got eliminated into the repecharge, but boy, did we see him go off. And here is somebody going off in the next heat. What color do we have there?
That was yellow, Segundo Vargas from Uruguay. Really going strong there on that wave. So we've got 3 surfers in the water. Adrian Rodriguez from Mexico in red. Segundo Vargas from Uruguay in black with Niels Despuy from Tahiti. So 3 surfers in this. Only 2 will move forward, and one of them will be the second eliminated from these Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We want to welcome you all to this great event. Very important date for us. And as you can see on the top there, the information not exactly correct. That heat hasn't started yet, so we're finding out what is happening exactly. In following heat, which is number 5, only 2 surfers too, so they will get also a ticket directly to round 2 without even having to enter the water in round 1. That will be Yoji Osedo from Japan and William Peckett from Tahiti. They don't have to battle it out in round 1, they are automatically in round 2. In round 2 we also already have the names of all the 3rd and 4th of the round 2 of the main event from the men's division. So that's already getting very populated there. And obviously as you advance through the rounds of repechage, as the guys are falling off the rounds from the main event higher and higher, you sort of start finding higher and higher level of surfing in the repechage round, making it more and more difficult for somebody coming from below, because obviously you're accumulating all the effort that you're doing in the previous rounds and you're getting pretty tired as you advance.
Well, there are some no-joke surfers in the repecharge round, so, you know, even though that would be considered, quote, the number 1 loser round, these guys are going to be faced with having to perform excellently just to get through these repecharge, as we saw with Otis Carey nailing a 8.5 point ride on that last heat. So, got to always keep your guard up. As soon as the horn blows, these folks are ready to rumble. And, you know, the goal is always to get 2 excellent scores, and you pretty much just got to work with what you have to work with from there. We're having some technical graphics on the board, so just disregard those for now. Meanwhile, you can see the waves pouring in here, looking at some nice left-handers, a little bit mushy on that one. Somebody's making their way back out there, or they're turning around, sorry, and going for this wave. All right, that is a freezer. Niels Despuy from Tahiti, in and out.
So we're passing from one round to another. Yeah, checking what's happening out there. You could see the wide open view of Punta Rocas, as you can see, is pretty extensive, as much to the right as you see even a further out view of the full panorama of this natural stadium of surfing, one of the most classical in Peru. And there we see yellow, that is Segundo Vargas from Uruguay taking a right. Lots of speed there on that first turn and kicking out on the inside section. So we're still waiting on some scores. And there you can see him paddling back out.
Such a massive territory to cover. You can see by this wide shot that there are several hundred yards of open ocean here for these surfers to deal with. So really long rides, really long paddles, very rigorous on the body. And there, you know, there's a pretty mushy peak from the outside. Not a whole lot happening there. Sometimes the inside bowls tend to be a little hollower on this particular occasion. That outside wave is just a mush burger. So our surfer is going to duck dive that one, and it's pretty much all alone in the lineup. The Tahitian was on the left-hand side, and the last rider up was all the way in the inside. So gentleman out the back looks like Adrian Rodriguez from Mexico has the lineup pretty much to himself at the moment.
So we're still teaching Spanish to Sir Mike Latronic Rodriguez. You say it.
Sí, señor.
Say Rodriguez.
Rodriguez.
That's it. So Adrian Rodriguez still waiting on his first wave. For Mexico, Tahiti and Uruguay have already got their first wave under the belt. As you know, these are 20 minutes each. It does seem like, you know, 5 minutes won't change much, but really it's a huge difference. You that have been in 25 minutes each and 20 minutes each, what does that mean, those 5 minutes?
Well, you only need 1 second. I mean, if your hands leave the rail and you're up, the horn can blow right after that. Because as soon as you're on riding and it counts, you know, it's all good. But the last 5 minutes, that's kind of a pressure sieve. You know, if you're leading the heat or advancing in the heat, 5 minutes is sort of the arena to hold on to what you got, or, you know, improve what you got. If you're not in advancing position, 5 minutes is do or die. You're going to have to step up to the plate and put everything on the line, because you don't have much time left to really get what you need.
So we want to say also thank you to the proud sponsors who make this event possible, such as our presenters, the Peruvian Institute of Sports, IPD, the Association of Olympic Athletes, ADO and Herbalife, and our supporting sponsors such as the Peruvian National Olympic Committee, Termos, and FENTA, the National Federation of Surf here in Peru. Our media partners, Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero and Tablista Magazine, all helping with the communications of this great event, the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We want to thank also the several websites that our webcast directly on their webpage, such as Surfline is doing, Surfers Village for people in Europe, waves.com.br, obviously the biggest website of surf in Brazil, the great nation of surfing here in Latin America. Also the webpage theinertia.com, surfersmagazine.com, the leading website for surf news here in Latin America, is doing the same, and obviously also lots of national federation websites are hosting so that their countrymen can follow it easily. If you want, just share on your Facebook the official address from the event, that is isawsg.com, and we've got the scores. There's 12 minutes and a half left in this second series from the first round of repechage for the men, and the 3 surfers have already got some scores. Mike?
All right, well, currently sitting in first place is surfer in yellow from Uruguay, Segundo Vargas. He's landed himself a 6.83 on his first ride with a 3.0 to back it up. He's going to want to throw away that 3.0. Before we get to the other scores, we got some action out there. Ooh, coming unstuck. Well, that's not going to be a score he's going to keep. That's another ride from yellow, Segundo Vargas. But in second place now, our surfer from Tahiti, Nils Despuy. He's got himself a couple of low scores, 2.33 and a 3.20. And then last but not least, Adrian Rodriguez from Mexico. A 3.67. So he's looking to just get a second score on the board. He is paddling for this wave right here. Why don't you take this one, Philip?
So there goes the Mexican Rodriguez, going on that big cutback there, connecting with the white water, doing that nice carve turn off the top of the wave. Going for the lip, doing off the top, connecting on that last section and riding it out, falling on the end, but still that maneuver will be considered as completed. So he's only got one wave. He's the only surfer still with one wave scored, so that will go towards his total score automatically. He's got a 3.67. He actually needs only a 1.87 to go to second position in front of the Tahitian Niels Despuy. I think without a doubt he will get more than 1.87 for that latest wave. Will it be enough or more than a 6.17 to take first position from Segundo Vargas from Uruguay? There you can see him on your screen paddling back up to the lineup, and there's some nice lines there coming towards him.
I love this kind of shot. They call that corduroy. So you got 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 good swells on your screen, and that is an indication that the action is on its way.
And here comes, let's see if anybody manages to ride that wave. It seems Segundo Vargas could give it a shot. Finally, he's 2 on the inside. Has to duck dive it. He can maybe try to take this latest one as we reached the half-time point of this first series. So 10 minutes left in this second series of the repechage round. So half-time already. Segundo Vargas has got 3 waves. Niels Despuy has got 2, and Adrian Rodriguez has got 2 waves. His latest score, the one we just saw on our screens, gets a 4.73. So as we were saying, that's enough to take him to second position. He's now got a total score of 8.40, well above Niels Despuy from Tahiti's 5.53. He now needs a 5.21 if he wants to come back to second position. And Adrian Rodriguez, if he wants to keep on advancing and take that first position from Segundo Vargas, will have to post a 5.11 or more.
Well, what we can see right now on our screen is one surfer in the lineup, but I believe the Tahitian is off to the right, possibly, or is that him in the corner of the screen paddling back out, because the Tahitian was taking some left-handers earlier, and it's just such a massive area for these guys to cover. Even for the cameraman, it's just a lot of waves on line. Look at this. You've got 4 or 5 lines coming in. There's lefts, there's rights, and you know, in this situation, there's just so much to choose from. All right, there you saw one of the surfers paddling up on the right-hand side of their screen. They came all the way from the left, so you can see him going out of your screen there. Instead, we're going to stay with the surfer on the right. He goes down. Not sure. Definitely no one in position to take advantage of these beautiful set waves peeling off on the outside.
Yeah, as you see there, the boat zipping through the top part of your screen. There we saw Niels Despuy taking off on that wave, but being completely eaten up on the way down. Didn't manage to do much. He's in third position. He's looking for that 5.21, and time is winding down. There's already less than 8 minutes left in the second series of the repechage round, and still being led by Segundo Vargas. That 6.83 on his first wave really meant a lot for his wave total. That left him in a comfortable first position, and Adrian Rodriguez managed to climb from third to second. He's still looking for that 5.11.
Well, I believe Niels Despuy got a left while we were watching the gentleman who didn't make the drop on the right, because he's got a 2.60, and well, splitting hairs because it didn't really matter to him. He needs a 5.21, and he's already got a 3.20, so the 2.60 is not a wave that's going to help his cause. He needs to throw away that 3.20 with something better, but first he needs to get rid of that 2.6 with a 5.21 in order to get into advancing position.
So less than 7 minutes left, and there you can see that's yellow paddling. Segundo Vargas trying to get into that wave, not managing to gain enough momentum and speed to make the drop, and you can see him paddling back out, waiting for a better chance. In the following heat, we're going to have 3 surfers, while we see Adrian Rodriguez there on the right. We saw him with a nice cutback. We seem to have missed the beginning of that wave, and he kicks out. As I was saying, we've got 3 surfers in the following heat. That would be heat number 6 of the round 1, even if it's only the 3rd run. And we will see Dimitri Zabula from Russia against Tunç Yıldız from Turkey and Anderson Tascon from Colombia. So Russia and Turkey last year in Panama, that was their first participation as a federation in an ISA world event. They went straight for the World Surfing Games, so that was a welcome addition to the big ISA family, and they've come back for more. So visibly they've enjoyed it, visibly they've seen what the ISA is doing, and that's the idea. Countries that are trying out the world events, sticking around, making the federation grow, making the local surf grow, and the idea is on the long range champions.
Well, Russia is such a competitive country. I mean, for years and years and years during the Olympics, you'd see, you know, Team Russia, whether it's hockey or ice skating or MMA now, and you know, like the Russians are tremendous athletes. It's only a matter of years before we see some of these athletes gain the experience and know-how to, you know, accommodate some bigger scoring and bigger potential to get farther in these contests.
As we're hearing now the alarm sounding air one floor above us, indicating that there's only 5 minutes left, time to lift up the yellow flag. As you know, always when there's only 5 minutes left, the surfers from the following heat are allowed to enter the water. We always ask them to keep a bit further out. There you can see the setup, the beautiful cliff, also with the countries cheering up, and there you can see that wide arena that is Punta de Rocas with its lefts and its rights. Really a long point break wave, as you've seen during the 3 first days. We've seen waves with over 10 maneuvers applied to them, so lots of space. Now you need to make those maneuvers quality turns to get those points. That's what the judges are looking for. It's quality, quantity, and so you want to see huge commitment. Several riders, the one that are posting the higher scores of the day. Really it's commitment, going for high moves on risky sections, making it in the critical part of the wave, really stuck to the bowl, stuck to that white water section. And we've seen the judge do exactly that. Those are the waves that are getting the high scores. And back to the action now, we're seeing that's yellow, Segundo Vargas. He's still leading this series. There's 3 minutes left. Here comes his fourth wave. Nice off the top there. Coming back to the white section.
Well, he's looking to throw away a 3-point ride, Philip, so that's already looks like he's done that with those first 2 turns. A little slash on the inside, not super committed, but he's getting the work done. You know, the goal is to increase his lead, stay in first position is always a safe place. Well, not always a safe place, but generally a safe place. Still 3 minutes on the clock, so nothing's safe until you've wrapped up 2 excellent scores. But right now, with that 6.83, you know, he's bound to increase the urgency here on his other competitors. Moving into this, I think this is finally, we've got a replay here.
Yeah, it seemed as the replay, there goes the graphic from the replay. Effectively there, Segundo Vargas, as you were saying, I think the best way to put it is that the most desirable place is always to be leading the heat. It will be always better to defend a first position than being last and having to climb back up, because that obviously means lots of uncertainty. You can never be sure to keep first, except if you post really a 19 total score or a 20, meaning no one could come anywhere close to you. We saw Kelly Slater do that twice, posting a perfect heat score during his WCT career. But
well, that man has hit so many landmarks in his lifetime. It's really interesting to see what might be next.
And so he's still running for a world title, and he's obviously trying to get in the way of Gabriel Medina. He was the world junior surfing champion for the that was in 2011, and look where he is now, surfing on the CT for so many years. And he's really one fine example of how the ISA has been shaping and forming champions along the way of the event, and Gabriel Medina is a fine example of that, as we see one nice left there for Niels Depuis, the Tahitian guy.
That was a very long, beautiful cutback by the Tahitian. Probably the longest cutback I've seen in this entire event.
And as a matter of fact, on my previous break, he came to me and he knows I speak French because of the head judge Thierry Vidal, and he said, I see nobody surfing the lefts. Can we surf lefts? Yeah, obviously, you can surf left, right? And he seems to have taken the advice well. That's his second left, and let's see if he can come out from that third position with this wave. It's going to be difficult because he still needs a 5.24, and we're already in the last minute of this series, so less than 1 minute, 45 seconds left. He needs to see that score if it will be enough. Otherwise, he might not have the time to run another one.
Yeah, well, first indications are the judges are stamping their disapproval of high scores for cutbacks. Even though that was a well-placed and long cutback, the cutback's just not going to equal the vertical turns. So, unfortunately, if Nils does not get a 5.24, he could be eliminated. Let's see last few judges putting in their scores.
Left, there goes the countdown from our beach announcer, and there goes the buzzer, as you can hear it probably over our microphones. This indicates that it is the end of this series for the repechage round of the men. Unofficial positions then, as the last score for Nils Depuy has been posted. Segundo Vargas from Uruguay takes first position in yellow with 11.46. Second position for Mexico, Adrian Rodriguez in red with a total score of 8.43. And third position, his last wave was not enough to take him to second position. He stays third. Nils Depuy from Tahiti is the second eliminated from these Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games, alongside the Scotsman that was eliminated in the previous series. I will leave my hot seat to Mr. Vico, no last name, he's a superstar, to do the following heat alongside Mike Latre.
I wonder if Vico knows Madonna. I mean, you know, or Sting.
Or Bono.
Or Bono, yeah.
I know Sting. I actually have a last name, but it
kind of
sucks.
be Sting's stunt double.
Yeah, with a wig.
That or Ben Saunders in the MMA.
Well, I'm glad to be back, and well, I was on the beach and I checked something quite alarming actually. Otis Carey, who got first by the end of the penultimate heat, actually was in a kind of trouble. And I was checking the jet ski assist, or kind of assist actually, because there's no sled behind the jet ski, so he was quite struggling. But it seemed that everything's all right now, but he must have been falling on his last wave or hurting something, but he was not feeling good. He was still able to paddle and climb up the jet ski, but I'm just waiting for an update on Otis's well-being, because he seemed to be quite in a little of trouble further up the beach here, so far away from the blocks, far away from the rocks, far away from the cliff, so quite safe. He was good enough to climb up the jet ski, but I don't know what happened. Anyway, I was with Philippa Anderson. She was quite concerned herself, so maybe a first injury. That would be a bummer for Otis, because he had a bad first hit. Eventually rose from the ashes on this first hit of the repos, but it seemed that he got himself a little in trouble.
Well, we'll definitely stay tuned on that. Definitely want to see how our ISA competitors are faring, and hopefully nothing too bad. Maybe we'll get that updated before the day is done. Certainly have that information by tomorrow. Meanwhile, sets keep pouring in the lineup here, Vico. It's just been non-stop action, lefts and rights.
We can see this is our lineup with Team Russia bringing the flag. That's Elina by the little by the back. This is our judging tower just behind. The last floor is for the judges. We are just behind this massive graphic, so we are in the shade, or in the dark, to be honest. 17 minutes 18 seconds. Tuk, who sees from Team Turkey, is having his first score. Hopefully it won't be a keeper for him, because it's not even reaching the 0.5 mark. We have at the same, just at the same as the previous and following hits of this repo round number 1. Only 3 surfers in the water. 2 will punch through, 1 will go back home. Not yet though, because Team Turkey, for example, has 2 surfers. Team Colombia a full team. Team Russia a full team as well. It's good to have such a international field, Mike, with Team Russia, Team Turkey, and Team Colombia. So it's you can't really ask for more. Colombia, Turkey, and Russia. You don't feel like it's a surfing event. As a fellow Hawaiian, you just like say,
I thought
okay.
this was cross-country skiing or something. Well, Colombia, I don't know, but
And Turkey either. It's not that much snow there. But there are actually some mountains right now. And that's the ISA. 90 countries. Last one getting into the nice family of surfing is Nepal. So we have surfing, of course, on wave, but as well stand-up surfing and stand-up paddling. So as long as you do love surfing, your country can reach to the ISA and try to go to this unspoken mark of 100 participating countries. Right now, not a lot of action, but a lot of good-looking wave. This spot is just delivering more and more sets every single hour.
well, you know, Surfline did predict that the swell would ease off a little bit in the morning and we'd see a possible fill-in by later, and it's sure enough, it does look like it's continuing to provide more energy. And here is Dmitry Zabula from Russia, getting a little bottom turn, but not much more. Probably going to score better than the Turkish surfer at the moment. And here goes Anderson Tascon from Colombia.
And that's a nice looking foam ball behind him. Backside snap off the top. A lot of spray on this turn. And wave is just a little crumble now, but still one good turn. And I'm really enjoying the fact that we are calling the action between Team Russia and Team Turkey on surfing. Even that's awesome.
Well,
right
here we
now,
go.
Team Turkey.
Yeah, there goes Tunky. Looks like he's finally got himself an open wall off the bottom, off the top. A little bit of style shown there on that cutback. Kind of wiggling his way to keep the speed. Obviously, you know, the Turkish surfers will improve over time with experience, but really got to give this man credit for showing up and blowing up. Tried to blow some tail on there. Unfortunately, got some water in his sinuses.
Layback was maybe not the right option on this one. Still, as you were saying, it's more about coming for the first time or second time, building a team, and then enjoying this like full world momentum. I say is there to help countries develop their surfing through coaching programs, through scholarships, and building champions. That's what they do.
You have to imagine that there's a mini rivalry between countries like Turkey and Russia, right? I mean, if this was gymnastics in the Olympics, they'd be going head to head.
Exactly.
So, you know, obviously Russia and Turkey don't have the quality of surfers yet that some other parts of the world do, but between themselves, who's taking bets?
Yeah, it can be a race to who's going to be the best seeded team by the end of that. And because every single year we have the World Surfing Games, every single year the best team by the end get a ranking. And if you are finishing good, you will be well placed, better placed on the next event, which means that eventually you won't have to surf against the strongest team. That's a surfer in black from Team Russia, Team Colombia, sorry, that's Anderson Tascon.
Okay, no, I think that is Team Russia. I think you're right. That's our Russian surfer in red.
Oh, nice.
Actually got a nice snap there off the side of that section, and looking to improve on those small scores he had earlier. Definitely an improvement, and he may well overtake the Turkish surfer who's now in second. So Dmitry Zabula, he needed a 2.04, and my guess is he got it there, Vico.
And we have the most vociferous team right now. That's the smallest countries, and they're just like making a lot of noise. That's pretty awesome. And well, we have to say bye-bye to the first soldier from Team Tahiti. That was the official result of previous heat. That was our second heat of the repos. Segundo Vargas from Uruguay advancing with 11.46. 8.43 was for second surfer in red, Adrian Rodriguez from Team Mexico. And sadly for Niels Despuy from Tahiti, he bows out of the events and bringing a little, but still interesting, 144 points back home. As right now we're waiting for the judges to call this last wave, maybe the best wave of that surfer in red and second best wave of the heat so far. 2.17 for this combo of turns, really stylish wave all the way to layback as that's Team Uruguay. And they're just behind us. We can actually feel the walls vibrating as they are yelling.
Good vibrations, Vico. Yes, Team Uruguay pretty happy about that advancement. Every step in the repecharge is a very important step, and we're waiting for the last judge to post his score for the last wave of Russia. Yeah, and he actually got out on the face and did a nice little snap. So probably going to score somewhere above what he's got thus far. But we won't assume. We will wait for the judges to log their decision.
Exactly, as right now we have only 6 hits run to red pose. That's hit number 3, so we are halfway through that round. We had half of the round with only 2 surfers. Once again, 2 of these surfers will not advance back to the main round. They will keep going on the repo round, and we have the score. Last over 3 point is best wave, so he goes straight to second place. Now Tunç Uldizis from Team Turkey is chasing a 1.91. That's interesting. He got a 2.17, so it's well within his range. He just needs to get the bomb.
Right, and we should tell Tascon got a 4.83 on his first wave, so he's firmly in first place with only 1 wave. He looks to back that up with another wave, and the screws on the surfers from Turkey and Russia. Beautiful line. Look at these swells coming in. Beautiful long wall right there. Unfortunately, nobody on that wave. Looks like somebody may be in position to pick this up here on the shoulder. And indeed, it looks like our surfer in black trying to get up on that. No go. Bumped off by that bouncy whitewash.
Anderson Tascon eating this section on the face, trying to go with the good old water push, but eventually was slightly too late, and you could see how wide this set came, and actually they were really off position. With 10 minutes remaining now, it's half time. Good time for the guys to pretty much try to gather their forces and say, okay, this was a really good set, but we were all off position. Maybe we should just try to paddle a little more, a little deeper, and try to go on this right/left option. At Tunç going down and being replaced by some random shot and back to live action by Tunç Uldizis, trying to better 0.93.
That was just basically Russian willpower. I mean, he just powered right through that whitewash. And he got out to the shoulder here. He's kind of doing these little wiggles. They're not going to amount to much. That turn was a little more substantial. Another little. Let's see if he can get something off the face. There we go. Cut back into the foam. He is gathering points, and he doesn't need much. There we go.
What?
A nice cut back on the end. So our surfer, Tunç Uldizis.
Oh!
How do you pronounce his last name?
I don't.
Okay,
Uldizis.
so let's just go with our buddy from Turkey, Tunç, is definitely going to turn up the volume
trouble
on his Russian competitor here. So, yeah, he only needs a 1.91, and, my estimate is that the judges will award that.
And he's chasing a 191, and we will have something of this exact same range as we are in the booth calling the action. This is Mike Latronic, I'm Julien Vicomel, and we're calling a hit between Colombia, Russia, and Turkey. That's fantastic. Good action right now, and Tunç is jumping straight, maybe up to second, chasing 191. That was an interesting wave, and I can't wait for the judges to punch in the last numbers, because we may have a little trouble for Team Russia right now. And as you were saying, Team Colombia is safely in the lead with a 4.83, 8 minutes down the clock, and maybe
we're kind of living vicariously through the scoreboard right now.
And that's our surfer in black. I think he looks quite deep on this one, and pretty much ate the section on the face.
Yeah, well, Black's kind of having some technical difficulties. I mean, he's got the lineup, only 2-3 people out in the lineup, plenty of good waves, but unfortunately makes some mistakes out there and keeps getting dunked.
Okay, he looks a little lost without his
well, there
friend
it is.
right
There's
now.
The score.
Oh, 2-4-3. Hello, Tunç, and bye-bye, Dimitri. Right now, 7 minutes and 30 seconds, and Dimitri is down to third, chasing a 161. That's a massive score, but it's still tenable for Dimitri. He just needs to get one good wave. As you can see, Team Russia slightly disappointed up on the cliff, just trying to send out the good vibes to Dimitri, as he's sitting on one of the best score of the hit so far, a 3 points, but he's back up 107. He needs to step it up. Right now, he's in a sketchy position, wearing all the set on the head.
Yeah, well, there's one thing you can depend on with Russia. They are determined. I am of Russian blood. I know this. So these whitewashes, there's 6.5 minutes left, 6 minutes, 50 seconds left. Plenty of time to get back out there, and plenty of time to see your beautiful face there, Vico.
Yes, sadly, if we could face a little more the ocean and less our face here, it could be better. As you can see, we have strictly no natural light. We are in a cave, what we call the Bat Cave here, as Mike Letronic, not Latronic, because Mike is from Eastern Europe at the beginning.
This is kind of like a surf science right here. We're in a scientific.
That's a surf lab.
We're in the lab.
Welcome to the lab. Right now, 3.107 are the two scores for Surfer in red. He wants to go back to second. You don't want to end third because this repechage, if you go third, it's called the loser's round. You don't want to finish third because right now Team Russia came complete.
Well, the ocean has gone a little calm, so there's going to be a good opportunity for all the surfers to get back out into position. Lots of waves on tap. Shouldn't be more than a minute or so before we see another couple of corduroy lines blasting through the lineup here, as they've been doing the entire day, the entire week. The first 3 days of this contest has just seen really, really great surf here in Peru.
And Team Colombia is waving proudly the flag over the cliff of Punta Rocas. As I can see, we have different colors, which means we have sun outside. Well, supposedly because we are in the Bat Cave, but still there's sun, and the wind is slightly less present than yesterday afternoon, so we have some really good wave, and more of these right-handers tend to corner a little, bend a little more on the inside, so we have some really nice little set, but strangely enough, 3 surfers in the water, and they are not at the same spots. They're just trying to get some different options, and so far no option has been paying that much. Surfing in black sitting on the best single score of the heat so far, 4.83. He's sitting on a 1 point as a backup, not enough, but right now this will change.
All right, so there's Team Colombia. That's Anderson Tascon throwing up some spray. Definitely going to throw away that 1 point ride with this, doing some nice backside work. A lot of bobble on that one. Unfortunately, gets bumped off, and but yeah, that's gonna play big for his hand, because that's gonna put him comfortably into first place with 2 scores, much better than what we've seen from the Turkish surfer and the Russian surfer.
And judges are losing no time to punch in the number. We have the replay. Yes, we do, of Anderson Tascon.
Nice little flare there on that first turn. A little harder on that turn, but you saw he just got bumped off by those little wobbles in the waves. So a little bit to negotiate there, but still looking like a decent score, probably close to what he had on his first wave.
And trying to replace the 1 point is an easy task for Anderson Tascon. Oh, that was a really good one. Sorry for this one. 4 minutes to go, and we are still in the repos. Russians are now praying for their ocean god to bring out some good vibes and some swell lines for Dimitri, chasing so far a 161. His backup is a 107. He got a 3 points as a main score. That is totally feasible. Although, if Tank Usildis from Team Turkey in yellow gets a good backup, it will make things slightly harder for Dimitri. 3 minutes and 25 seconds. I think we're gonna see one more wave for each surfers, and this will be the end of this hit number 3 of the repo round.
Well, this time of day, typically when the sun comes out, it's getting pretty hard to see the colors. So forgive us in advance. We're gonna wait till the camera zooms in on the action to announce what's going on, but with 3 minutes left, we're almost guaranteed there's going to be probably 15 or 20 more waves pouring through the lineup, so let's hope our 3 surfers can get just 3 of those waves.
And just for you guys to stay updated on all the situations and informations, you can use our Twitter and Facebook and Instagram accounts. Twitter and Instagram as @ISA Surfing for the name of the account, and facebook.com/International Surfing Association. When it comes to the Facebook page, we want to thank our sponsors and all the event organizers that actually are making this Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games possible here in Peru on the beautiful and world-class point break of Punta Rocas, 5 k's down south of Lima. The Peruvian Institute of Sport, the IPD, the Association of Olympic Athletes, the ADO, Herbalife, and supported by plenty of sponsors, including Mapfre and Repsol, and some of our media partners are Surfline.com, the official forecaster of this events, Surfos Latin American's leading surf publication, and Passion Extrema on Fox Sports Latino America. And that's our surfer in red having a look and going for it. Surfing red or black? I think this is red.
He is only looking for a 1.61, so sort of a soft cutback on the outside. To do something a little more on the inside, little bit of spray thrown there, still trying to build up something here on the inside. He does get his board turning. I mean, keep in mind, although the score is going to be low, it's going to be cracking peanuts here to see whether he gets enough to surpass the other surfer. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he did, that was enough to score a 1.61, but you know what,
let's check the replay.
It's tough. I mean, that first turn was,
just replacement, pretty much. Just waiting for the wave to offer something better. But already the score, it's a 2.3. Oh, changing the situation. That's a last-minute change, 45 seconds to go. And right now, Tunk Usilis from Team Turkey is down to third. He's chasing, a 2.88.
Well,
it's a score he haven't been able to score yet in the whole event.
Well, I've always said, it doesn't matter whether you get a 3 or an 8. If you advance, if you get the score you need to advance, you are a winner.
Oh, trouble, and 25 seconds to go. That's not Tunk, that's Anderson Tascon is already first. So no trouble for Anderson.
Yeah, this will just be a victory lap for the Colombian surfer. And he's just going to take this white, washy, frothy wave. Not even looking like he... is going to get any kind of clean face, but let's see here, the inside section, no, the froth, he got frothed off.
He got frothed off, and sadly, we're gonna have to say adios to half of, as Tunk was one of the two riders from Team Turkey on this 50th anniversary of the ISA World Surfing Game here, presented by Claro in Peru. So sadly for Tunk Usildiz, just by the really ending 2 minutes pretty much of this event, not I think trying surfing hit strategy, trying to block Dimitri. He was just sitting outside waiting for a bomb that next, and we say bye bye to Tunk and say hello to next round to Anderson Tascon. We're gonna move straight to the next hit of this repechage round number 1 with hits that I reckon will be hit number 6. Third hit of hit number 8. Sorry already, because we were doing 1 out of 2 hits right now, and it will be featuring Team Russia again, Sergei Rashivaev, Onat Ersoy from Turkey, and Alejandro Cobo-Messel. That's the revenge.
Another Turkey-Russia battle. This will be great.
As time is up right now, waiting for the computer system to reset, and yep, Mono is announcing the last situation. It's sure now Tunk is out. Now it's all the hopes of Turkish surfing are relying on the big and comfortable shoulders of our second surfer from Team Turkey, no other than Onat Ersoy.
Well, you can see on your screen again the massive amount of yardage on this big lineup here, and there we're a little out of focus, but let's see if we can get some clarity here. And this is our first rider up in black. Is that Onat?
No, that's Alejandro Cobo-Messel from Team Colombia. We have pretty much the same setup, one Colombian, one Russian, one Turkish. The only difference is that the Turkish right now is in yellow, and no, actually it's the exact same display of color. Russia in red, Turkey in yellow, and black for Colombia.
Okay, well, that's going to make it pretty easy, except in these kind of conditions. Please beg your pardon. Sometimes red, it's hard to discern red from black, so we'll try to keep pace on that for you here. But there's a.
That's our team from UAE, United Arab Emirates. That's Mo. I was with you this morning on the morning show.
Well, Rick Kane is coming up in the next heat, I believe.
Oh, watch out for this dynamic surfer and former
Mohamed
rugby
Amah
player. We'll be surfing again Anton Mosov, another Russian, and that's live action for our surfer in red from Team Russia.
Nice drop. Took that late drop.
Ooh.
Does a slash. Looking to get around this whitewater section. And doing a good job of it. It's got a nice green face to work with right now. A little bit of wobble on that wave.
What?
But really upping the pace for Team Russia. We've got ourselves a heat, ladies and gentlemen, because this is probably going to get much closer to the mid-range scoring arena.
Sergey is looking sharp, I can tell you. Aggressive surfing from Team Russia in the red jersey. Just behind, that's Team Turkey, but we are focusing on, for some weird reason, the replay. So that's the replay. Okay, first nice at the top, not losing any kind of momentum. Wiggle till the second part of the wave and gathering speed for this extra turn. Snap of the top, a love spray for Sergey. Team Russia, good cutback to a little rebound off the foam, and sadly can't complete this last front side head snap re-entry. Still, 3 good turns on a set wave. A nice way to start a hit for Sergey, as we're gonna be waiting for the judges' call when it comes to scores. And still early in the heats, even if we do have some little screen issues, we are just living on pure stoke for Team Russia and Team Turkey. Right now, if ever our Team Turkey had to pretty much bow out of this one as well, we would just lose the whole of Team Turkey for the ISA World Surfing Game in 2014. So we want Team Turkey to go through, but we want all of them to go through, so it's hard, as the camera is having some muscular spasms. And we have no scores right now. The scoring system is being rebooted, and we may be needing to reboot as well our camera operator.
I'm going to give it an 8.5.
8.5? I will.
Well,
give it 12.
I know he didn't get an 8.5. I'm going to venture to say that he got something in the low to mid range there, but definitely a top performance, compared to the other Russian surfers' scores in that last heat. So
I think that's the best single wave we've seen surfed by a Russian surfer since the beginning of these World Surfing Games.
Well, that's evolution.
Exactly. They are progressing within the event. That's good. And right now, slightly off position, paddling back out. As you can see, it's a wide field of water entertainment park. But sadly, these guys are just in the middle of it. Just off position, 3 surfers, 20 minutes, and only 2 guys punching through, the last one going out and eventually being eliminated from this event. So you want to stay in the top 2 and advance all the way up to the final.
All right, well, looks like they may be in position for this wave. Looks like our Colombian surfer in black's taking a peek at it, but another good swell looming up here. In proximity is our surfer Onat Ersoy from Turkey. Let's see if he can get this wave. Unfortunately, looks like Colombia is going to snake him out of position there, and a good tactical maneuver from Colombia, but he opts to kick out. Doesn't see a wall, doesn't see any promise in that wave, so not that great of a moment for Colombia either. And sorry, we can't give you the scores right now. Unofficially, we have Colombia with 2 waves, both low-scoring affairs, and Russia with 1 wave, the best wave of the heat. And here it comes, folks. Here comes our scoreboard, and we're looking at scores still being added in here by the judges.
And actually by our computer operator, because we still have a little issue with the scoring system. So every single score for every single judge is typed by the same person, so we are sure that everything is going smoothly when it comes to scores. As right now we have a paddling on this little inside session, and more information, Mike, because I know you are eager to get some more inside information about Team Turkey. Well, our good friend Onat, 37 years old, his favorite surf break is Alanya. He's been surfing for 10 years. He got the 3rd place on the Turkish National Championships. Sadly has no sponsors yet. And he likes skateboarding, cycling, watching silly movies like the ones with Steven Seagal. Ah, yeah, that's a good one. And helping to repair his friends' houses. It's pretty cool. And he likes
to what friends' houses?
Oh, all his friends, not mine.
Refurbish houses?
Just repairing, actually. Not refurbish yet. Maybe repairing and then refurbishing. I don't know. It's interesting. And Tank, who bowed out on the last hit, is 36 years of age, just sharing the same favorite surf break. as we have maybe a paddle that's surfer in yellow, and that's Onat Ersoy, late drop.
No, that's black.
That's black. Who is
That's
the
our
glare? Yep,
Colombian
that's black.
surfer. That's Alejandro. And he is working his way for the inside. Finds a little more promise on this wave. A little cut back into the soup. So pretty good set wave there. I think the judges will take that in consideration, that he did take a larger wave, rode it all the way through, but not as many maneuvers as the Russian. The Russian got himself a 3.33 on that opening ride. So sitting in first position currently is Sergei Rashevav.
Sergei Rashevav is 30 years old. His main and favorite surf spot is, I'm sorry for this terrible pronunciation, it's Alaktirsky Beach in Kamchatka. He's been surfing for 7 years. You know that spot, right? You've been there. Never.
Alaktirsky?
Yeah, no, I'm talking about Alaktirsky.
Okay. We know they can pronounce it. We're, of course, apologizing in advance for our pronunciations, but real excited to see the Russian surfer sitting in first place currently. Although scores dropping now for Alejandro Maisel. He's got a 2.13. He's still in second place. He needs a 1.21 to take over first place position. Not a big requirement, and with 11 minutes 45 seconds left, there's still plenty of time for things to change around out here. And looks like Sergei's sort of sniffing out his next wave there out for that one, but you can see in the foreground, in the background, several still approaching here the lineup.
And Sergei is a many times national Russian events winner. He's been surfing for 7 years. He likes to surf as well at Sultan, the Maldives, so not the same kind of setup between Kamchatka and the Maldives. So kind of a well-traveled surfer. He's sponsored by Quick and Goya Energy. I didn't know there was a Quicksilver Russia, but now I know. And he likes to travel, read books, practicing yoga, drinking tea, and snowboard. I think it's snowboard without the S, and free diving. That's a lot of information about Sergei.
Well, there is such a thing as a no board.
It's now board, actually. It's a W.
Oh, okay. Because I
like.
knew a client once that was a no board, and it was simply a clear snowboard.
Okay. That could be good, though.
So he was snowboarding with a no board, then technically he'd be no boarding. But I don't think no boarding is going to be part of the Olympics anytime soon.
No, you need to get some places to put the stickers on anyway. So you want to get something visual. A no board, it's like the overboard without the over. It's no board. Right now, his friend Dimitri, he got through to the next on the previous hit. Sorry, Dimitri, his main hobby is working. Interesting.
What does he do for work?
I have no idea. If he's a professional surfer, that's good. If he's working in a factory, that's an interesting hobby. He's been surfing for 7 years, 32 years of age, and his favorite spot in the Kamchatka, it's in mental-wise, it's macaronis.
You know, my favorite spot's macaronis too, although I've never been there. But from the videos I've seen, who would not list macaronis as their favorite spot? Right now, my favorite spot is Punta Rocas.
Rocky Points with the Peruvian twist to it. It's like Rocky Points on ceviche. You are more used to surf Rocky Points than Punta Rocas, but you've been surfing there twice, not once on the day, second day of the event, I think, and you've been surfing yesterday in Punta Hermosa on the right-hander. Look at this beautiful setup right now as we have a late start to proper faceplant for surfer in yellow Onat Ersoy, having a shocker 0.43. I think this second wave he stood up, so it will be scored. He was chasing a 2.91 to go first, a 2.88 to go second. I'm putting myself on a hot seat. I don't think this will be the score.
No, I think that was a non-event. Ersoy was probably trying to get the left on that one. The right was closing out and was just way too late. You know, by the time he got to his feet, his board pearl dived, his face went under, face plant. So we learn from these things. Honestly, if you don't do the work of falling off, how are you ever going to learn? If you surf safe, you know, he's going to have to take 20,000 late drops before he masters them.
Crash and learn the whole way as we are shaking hands. I just grew hair suddenly, and Mike, you look quite awesome.
I got
nice
a tan.
jacket. Yep. And we have one microphone on the Spanish webcast. This is Simon on the right-hand side of the screen throwing shakaz, and I have strictly no idea who's the person on the left-hand side, but he looks really sympathetic. Right now, 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Maybe a little spin around for this inside section for our surfer in red.
All right, here goes Sergey.
Oof.
Again, big cutback to start things off. Let's see if he can hold on. Unfortunately, not. But, you know, that wave looked like it pittered out anyway. I'd love to see Sergey grab a set wave, wouldn't you?
Wow, this first cutback was really sharp, a little too sharp. I think he went. He was surprised by how fast he went back to the white water. Slightly started too high as well, but still, that's a nice little attempt to Sergey's wave count right now. Second wave, that will be a keeper, obviously, and he was first. He will remain first position. As Alejandro from Team Colombia is not having the hit he was chasing. 2-1-3 as a main score, 1-1-7 as a backup. Still waiting for last of red and the faceplant from Team Turkey Onat Ersoy.
Well, you can see right now all three surfers basically in triangulation in the lineup. Sergey Rashvav from Russia making his way back out after incomplete cutback attempt. We have Onat Ersoy. He's off to the side there in the yellow jersey, and now out of the screen, Alejandro Maizel from Colombia trying to get himself into position to get what he needs, which is a 2.84 to get into first position. So the Russian now has a 6-3 sitting on his score line. So 6.5 minutes left. You know, still anything can happen, and here we go. Here goes Onat paddling for this wave, and he's got it.
He had it, and I think whether he's in a barrel or no, he popped out. So I think it was just another non-even for Onat, having a hard time finding the right section. He's slightly going left all the time. I don't know if he wants to go right, but eventually just like hop to goes left, because he's actually on the right hand side of the point. He's placed to surf right-handers, but eventually opts to go left all the time, which is a proper wall of white water. So interesting strategy for Onat. We're gonna see if it pays out with 5 minutes and 45 seconds. He's still chasing a wave just under the 3-point marks, and so far not being really lucky with his options.
Well, now would be a good time to remind everybody they are watching. If you just logged on, you're watching the Claro ISA 50th anniversary of the World Surfing Games. A lot of history, a lot of culture here in Peru. This is the site of the second ever ISA event, and here we are 49 years later in an organization that's 50 years old. So I'm very proud to be here, part of this. The vibe, the energy's great. The waves are certainly awesome, and judging by the open rounds, we're going to see the action continue to heat up here at this beautiful reef break called Punta Rocas.
And well, we were quite not concerned, but suspicious of what the wave could be getting with only 3 to 5 foot swell, because we've seen some amazing surfing, proper classic Punta Rocas on the opening heats of the first day with 8 to 10 foot faces, and we were just wondering how the spot will behave with smaller waves. Actually, it's fantastic size. What we do know is that Punta Rocas, being on a more advanced position on the shoreline, gets than any other spots around, and it's still with a 3 to 5 foot swell. We still have other head sets sometimes, so I think we're gonna have some really good waves all the way until the second part of the week when a new swell kicks in.
Yeah, well, Surfline, our official forecaster, has called for a slight ease in the swell and a little bit of energy to fill in possibly tomorrow, and possibly another good pulse of swell towards the end of the contest.
And so we have classic Punta Rocas on tap for the final day. Right now it's still early in the contest. Why? Because we are opening this repechage round. Once again, this is not the main round anymore. We've been running one round of the ladies on the main principal round, so no losers yet. We are starting to drop surfers one by one on this first ever men repechage round number 1. Once again, some of the hits were incomplete. So we have only hits 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and 12 to be run in the afternoon today. Local time is around, I think, 3:44 in the afternoon. So still plenty of time, and a few hits to run as. So far it's quite slow, let's face it. 0.23 for last faceplant of Surfer in Yellow, 1.63 for this dynamic cutback, but slightly too sharp from Sergei Rashivaev and Alejandro Kovo-Maisel on a 1.17 and a 2.13. A really slow hits, small scores, 4.96 for the first, 3.30 for second, and 0.66 is the combined score of the two best waves for Onat Elsoy, 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Right now, we're entering money time. Everything can happen from now till the final buzzer, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, the scoring in this heat is so close and in such small proximity that should one of these surfers get a fantastic ride, you know, it could change the whole face of what they're doing. Onat Ersoy only needs a 2.88 to move into second position and a 4.54 to move into first position. So not a whole lot of points separating first and third.
And we have some action on this long way. That looks like Sergey. Hello, car at the top.
There we go. I'm calling that was a proper.
Oh yeah, totally nice, stylish, a lot of release by the end of the turn, just like he's taking his time, quality of the turn. He will better his 1.63, he will improve the situation, and judges getting all cray on this one, and some calling some really good scores, so we're gonna see and wait for judges to type in all the numbers. This is right now, I think, the replay.
I love this, look at this, bottom turn, slash, throws his hand. I mean, that was like, really, style points and everything. That this man has potential.
And from 2.5 to 4.5, and the average will be corrected soon. But we are talking about some good surfing. 3.23, second best wave of his right now accounts. 3.33 as a main, 3.23 as a backup. Alejandro now is chasing a 4.44 to go back to first. Onat Elsoy chasing a 2.88 to go up to this second qualifying place, and a 6.14 to go to first. Time is ticking away, and we've seen some surprisingly good surfing from Team Russia. That surfer in black having a shocker. He can't, Alejandro, find a good wave. He's too deep to actually go to the left, too outside to get the inside, and too inside to get the outside. Just a bad positioning, and he's wearing all the sets on the head.
Yeah, well, this is going to be interesting because potentially Onat Ersoy is in position to catch this whitewash with only 25 seconds left. No, it's too much whitewash. I thought maybe it would double up, but still might have time if he can get himself into position to get something. He only needs a 2.88 to overtake second place, and that could be an upset for one of these Latin American countries, but it looks like it's not going to be so.
Alejandro having a look and taking off. Alejandro down to and sadly, Mike, I think we have to say adios to both of our surfer from Team Turkey, because this last wave of Alejandro will be a keeper, and he was already second, so Onat not able to score better than 0.43. We'll have to well, pretty much high five his teammates of the previous heats, and we have to say goodbye and see you next year to Team Turkey.
I'm just super excited to see Russia potentially win a heat here. This is a not only a landmark event to see Russia in a surfing event, but to actually winning heats is
something
this
different.
is a historical moment.
And 4.44 is what Alejandro was looking for. It was a bad wave, and good surfing a bad wave, but really poor wave. 2.10. So, Mike, we've seen the first ever surfing heat won by a Russian surfer over Colombia. That's quite impressive. That's a landmark, as you were saying.
We need to go to this man's local surf spot and see what these guys have in store, because they're obviously getting some kind of good waves over there.
You want us to go to Kamchatka?
Kamchatka.
That's where the sea is. But if you want to go to Sergei's home spot, we need to go to Alaktsisky.
Yeah.
Let's call H spot. H spot.
H-land.
H-land. Sergey's land. Sergey is just ripping and having some proper scores. As we're gonna say goodbye to Mike and meet again with our good friend Philippe back in the booth. As Philippe, you've just missed a double elimination of Team Turkey, one after the other. Russia bringing back down Turkey's hope on this Klaus 50th anniversary of the ISA World Surfing Games. So no more Turkey, and first team to bow out. Sadly, Russia strong leadership on this heat, and right now this is a new heat. Anton Morozov from Russia again, opposed to Santiago Madrid and Mohamed Ramha. So Dubai, new generation of surfers, and first generation actually getting into an ISA event. New country, Dubai, opposed to Santiago Madrid from Uruguay, and are, for the first time ever, full team of Russia, Anton Morozov.
That's it, and you can see them on your screen there, the rest of the Russian team, cheering on for Sergei Rashivayev in the previous heat, and they will stay exactly where they are on the cliff, because they're going to cheer on now, as Vico said, in red, Anton Morozov, defending Russian colors. He will be against Uruguayan Santiago Madrid in yellow, and Mohamed Rama from Dubai. This is his first participation. He is alone air representative. He was the flag bearer and the sun pourer at the opening ceremony. So a huge welcome to Dubai and Scotland, to the ISA family. 20 minutes already, only remaining 18 of them for this series number 5 of the repechage that we will be running today out of 6. So this series and then the last, and I've already got also the program for tomorrow, so we're going to communicate that. So tomorrow we will be starting at 8 AM sharp, and we will have 12 heats of the repechage round 2 of the men. So we will be following with the repechage round tomorrow from 8 AM till 12 till midday. At midday we will start with the first repechage for the women. We've got 4 heats of round 1 for the repechage of the ladies. Those will be 20 minutes heats too, and we will end the day with 6 heats of repechage round 3 for the men. So we're going to see lots of eliminated tomorrow,
and we're gonna see none of the men round surfers surfing tomorrow. So it's a day off for the men round, and it's a day of constant action for Repo, with maybe guys surfing twice tomorrow in a contest. It's gonna be the first time you have 2 hits in the same day for the surfer. That Team Scotland, who have no surfer right now in that hit. And talking about new nations and complete nations, Anton Morozov. What do we know about Anton? Well, Anton is 32 years old. He is favorite break is actually called beach break. He's been surfing for 8 years. He was first in the longboard and third on the shortboard at the Russian Surf Cup in 2014. So he's a well-experienced surfer. He's sponsored by Quicksilver Russia, yes, and his favorite hobby, apart of surfing, of course, is snowboarding.
which would be a bit logical for a country as Russia. Obviously lots of snow, lots of mountains there to practice, but they also have sea, and now they have a Russian federation. They are part of the ISA. They started last year in Panama at Santa Catalina with Sergei Rashivayev, and visibly this experience in his first world event has paid off. This time he manages to advance more than last year. He's going first position through round 1 of the repechage and getting to round 2. So nice progression there for Russian surfing. In the water, 5 minutes have gone by and still no waves, so a pretty slow heat in the water actually. And we will be finishing the day with the last heat of repechage. We will have 3 riders in there too. We will have Diego Salgado from Panama, Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador, and one more Russian, Dmitry Zabula from Russia, will also try to join Sergei Rashivayev in round 2.
Okay, as right now, talking a little about our surfer in yellow, Santiago Madrid from Uruguay. Santiago is 24 years of age. He's from Zorba, Punta del Este when it comes to his best surfing break. He's been surfing for 7 years, and right now he's our fishing, painting, creating art, and go for adventures, climbing trees. He has no big event Well, he said nothing. I just won national competitions, and this year I finished third in national rankings and a fifth place in the ALAS from Punta del Este. So the ALAS is the Association of Latin Surfing. That's what you can find on the bios of the surfers on the isawsg.com. You just click on the tag team, and eventually you can know exactly who is making your team, the team of different countries, and get a little more of the information if this information has been complete. If not, we are here in the booth to provide you with some new information. So far, Philippe, quite a slow start, even actually a no start, 14 minutes down the clock, and only one wave being scored so far, I think. Surfers pretty much teabagging outside, just being like tea bags, infusing, waiting for the wave to fill in as the tide is pushing in and the sun is out. It's a good afternoon here in Punta Rocas, aka Rocky Point, at the very end of this 40 km of stretch of coast down south of Lima, Peru. Herbalife is here as one of our sponsors and giving some good vibes to our surfers, and we may have a start with this first wave of the heat. Maybe our surfer in yellow.
That's yellow, so that's Santiago Madrid from Uruguay opening the heat there with a nice turn off the top. Goes going right, ends up in the left, and follows right behind there. Mohamed Rama from Dubai making the drop, connecting back to the white water. This is the first participation for Mohamed in a world-class event as this. He's been learning in a wave pool, so impressive participation. Guy, surfer from Dubai, the real Rick Kane. And there you see him progressing on that wave with light carving on the face of the wave, not a very steep one, and they're coming out and claiming it. Imagine the stroke for Mohamed Rama. He's been a rugby player and finally developed his surfing at the wave pool of Wadi Adventure Park. That's a well-known wave pool that's there, and this is more or less his first encounter with the ocean. Imagine your first competition coming from a wave pool is coming on the first day of competition when he had to compete. It was 10-foot faces at Punta Rocas, a heavy,
quite a
bright
contrast.
point break.
Mo is actually surfing most of his time. He's surfing in Al-Ain, which is really 2 hours inland in the Emirates. So you don't have anything but this pool and the desert. There's nothing around, and you can pretty much like pinpoint what kind of wave you want, left or right. You can pretty much, it's waves on tap. You can choose, just walk back to the peak and just wait for the next wave. So it's slightly different when you go back to Punta Rocas, when you have to pretty much do what you can to survive. And well, that's the best wave he's been able to take so far in a heat, Mo. And he's a former rugby player. He's 27 years of age. He's been surfing for 3 years, and as he's saying in his bio, this is my first big heat. From now on is a learning curve. That's our surfer from Uruguay going down on his phone climb. Just behind, surfer in red, I think that's Anton Morozov from Russia.
The Russian going strong on that wave, a bit wide open. He needs to reconnect with that white water. The wave is walling up in front of him there. You can see his influence coming from longboard, almost trying for the Ang 5. And they're advancing. He needs to make a bit sharper turns on the wave if he wants to maintain. We've got the first calls landing for the other. There you can see Anton going hard, trying to move the board with an interesting style. But wonderful participation, and I mean,
That's
impressive
amazing.
for Russia, coming from one surfer last year, having a full team here in Peru, and imagine the trip that it is and the cost for them, for the Russian Federation, to bring a full team. So congratulations to them on their participation. We're going to wait on that first score. We've got a few scores for Santiago Madrid already. His first wave is a 2.83, best wave of the series so far. Mohamed Rama scoring a 1.93 on his first wave, so he takes second position. Anton Morozov, we're going to wait for his first wave. It should be a little bit better than Mohamed Rama, so he's going to leave the surfer from Dubai, the Emirati, in third position. That's what happens, a 2.2 for Anton Morozov. And you were reading Santiago Madrid's bio, and I think it's pretty interesting. Somebody listing on their bio's hobbies. Climbing trees. How do you get around that?
I have no idea. I like to climb trees and going for adventures. Well, that's better than like I like to go and for long walks on the beach and writing poems. I mean, last year in Huanchaco, one guy was actually really interested in keeping his own. Yeah, so I mean, that's cool. Hobbies, and one of the Russian guys actually listed as his only hobby working. Fun guy, yeah. What do you do for when you're not working? I'm working. Right now, 9 minutes and 30 seconds, and talking about the ISA, International Surfing Association. Philippe, Russia, Uruguay, Dubai. That's kind of a stretch when it comes to surfing. This could be an alterophilia contest when you just like read the name. Uruguay, Dubai, only one stretch of sea, not ocean. Plus this was the adventure park, and Russia. These are not surfing nations that pop in your mind when you're talking about surfing. You think about Hawaii, something exotic, Australia, faraway countries, not about Dubai or Russia. But still, right now, here they are. And so far, out of 3 surfers in the repos, they advanced to Anton is the third one. And well, I think he's having a fair chance. We've seen the best wave so far served by our surfer from Uruguay, 283, but don't count Mo Ramha out. He got a 1.93, small requirements, in the lead, 4 points, second 2.2, third place 193. Small requirements, plenty of time.
So still quite some time there for the surfers. As you see, the wave is a little bit slower too. So not easy conditions. Obviously in the repechage round the level is a bit lower at these early stages. As we go along in the main event and stronger surfers drop off in third and fourth position, the level of the repechage round quickly picks up, and then and in the semi-finals they send 2 last people to the final of the repechage, and 4 guys are fighting off for 2 spots on the final. That's always very intense. And then once you're in the final, at least you've secured 1 medal for your country. That's already a great honor in itself, and you get a chance of trying to go for the gold medal, go your own way.
Exactly, that's a double objective here. You want to go for your country, of course, and at the same time you want to go for your career. I mean, we've seen some surfers winning world title and not at the same time getting the nation title, but still having a world title, just the fact of reaching a final and having a medal, that's the closest thing we can get to the Olympic Games on surfing. You're just reaching the final. The top 4 surfers, male or female, adults or juniors, eventually are getting crowned as the top 4 best athletes of their sports for the year. That's quite impressive.
Exactly, you need a pretty consistent team to get that gold medal. You need one surfer getting a gold medal is not enough to get you to that first position. You need to have a complete team to maximize your chances of getting that gold medal on the team standings, but you need to have 2 or 3 of the competitors at least reaching a podium to get that gold medal in countries, and that was the case of South Africa last year. Obviously Sean Joubert taking first place, the gold medal in the men's division, was one of the cornerstones of this gold medal for South Africa, but the rest of the team did their part of the work and managed to advance far enough to get that gold medal for their country.
And there we go for maybe surfer in yellow, Santiago Madrid. First long cut back to foam bounce, trying to get some open face now, fading his way. That's nicely done, but the wave is still a little slow, so you're gonna have to stall again. Cut to this little whitewater push once again, and third cutback he will have to get a little more variety. Right now he's just trying to replace the 117. But he wants to punch some good scores so he can really feel confident. Little top turn to slash back, and as the water is reaching the cliff, one snap, late snap tail slides to re-entry for surfer in yellow, Santiago Madrid. One of the longest, if not the longest wave we've seen so far, with a lot of variety, and I think maybe the higher score of the heat so far, with 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Now it's going to be a fight for second place.
So we're slowly entering into the last 5 minutes of this series. 20 minutes go pretty quick. There you can see the replay of that wave from Uruguay. That was after his first very long cutback. Here he does another one, waiting for the wave, and there he was going to do that snap with the tail slide. And now we see on the wave Mohamed Rama from Dubai. This young kid, incredible, is participating in the event. You see a bit wobbly on the board.
Digging the rail.
And he digs the rail a bit too far, digs the point of the board also, and falls off the board. So that will be a second wave. And still pretty low scores really on this series. And Santiago Madrid is about to change that. So until now we had waves in the 2 and the 1 point range. And now Santiago Madrid bringing a bit of change. We've already heard the bell ringing, the 5 minutes left in this series, so yellow flag. The surfers from the next series, we've got 3 surfers who will be closing the day. In red, Diego Salgado from Panama. In white, Jonathan Zambrano from Ecuador. In yellow, Dimitri Zabula from Russia will be doing the last heat of the day, this last series of the round 1 of the repechage for the men's division. We are at the Claro ISA 50th anniversary World Surfing Games, so 50 years supporting the sport with the ISA. This is a very important year for us on our 50th anniversary. This is a very important event, coming back to the roots here in Peru, in Punta Rocas, and the wave for Santiago Madrid. Finally, a 6-point ride for that latest wave on the right. You could see him really a long wave, trying to make the most out of it with several turns, really well applied with lots of control and commitment. And so that was valued by the judges. Not a high score like we saw at the beginning of the day, but still one of the highest scores we've seen on this repechage round until now. 6 points. He gets that together with his 2.83 for a total of 8.83. And believe it or not, it's a pretty tough fight at the bottom between Mohamed Rama, actually in second position now. He could be going towards his second round. And Anton Morozov from Russia, also trying to go to the second round, where Sergei Rashivaev is already the first Russian to advance as far in a competition of the ISA. He's on the second round of repechage. And I mean, it would be incredible for Mohamed Rama to advance to second round of repechage, you know, and already eliminating people in this competition. Imagine the feeling and what's going through his head.
Yeah, well, right now Mo is not that far. He's second. He wants to protect. So now it's more about entering these last 3 minutes. Mo is on a 2.03 and a 1.93. 2.20 is the only wave of Anton Morozov. Santiago is sitting far out, 6.283. Okay, Santiago, you're through. Now, Dubai versus Russia. This is a fight. 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Anton needs a 1.77. He scored a 2.20, so it is something he can do. It's just about timing with the wave selection, and the nerves. Right now, he knows his team is cheering for him. It can be good pressure, it can be bad pressure. Right now, they are in the middle of the peak. One guy is slightly more on the west side. Oh, we have a beach. A little push from, I think it was Santiago Madrid. Interesting wave selection as Mo is having a look, not going. 2 minutes to go. Time is ticking away, and Dubai may have his first surfer on the second round of the repos of the ISA World Surfing Game. Still a little too deep, Philippe, and right now getting this one on the face. Trouble.
So that latest wave we just saw was red. Anton Morozov riding the foam. Not much on that wave. He needs only a 1.77 if he wants to keep in competition and not be eliminated. He's only got 1 minute and 40 seconds left. He needed really a low score. And on that latest wave, he misses that selection. And
technical mistake. That's just strategy. Poor Anton blew it. Why? He needs a 1.77, gets onto a wave that has no potential. Time's ticking away. One first hiccup from Team Russia. You can see them. They're stressed. Team Russia like, whoa, what's happening? Anton may lose. We never know. Dubai right now is second. Anton, 1 minute and 5 seconds to make a difference. He can't be taking off on white water anymore. He needs one open face. There's nothing happening. Oh my God, this is really complicated right now.
So 0.7 for that latest wave from Anton Morozov, the Russian in red. And that is not enough to take him to second position until now. Santiago Madrid from Uruguay in yellow and Mohamed Rama from Dubai in black would be the two competitors going towards the second round. And with 40 seconds left on the clock, we see a nice, beautiful set there in the back. Anton Morozov, as you saw, was pretty low on the lineup, so he will not be exactly in position to catch that wave. And
this is money time, Philippe. This is money time.
Mohamed Rama swimming for that wave. He's in position now. That Santiago Madrid taking off under the lip, making the drop.
15 seconds.
Going over the section, coming back to the white water. As you see, it's a really fat wave. Not much face, so a few cutbacks there. A bit lazy for Santiago Madrid. He knows he's in first position. He can hear the countdown from the beach announcer. There goes the buzzer. So Santiago Madrid pretty confident on that wave. You saw him not giving him his best shot, but still he knew he was in first position. Mohamed Rama didn't catch that wave, so he will stay in second position, and Anton Morozov is the first Russian eliminated from the repechage round. Sergei Rashivaev went through, but still Dimitri Zabula can still make it through in the last heat, and we're going to go to a short commercial break. Please stay with us, don't go anywhere. We're at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. We'll be right back.
Del cielo, come los gas mi porn star platino marca gravedad toca el cielo de lejos de con caídas es latino marcando y lo gradas cero tocando el cielo.
Welcome to the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. This will be the last heat of the day. We are at the world-class point break of Punta Rocas. We are in heat number 6 of the repechage round 1 of the men's division. We've got 3 surfers in the water in red. That's not exactly the names of the surfers that we've got in the water right now. Let me get the correct heat sheet. So in the water, we've got Mark Cameron from Scotland in red, Lucas Madrid from yellow, and Andrew Robertson from Scotland in black. So there we've got the second brother of the Madrid family from Uruguay, Mr. Vico, has taken a break during this last heat of the day. So we've got 20 minutes left, 19 already. And as you saw in the previous heat, it was pretty slow. And we've already got our first people eliminated from competition. So this is the third day of competition. We also want to thank all the sponsors that make this event possible at the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games, that are presented by the Peruvian Institute of Sports, the Association of Olympic Athletes, and Herbalife. We're also supported by the Peruvian National Olympic Committee and the Peruvian National Surfing Federation, called FENTA, and Termos. And we want to thank our media partners, Surfers Village, Gravedad Zero, and Tablista Magazine. As we see there, some nice lines that were coming towards the surfers at Punta Rocas. There, as you can see, one of the bigger sets coming in throughout the day. And there we can see paddling and up on the wave, that is Lucas Madrid from Uruguay, making a nice drop, nice bottom turn, finishing with that long cutback here, doing an off the top. Keeps on advancing. As you can see, the wave was deflating, and he does well of kicking out of that wave, playing it safe. It's the beginning, there's still loads of time. Just get that score under the belt, make it safe, and then work on it for the rest of the series. Seems like a good strategy there from Lucas Madrid.
Yeah, Lucas Madrid definitely starting off with a bang. Great looking style, really surfed that wave elegantly. And yeah, I'm curious what the scores are going to be, but I'd have to say that's going to be a very good score for the opening round of this heat.
Here goes surfer in black, Scotland, for their first participation. That is Andrew Robertson on the wave. He decides to go for the left, obviously being a goofy footer, that will be easier on his front side. And applying already 3 cutbacks on the wave, and on that third one he falls when he connects with the white water, not managing to maintain his stability. And so falling off, as you can see, that will not be a good wave for him. And we're seeing a few scores being dropped for Lucas Madrid. He ends up with a 7.1, so excellent strategy there for the Uruguayan to start the series. We've seen guys going through second in these repechage round with less total score than what Lucas Madrid has just posted on his first wave. So that will sit him comfortably in first position. We're going to see when he paddles back out what he will get as his backup score. That will be pretty interesting. And as you can see, Andrew Robertson a bit more wobbly on that left, a bit less aggressivity in his attacks towards the lip, only 3 cutbacks and falling on the third. We're waiting for his score. It should be a 3 or 4 point.
Well, the wave itself was rather mushy. You know, he did what he could. Off early though, so you're right, Philip. Definitely going to be close to half of what we saw in that first wave. And here is surfer in yellow once again, stuck behind the whitewash on that one, so unable to get a scoring ride on that. And paddling into position, here goes our surfer in red, I believe. This is Mark Cameron from Scotland. Started out pretty strong. He's got himself a pretty foamy face, but able to do a nice cutback section here. What has he got on the shoulder? Sweeping turn there, coming out into the shoulder, just a kind of check turn there. So all surfers on the board now.
Exactly, so all surfers have got one wave at least. Lucas Madrid has already snagged 2. His second wave was a throwaway compared to his 7.1 that will be in the 1 point range. Obviously with 15 minutes left on the clock, he will try not to keep that score in his total count. And so also we've already given it in the previous heat. We want to give it once again just to make sure that you know what will be happening tomorrow. Tomorrow we will only have repêchages heats. So today, if we ran the first round of repêchage with 6 series, tomorrow we will be running round 2, and there we will have 12 heats of 20 minutes to open the day at 8 a.m. sharp until midday. At midday we will start with the first heat of repêchage for the women's division. We will have 4 heats there, and so we are going to see the first girls eliminated too. And then we will finish with the 6 heats of repêchage round 3, so lots of eliminated tomorrow. If you want to find these programs, these schedules of the different days, you should head towards the official website of the event. That's www.isawsg.com. You've got all the press releases, you've got the teams. If you want to see who is representing your country, you can go to the team tabs and check who is there surfing for your federation. You can see also all the highlights of the previous days. We always upload that at the end of the day after it is edited. We've got the photo galleries, and that's already on running. If you want to see photos from the morning, that is already up. And if you want to know more about ISA generally as an organization, go towards our official website. That's isasurf.org. There you material. Obviously you're going to, for people who are still awake and want to see more surf there, you've got lots of material. If you're bored at home and want to see a bit more, you can check the highlights from the 2 first days. We've got the opening ceremony, we've also got the free surf at the beginning, and there was some pretty good waves and some of the best surfers were really ripping it out there.
Yeah, well, the swell was pumping. When we first got here, they were seeing 8 to 10 foot faces at least, and the competition got underway. It was still pumping, so you know, Peru's famous for its consistent surf. Combine that with some of the best surfers on the planet, and you're going to get some great images.
Come out also today. It took a while. It's been pretty grey and overcast during most of the day. It was, but you know, so little at the beginning of the morning, then it stopped, and now we've got sun outside, and it's pretty glaring when you come out of the tower. And there you can see that is surfer in red, Mark Cameron from Scotland. We've got 2 Scots in this heat. He's got a 2.83 on the right, and so the regular surfer from Scotland, Mark Cameron, has been taking the rights, while the goofy footer Andrew Robertson from Scotland has been taking on the lefts. We've got a few scores that have already landed. We're going to wait for that later score from Mark Cameron. It seems to be coming in pretty quick, while we see there in the middle Lucas Madrid on his own. He's going to take off on a pretty decent wave there, making the drop very smoothly, using the rail, doing the cutback, putting himself back in position, and he decides to get out after only those 2 maneuvers. So that's going to be an easy way of replacing his 1 point. So a breakdown of the situation with 12 minutes. We've got Uruguay leading this last series of the day in yellow. Lucas Madrid has got 8.10. Follows him very closely Mark Cameron in red with 5.2, and in black the other Scotsman Andrew Robertson has got a score total of 3.67. So at least Scotland, with having 2 Scots in this last heat of the day, I've got 1 Scot for sure in round 2 of repêchage today. That's some sort of consolation. But it seems with that first wave of 7.10 from Lucas Madrid that one of the 2 Scots is going to be out in less than 12 minutes.
Well, judging by the quality of surfing we're seeing from the Scots, it's not without reason that they can't get themselves into a mid or good range score. Here's a nice set wave for Andrew Robinson. So, you know, this is a little bit mushy, but these lefts are long and they leave a lot of opportunity for him to rack up some scores. This one's not really standing up like some of the waves I've seen. But nonetheless, he needed that second score. He only needed a 1.54 to move into second position. He'll likely get that, Philip.
Yeah, so there's going to be a game between both Scottish to see who goes through in second position, and here comes the answer from his fellow countryman. Mark Cameron working the right there. Top, another cut back there on really a small wave, and they're doing a little ollie.
Well, he didn't ride out of it, but yeah, we're seeing a little progressive surfing here from Scotland. And you know, I got to speak to one of the Scottish team when I was down on the point, and they tell me that they pretty much have a winter like Hawaii. Maybe from June through August, it's fairly flat, not too much swell. But 8 or 9 months of the year, they get a ton of surf, and he reckons there's like a 26-mile stretch. It's basically just reef break after reef break. And when I asked him how cold it was, and I said, well, wait a minute, don't give me a water temperature, I won't understand it. Is it colder than Santa Cruz? And he says, yeah, so it's cold.
Exactly, so a bit of history then, learning to know our new member federations, and so there's a place to discover there, the North Shore of Scotland.
Well, I think if you have booties and mitts and a hood, you're good. Just don't get caught inside.
Exactly, I think you'll pretty quickly have an ice cream headache if you're caught inside and have to duck dive 3 or 4 of those waves on a set. So be careful taking off on the first wave of the set in Scotland, but it's true they have really excellent surf. There's a cold water classic over there, and obviously that should generate lots of good surfers, and here they're trying to measure their surf out. And so Mark Cameron, very good there. His last wave, that was the third one he ran, gets a 4.5. That's enough to bring him back to second position. So he's leaving Andrew Robertson third. His last wave was a 1.17. He now needs a 3.67. That's his best wave actually in his total of his 2 best waves. He's followed it with a 3.10, so he needs to double that best wave, another 3.67 if he wants to follow through there. I don't know what's the state of their friendship, or if they're rivals, or how is it between delegations. Usually they're very, very united, but then obviously when you're 2 in the water, you know that there's no real chance of you taking back that first position. What is being said between both of them? Obviously one is in the right, the other one in the left, so they're not talking much. But yeah, I mean, you have to go every man for himself.
Well, at least they've split the peak. I mean, if anything, they can say, well, I didn't hassle you, you didn't hassle me, because I'm on the lefts and you're on the rights. But you never know. We'll see if Andrew Robertson moves over and tries to get some of these right-handers that are coming through. And apparently, the right-handers are scoring better.
Exactly, you can see there at the bottom of our screen the official hashtag of the event, ISA50WSG. Already a lot of people are using it. That makes it easy for us to see what are you posting about the event, and the vibe is really good. Lots of people announcing to their countries through the national federations when their competitors are coming on, to follow the live feed. If you want to share also the address of the official website, that's isawsg.com. Paste that on your Facebook walls. You can join also our Facebook, facebook.com/International Surfing Association. And there's also lots of material that doesn't get posted on the official website, but still interesting. So if you've got time, you can go over there, roam all of our social media, and if you want to, you can make your voice heard. You can post to the wall. We've been reading a few messages throughout the day. It's always nice to see what you think about these great events that the ISA run.
Yeah, social media coming on strong. Look at these sets coming on strong. Unfortunately, looks like one of those surfers is getting caught inside, and cloud break out there. A lot of whitewash, a lot of water moving. This could be signs of a little pulse in the swell, perhaps.
Yeah, and Surfline, our official forecaster, they've been very precise. Thanks to Kevin Wallace for sending us the updates regularly about what are we supposed to expect for the rest of the week. And we know that this swell that began really strong at the beginning of the week. We had 6 to 8 faces for the first day of competition, then 5 to 7 faces. As you see, today is still double overhead on certain sets, but most of the waves have been overhead, so it's still dwindling down, but slowly. As you see, these are really incredible conditions for lots of places in the world, so excellent location choice from the ISA. That swell is going to lower a little bit more tomorrow, and on Wednesday, end of the day, is going to start picking up the next swell a little bit. And so we're going to see another type of wave obviously form itself. It's going to wrap around differently on the reef, and we're going to see how the surfers adapt to the new conditions. We've only got now 5 minutes and 45 seconds left.
All right, well, it looks like a swell is forming right here in front. We have a paddler. It looks like we got a rider. Big fade right there, a little cut back off the top of that section into this. This is our rider from Uruguay in yellow, Lucas Madrid. Gets around all this whitewash, throws it up in the section. Beautiful snap in the steep part of the wave. Goes up, kind of hits a fat section there and loses his momentum, but definitely going to replace that 2.47 because that mid-wave snap was very impressive.
We're going to wait for that latest wave from Lucas Madrid. He's already replaced his 1-point wave by a 247, and there goes the 5-minute alert sound, meaning we're already with the yellow flag. There's no following heat. This is the last heat of the day, so no surfers will be entering the water, at least with a Lycra, because all the previous days we've seen loads of free surfers as soon as the event is almost off run towards the water. And here comes Mark Cameron on a wave.
Yeah, got his board above the lip, cracked the lip, did a cutback, and here he is slashing the inside bowl. A little bit of a tail slide there at the bottom, maybe spun out, didn't mean to do that, but nonetheless maintained control and is racking up points on the inside. So Mark Cameron doing what he can, doing the right job here to maintain his second place position. Not sure if he can get his score above 6.11 to get into first place, especially after that last wave of Lucas Madrid. So we'll see what the judges have on tap, but definitely going to solidify his second place position.
So this is the 6th heat that we're running in the repechage round. It should normally be 12, but a few surfers have got a free pass. There are only 2 in the heat, and here is on the wave. This is black Andrew Robertson deciding to take a right, to change a bit, obviously trying to please the judges. Very good mentality there from Andrew Robertson, coming all the way from the left, you know, streaking down the screen right and changing it up a bit. He needs a 3.67, so we're going to see what the judges say. He didn't do much maneuvers on the wave or anything significant, so I don't think it will be exactly enough to take over his fellow countryman Mark Cameron, and he's getting a pretty nice score on his latest wave, so it's going to make it even more difficult for Andrew Robertson to maintain himself in this repechage round, at least until the second round.
Well, yeah, it looks like Mark Cameron indeed is solidifying his position. He needs to throw away that 2.83, and he's definitely going to add a few more points to his total right now, making that 3.67, which Andrew Robinson needs, turns into more like a 5 or a 6. We'll see what the numbers actually fall out to be. But with 2 minutes 40 seconds left, there's tons of time for Andrew Robinson to get back out and get himself a much better ride. He just has to commit to doing some radical surfing.
And that last wave from Mark Cameron, better than his previous best score. This is his 2.83. With this latest one, he obtains a 4.67, so pretty good score there for Mark Cameron, consolidating his position as second. He only needs now a 5.94 if he wants first place. So Lucas Madrid in yellow for Uruguay has got first position with 10.6 total. Mark Cameron from Scotland follows second with 9.17. They're closing the gap between them. In black, Andrew Robertson, the other Scotsman, is third with 6.77. He needs a 5.51 to take over Mark Cameron. And there's only 1 minute 50 remaining left to do so.
The ocean looks a bit quiet now at the moment, but we've seen plenty of good double-ups sneak through in between the sets as well. So it's not over till it's over, Philippe. I think that a minute 30, if I'm sitting out in a heat and there's a minute 30 left, I know I've got time as long as it's not completely flat to go get a score.
Exactly, and here are waves appearing, not the big of the day, but still something usable there by Surfer. That's at the top. If I'm not wrong, that should be Mark Cameron. That's yellow, so that's Lucas Madrid. As you can see, obviously with the sun setting beyond the horizon line, behind the waves, it makes it pretty difficult at the end of the day on this side of the continent to see the colors, as it was already the case yesterday. And so sometimes it takes a bit of time. Obviously the judges have got a spotter, but we should get a spotter in the booth.
Can you tell who's on the inside? Is that red or black? I'm having a hard time seeing if we can get the camera to push in on that.
I couldn't tell really right now. Like red on the left and black on the right, that's the two Scotsmen at the bottom. While Lucas Madrid there is in position. There's only 30 seconds left and he seems he wants to get one last wave to end the day, and he doesn't get it. It's a bit too fat, not enough speed there for Uruguay. In yellow, he's already in first position, but he's occupying the point, and there you can see now with 10 seconds left on the clock, I don't think that set will arrive on time to deliver, but wow.
Oh, there's nothing worse than a big set coming with not enough time to get one.
So there goes the buzzer, as that huge set is probably going to fall on the heads of the three surfers. This is the last heat of the day. Thank you everyone who's been following the webcast of this Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games 2014. We are live from Punta Rocas. What a classic wave here from the Peruvian landscape. And this is the end of day 3. And tomorrow day 4, lots of repechage. And it's time for us to slowly say bye-bye. There, as you can see, some of the surfers, that's Team Russia
Scotland.
Or Team Scotland.
Yep.
Sorry there for the Scots. Saying bye-bye, so there's still people there. And tomorrow we'll have lots of round of repechage starting at 8 AM. At 7:40 we've got the official host of the morning show, Mike Latronic, better known in these areas of the globe as Miguel Electronico. And so he's still learning Spanish, he's doing good, he's a good student. And we've got 5 days more of competition coming, and we're going to have a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll give you these last pieces of information before doing our official signing off. So we are at the Claro ISA World Surfing Games 2014. This is the 50th anniversary in Punta Rocas. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
50 years ago in 1964, the first World Surfing Championship was held at Manly Beach, Australia, and the International Surfing Association was born. Today, after a half a century of successes around the world, the ISA has swelled to 89 member nations and will grow to over 100 during 2015. From October 24th to November 1st, the ISA will celebrate its golden year with the ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games at Punta Rocas, Peru. Join us for the celebration. The ISA is always surfing with you.
I will tell on you. You old Jezebel. What a controversy. How long shall the wicked reign over me?
Welcome back. This is the sign-off of day 3 of the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. I'm Philip Muller. I'm with Mike Latronic. I'm also with Mr. Vico Mustaccio. That's his last name, if you didn't know it. And we are finishing this day 3. We've got already 6 surfers eliminated from competition. At one moment, it has to arrive. This is still a competition. Incredible Waves will be back tomorrow at 8 AM for more of the competition, and at 7:40 we will have the morning show if you want to tune in early. So thank you very much for following the event during this third day of competition. We want to thank you all. So this is the Claro ISA 50th Anniversary World Surfing Games. That is all for today. Go to the official website www.isawsg.com to see the photos, highlights, the results and the program from tomorrow. And so thank you very much and see you soon.